Yesterday, we watched Trail of Gold win the Statue of Liberty Stakes. $14 upset with Arad Ortiz aboard. Should Ortiz win today's New York Stallion Series race, backers won't be as handsomely rewarded. Arad to ride George Briggs, talented closer, and now the favorite in the Cab Calloway Stakes. Standing in his way, Coach Case, ready for his stakes debut. Belmont Week provided Miguel Clement with his first career win as a trainer, and he's saddled a few since. No trainer has more stakes wins this summer at Saratoga. Miguel Clement agrees, likes that stat. It is impressive. Welcome, everyone. Live look. Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York. Welcome to day 26. Welcome to Military Appreciation Day, as we recognize the courage and sacrifice of all service members, past and present, from everyone at the New York Racing Association, haircuts as well. An honor to be part of this day every summer at Saratoga. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2 as Alabama Week continues at the Spa in front of a good crowd, energetic crowd. What you expect? There's racing coming up at Saratoga. And just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, gearing up for this Thursday program. First of 10 races in about 9 minutes. Included 22nd running of the Cab Calloway Stakes. It's all part of the New York Stallion Series. And not to mention, but just 2 days until the Grade 1 storied 155th running of the Alabama. As we take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 3 starts that mandatory pay. Pick 5, race 6. Very good 2-year-old turf sprint. Do not miss. And the feature, Cab Calloway, race number 7. Friendly reminder, Alabama this week, Travers next. Invite still stands. Get involved, sign up, NYRABets.com. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. So welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Guys, we'll get to the feature, the race Cab Calloway. But first, for some of our younger, newer viewers, Andy, who was Cab Calloway and why is there a stakes race named after him?
I'll tell you one thing he was one of our greatest fans. Cab Calloway is a well-known musician, obviously take the A train and lots of exciting stuff. He was a regular attendee at the races in New York, at Aqueduct, at Belmont, coming up to Saratoga as well, and obviously very, very well-known for other reasons. But in racing, he was just another fan, and he was a very loyal fan. I think it's very cool that we have this race named for him.
Yeah, a lot of maybe my generation or a little younger than me remember him obviously in the Blues Brothers. And he was so great. He was phenomenal. I remember my father used to listen to his records as a kid, and my father always said he was a big racetrack. Used to see him every once in a while down here at Saratoga. So yeah, Cab Calloway, he was an unbelievable musician, but he was a character too.
You want to give a Heidi ho?
Yeah, right?
Field for the Cab Calloway. The big story this morning, favorite is out, number 3, Friend of the Devil. Scratched with a temperature. Look forward to seeing him before long. The rest, 3-year-olds, Mile on Grass. Number 5, George Briggs. Now the favorite. Let's revisit his debut last November. Aqueduct Paul, George Briggs, who broke from MSG. This is the Carl Liam, actually.
Keep an eye on him, the number 4
trouble he has turning for home.
the Peter Brandt Green Silks, because he is going to get right here completely and totally
he got
shut
stopped.
off.
Yeah, he got
a clear-cut second.
He got completely stopped. And with the scratch of the Friend of the Devil, I just think this horse is obviously going to probably be in the 4 to 5 area, 3 to 5 area.
He's going to be short, and I will tell you that Chad Brown is excited to get him back on track and is very positive about his chances today.
But he did break his maiden from, like, MSG.
He did. Well, he was scratched the gate, not his fault. Somebody next to him had flipped or something going short, and then he went long. I think it was Breeders' Cup weekend, and did very impressively, breaking from post 43, I think.
You can't wait to see what he does today. Cab Calloway, Alabama Week Stakes schedule. Tomorrow, Smart and Fancy. Lots of turf sprints this weekend. Saturday, Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Skidmore and Bolton Landing, 2-year-old turf sprints as well. Let's get to the live racing. The field is front side maidens, and right off the bat, bankroll play, Andy Serling.
Yeah, I like the 2 Bon Vivant in this race, not just because I'm working with a racing Bon Vivant in Paul LaDuca. I looked up some stats for Safi Joseph, and first time in a route race, non-first-time starters. With maidens, he's 13 for 39.
Wow.
Two-thirds of them, 27 of them hitting the board, 252 ROI. In general, 32 for 94, 34%, 243. His stretch-out stats, first-time routes, and even look at 6 absolute honor for Staffy Joseph out there. Look how much he improved first time he went long, last time out. And I thought Bon Vivant was good enough. With any kind of improvement in here, he could be the horse to beat. And I think, Paula, you and I are in the same place. We kind of want to try to beat the 3 Danzit here, and actually we both prefer the other Pletcher.
Yeah, I was between the 2 and 4 in here. I agree with his pick. I actually like his selection here. I end up choosing the 4 because of the price in here. But yeah, Safi's got good numbers. I think this horse with the blinkers off might be able to be in a good spot of control. The problem with the 4 is the 4 leaves a lot of work because he kind of comes from far back.
Slow.
Yeah, he's a little slow early.
But he was very wide last time,
Yeah.
first turn.
Fillies and mares at maidens. Let's go ahead and meet the field. Post parade, we start with Stone Cold Kelly. That's the one. There she is. Turf experiment did not work. Back to dirt.
But she's not out of it, you know. She can improve a little bit and step forward. She's run some okay races.
Bon Vivant, you heard the stats. Staffy Joseph in 3-1.
Yeah, I think the blinkers coming off and Jose getting aboard makes her very prominent in this race.
Number 3, Danzit, expensive filly with Rod Ortiz.
Did a lot of money, 1.1 million here. Been a disappointment. Obviously can win. I just wanted horses at a slightly better price.
Ragba, number 4, in All World Connections.
Sometimes when you put the blinkers on, a horse doesn't really get slower early, but that's what's happened with Ragba. I'm just waiting for that talent to come out sooner or later.
Green Jobs, more powerhouse connections.
Horse that Chad Brown's always liked, and maybe his feeling is the best race she ran was on synthetic, and maybe she's more of a dirt synthetic horse than a turf synthetic horse.
Absolute honor to the outside. Third at 33-1 at the level last month.
Like Andy was mentioning, the other Safi, and it's going to be very interesting which one goes to the front end here. I think the 6 goes and the 3 might be able to lay off.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
6 of them, mile and an eighth. Started the early pick 5, just 4 minutes out. There's the favorite. At 7-5, Danzit, as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show. And trackside Acacia Danzit, what she's showing you as she warms up for her 3rd career start.
Well, she is still lightly raced, as you said, Lafitte. That is certainly a feather in her cap. And on pedigree and in her physicality, she looks like one who should appreciate the stretch out to the mile and an eighth distance. She is the full sister to Tappet Trice, multiple graded stakes winner. She looks nothing like him. He looks very much like their sire Tappet. She has a far different type of physical and is a bit brawnier, which I do actually appreciate. Watching her last race, she didn't look to be moving as comfortably early on as I would have liked, and then she did run on and rally, finishing second best. She took a little bit of time to get going out there, but altogether, I'd say that she seemed like she leveled off well in the warm-up out there on the track. And she is one that certainly did have a big layoff, and she showed that she had taken a step forward with being able to rally and finish second that day. Could she move forward and win in here? Absolutely. She's just a short price, and I think that there are a couple of other intriguing prospects out here. The number 1, Stone Cold Kelly, I did the handicapping show earlier today, and I landed on this one. She is the tall, leggy type. I wish that she had a little bit more muscle mass and conditioning on her bones overall. She could be carrying just a touch more muscle, but that could be why they tried her on the grass last time, which clearly she didn't love. But in her pedigree, there's also distance as well. Second dam, multiple grade 1 winner, My Flag. Third dam, personal ensign. So it's that big Phipps family when you go back a couple of generations. She warmed up beautifully out there and is a horse that has run some good races before. This will be her first chance to stretch out to the mile and an eighth and go 2 turns on the dirt. As we go to the outside, Safi Joseph sends out 2 in here. The 6, Absolute Honor. I'm sticking with picks based off of what I did on the handicapping show, but if I were just picking based off of what I saw, I would pick this horse. She looks best to me. She looks the one who is most convincing at the distance as well, and she did improve last time out. She's also, I think, a generous price in here. She was a little bit antsy in the gate last time too. Lobby Rendezvous was the one in that race that had experience at the mile and an eighth. Absolute Honor showed speed, and she couldn't keep on enough, but she did improve greatly when stretching out. Great energy in here today as well. As far as the 2 Bon Vivant. She's not the biggest. She's not one that you would immediately look at and say she wants to go longer, but there is a lot of length to her frame. And while she was forward, she's not been doing anything naughty at all. She's keeping a lid on it, so to speak, which I appreciate. She is by Union Rag, suggesting that more distance should help her. Also, the blinkers come off, which I always like for added distance. That should help her to settle, hopefully, in the running of this race, as she certainly was green 2 starts back in that stretch, Lafitte.
Hard-fought battle. Acacia, that race at Gulfstream Park, defeated a nose in the end. Bon Vivant, 5-2. Danzit, 8-5. Early on, strategically. Andy, this is Bon Vivant, that race we were talking about. Gulfstream, early May, in a 7-furlong race. She has the lead, and she battles. Little green, it cost her, and in the end defeated a nose.
Beat a nose by a 3-5 shot. So, you know, and they did beat the others quite easily. And I'm just, you know, you look at this race, a 68 buyer, you get improvement going longer, second off the layoff. I think this horse can be tough to run down. And you know, you got a Union Rags. Shouldn't a Union Rags be better going longer?
Yeah, I would think so. I love the fight that she put in this race here. She really fought back. I think she got lost on the front end a little bit. Maybe she's a little bit, she looks tremendous on the racetrack. Maybe she's a little bit grown up. You're getting 2-1. She's starting to get to the point.
Too short for me.
I know, but she's starting to get to that point where they kind of know that she's going to run a big race today.
Yeah, I was hoping to get 7-2 or 3-1. 2-1 is not exactly getting me too excited.
Bon Vivant, another look, Stone Cold Kelly. Absolute honor from the outside, Ricardo Santana. Pedal to the metal?
I mean, I would guess it's tough to go from the outside. We'll see how much speed the 3 and the 2 show in here. Keep her honest, but she might be the fastest horse early. But sometimes the outside post, even in a 6-horse field, 1 1/8 can be treacherous.
Jose Ortiz, you just saw, Bon Vivant. Date with Nitrogen in the Alabama. 3 wins yesterday. See if he can strike early on the Thursday program. There goes Danzit, the favorite. Expensive filly with Brother Arad brothers breaking side by side. To Frank Miramonti, the voice of Saratoga, with the call, first of 10 on this Thursday at the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
Second half of the field going in now. Rogba goes up. Green Jobs will be second to last. Absolute Honor to the outside. Set to kick off Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga Racecourse. They're in the gate. And they're off. A bit of a jostle for Danzit. Danzit is now rushing into contention as Absolute Honor takes the lead. Bon Vivant comes away in second, and now Danzit moves up on the outside to take that second spot. Then it's Green Jobs, Stone Cold Kelly is second to last, and Rogba at the back of the field. So Absolute Honor makes it over to the rail and leads by 1.5 lengths over Danzit through an opening quarter mile in 24 seconds flat. Then it's Bon Vivant, Green Jobs in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, 3 clear of Rogba, and Stone Cold Kelly. They straighten up for the run down the backstretch. And the lead belongs to Absolute Honor. It's a comfortable one by 1.5 lengths. Danzit is in second, followed by Bon Vivant, Green Jobs, 3 off the pace in fourth. Rogba now 3 wide, and Stone Cold Kelly is just inside of her. The half in 49-1. Absolute Honor over the favorite Danzit. Bon Vivant, Green Jobs still racing together. Green Jobs puts her head into third. 3 more to Stone Cold Kelly and Rogba round the far turn. Absolute Honor maintains the lead of just under 1 length. Danzit asked to get after her now, within a neck of the front runner as they come to the quarter pole. 3 lengths back to Bon Vivant in third. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Absolute Honor and Danzit. Absolute Honor on the inside. Danzit a half length away, set down, trying to get by with 1 furlong to go. Absolute Honor digging in. Danzit within ahead. Danzit right up alongside, coming to the 16th pole. They get close together, and Danzit puts her head in front. Absolute Honor won't go away. She's going to fight her all the way to the wire. Danzit, Absolute Honor. Here is the line, and Danzit, a hard-fought decision over Absolute Honor. Bon Vivant third, then Rogba.
Slugfest to the wire. And Danzit, the expensive filly, $1.1 million purchase with Arad Ortiz, finally wears down the stubborn Absolute Honor in the opener at Saratoga.
And didn't have the best of breaks, Paulie, and kind of rushed up to be outside, and it just turned into a two-race affair. Not really sure what happened to Bon Vivant, probably just not good enough, but really never really, urged that strongly after these two, but I guess these two were the only two in the race, Paulie.
It was confusing, yeah, right? And it's almost like Bon Vivant, the stablemate, conceded the race to her other stablemate with a 6, but Absolute Honor ran her eyeballs out here, and Danzig probably the best with the break. I get it. The 6 ran giant, and the 2, that was weird the way he was handled. And then Ragba, he just was lugging out the whole way, about 6 or 7 wide around the racetrack.
Yeah, probably a tough horse to handle.
Yeah.
And this was basically a merry-go-round affair.
By a neck, Mandy Popes, Danzit for Todd Fletcher. Rod Ortiz goes to work. Danzit responds, and then just tenacious effort from Absolute Honor trying to fend her off, and in the end, just has to settle for second.
Yeah, it does. And, she had the experience at the 1.1 mile difference, but the 3, like Andy was saying, you see Todd Fletcher, $1.1 million purchase. It's got to be nice to see this filly finally hit the winner's circle.
Yeah, I think it's a long way from justifying that purchase price, but you never know in this game.
By Tappet out of a Dunkirk mare. Farther, the better. Danzit, 3-6-2-4. Results and reaction when we come back. Just getting started on Saratoga Live. Leading rider Arad Ortiz strikes early on the Thursday program. Danzit, the favorite, delivers in the opener.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Off and running. Saratoga Live. Welcome back. Coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
Where do you reside there?
1863 Club.
Where you reside, like right there in the corner by the fruit?
I shall never tell. Somewhere up there.
Great spot to take in the day of racing, and that shot there from the balcony where they just broke from that 1 1/8. The Travers, for example, 1 1/4 with the field running right by you there on that balcony in the first turn. Very
No,
cool.
it's a fun spot to watch the races, no doubt about it. Is that the 3rd floor or 2nd floor? Good spot.
And we're still trying to figure out your spot. It will be divulged.
My mom makes a few trips a year, too. Comes
Nice.
out with friends. It's nice.
Dan's had only a few trips for this 4-year-old filly, and her 3rd career start, the expensive purchase, breaks through for Todd Pletcher and Rod Ortiz.
Got to start somewhere, Paulie.
It is true. That's a filly by Tappet, like you said, out of a Dunkirk mare. We ran a sneaky derby.
He was 2nd in the
Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, 540
Behind Summer
on
Bird.
top.
Summer Bird.
Yeah.
He
Ran
held
well.
on gamely for
Ran
2nd.
Very well.
That's a
Pletcher's
very-
pretty good at the Belmont Stakes. He's pretty good at a lot of things. And having a really good summer and standing by live with Acacia.
I'm happy to be here with Todd Pletcher as Danzig gets the win. Todd, the full sister to Tappa Trice, who you trained, of course, seems both of them longer the better.
Definitely, more distance is what they're looking for. She didn't get away real cleanly, but she recovered and got into a good position, good rhythm, and kept finding a way.
It seems like she's still kind of figuring things out as well out there.
She is. She's lightly raced, and we expect her to get better. And glad we got this 2-turn race into her today, and hopefully it keeps moving forward.
Well, you have had a summer of some tremendous 2-year-olds debuting here at Saratoga. You're running Donegal now in the 6th race, sprinting on the turf. Can you give us a little insight on that one and what we might expect?
Well, we're kind of experimenting with him. His dirt works have been okay, but we're hoping he makes a little move forward on the grass. A little concerned 5.5 could be a little sharp for him. I hear there's a couple of good ones in there, maybe one really good one. We'll see.
There's always some whispers at Saratoga. Well, thanks for the insight, Todd. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Trainer Todd Pletcher kicking off the day with a win, but we'll see what the future does hold as he has had some really impressive 2-year-olds this summer. Lafitte?
Several for Todd Pletcher. Big summer. What else is new? As you see the kids in the winner's circle, Wayne's winners, Paulie, Wayne Lucas, yet another layer of his far-reaching legacy.
And she understood the assignment, the little girl on the right with the boots and hat like Wayne.
You think Todd's a little scared of the Terminator in race number 6?
Oh,
Arnold.
Schwarzenegger.
Arnold making his debut.
know this-
We finally get a chance to see him.
You know this man.
That's later on this afternoon. The second race coming up very shortly. The start of the early pick 4 will have $30,000 claimers coming up. Take a look at the field. Non-winners 3 lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. Andy, how'd you see this one unfolding with Golden Symphony at 3-2?
I have no argument with the 2 favorites, though. I think Confabulation, who looks to be the second choice, looking at doubles, is a little more likely than Golden Symphony, who's moving up. But they're the logical 2. I'm curious if you think I'm out of my mind. I'm going to bet a few dollars on Heavyweight Champs, the outside speed near, hoping Romero's aggressive with him and can try to wire the field. Want to give him a chance. He's been running against better horses. He's a little bit of a reach, but I don't think either one of the 4 have to win this race, Paulie.
He's got a lot of speed. I ended up on the 4 in here, but I thought this was a very, competitive race. I know it's a little short pack of races, a 6-pack, but I thought the 1 and the 4 were the horses to beat in here. 6 is the horse to catch. Got to reach back to some of that. They paid a lot of money for that Solomon.
Yeah.
$390,000 if I'm not mistaken, right?
$290.
$290, yeah.
6 of them here, 6 of them in Saturday's Alabama. When we come back, and trainer Mark Cassey, what a summer it's been already, saddling a 4,000th winner last month on Saturday. Real good look at a first Alabama victory. Nitrogen defeated Belmont Oaks' favorite. How will she respond? And Licara, dual Grade 1 winner. Come and catch her if you can. Alabama, Saturday on Fox. We'll preview.
At the top of this track, even obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Fox, Saratoga Saturday. A star-studded lineup of the nation's top 3-year-old fillies go head-to-head in Saratoga's Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Winning action from Saratoga Saturday, 4 Eastern on Fox.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Big weekend on the horizon. Right here, what else is new? Fox, Saratoga Saturday, the storied Alabama 3-year-old fillies among the best in the sport. Championship implications contested at the classic American racing distance, 1.25 miles. The Alabama this Saturday. Fox, Saratoga Saturday coverage begins at 4 Eastern, and we'll get to the Alabamas. We are joined by Jose Santos Jr. on set. Jose, great to have you back.
Yeah.
On set. I know you're looking forward to this Alabama, but have to ask you about what took place this morning.
Yeah.
Christopher Elliott, your jockey, one of 8 that you represent, supposed to ride Friend of the Devil, the favorite in the Cab Calloway, defected. How did that all unfold?
Yeah, unfortunately, Carlos reached out to me yesterday, kind of just let me know that the horse had come down with a fever, was going to need to take some medicine to help the fever come down, and unfortunately he was going to miss the race. Carlos is a phenomenal horseman. The owner, Mr. Holliday, is a phenomenal owner. So they're just looking to do what's best for the horse. Obviously, it does suck, but he'll get to race again, so that's what matters.
That's an honest answer.
There was a lot of jockey agents sucking up in there, though. I think really impressive. That's why you're so good at your job.
That's why I'm good at the job, right?
That's why you're the man. Yeah.
We'll look forward to seeing him before long.
Yes.
Meantime, that Alabama on Saturday, field drawn last Sunday. Take a look at the field here with Grade 1 and these top class 3-year-old fillies presented by Keeneland Sales. Compact field of 6, very talented field of 6. Number 4, Nitrogen, number 6, Lacara, both trained by Mark Cassidy. We start with Lacara. This was Belmont Week, Andy, and this Tour de Force in the slop over Good Cheer and Company in the Acorn.
I think really all of the big 3 in here could be in the position to be the leader of this division with a victory. A little different for Nitrogen, but certainly possible. She's a horse. She's a Jekyll and Hyde. If she can get to the front and control a race, she's very good. If she can't, she's very ordinary. This track was very favorable to speed horses, and I know she's the controlling speed again, the Alabama. On a fair racetrack, the kind of track we've seen here, primarily the whole meet at 1.25 miles, I think she's vulnerable.
Yeah, it's really weird to me that Good Cheer was 7 for 7, wins the Kentucky Oaks, and all of a sudden she throws in a clunker and everybody forgets about her, and it's all about Lacara and Nitrogen. You know, you look at the Kentucky Oaks, they ran over a muddy racetrack. Good Cheer liked it, Lacara didn't. Jose, this racetrack, Lacara liked it. Good Cheer didn't like it, was Good Cheer phony. You know, it's kind of up and down, but I'm in agreement with Andy. Whoever wins this race is the leader in the division.
What do you expect from Lacara, Jose?
I mean, she looks like the controlling speed once again, so it kind of makes sense to expect the same kind of performance that you've seen in the past. My problem with her on a gambling side of it is, how do I want to go? It says 5-2. I think she's going to be the favorite. So how do I go with? I do. Yeah, I do think she's going to be the favorite.
You can bet on that.
So how do you take her as the favorite now? After getting 7-1, you got 8-1. Now you get her as the favorite.
Right. Even if she's not favored, you're talking about a horse that's sort of a last time was the time type horse.
Right.
I think Good Cheer will be favored. I don't think the betting public is going to give up on her off one bad effort in a wet track, even though she handled it at Churchill. I think the public is going to continue to go with her. I know I'm going with her.
Okay, so Nitrogen, now most of her experience, 8 of her 9 lifetime starts on grass, Jose. And then this Stroll, however, Belmont Stakes weekend in the slop in the Wonder again.
Yeah, I mean, she was extremely impressive. Obviously, the massive question is, did these horses behind her just not handle the dirt? Most likely not. She was equally as impressive, I thought, last time. I mean, just a very, very tough trip for her, and then to just miss by a nose to a filly who's been very impressive.
Well.
So, you know, I took nothing away from her last start. It's extremely interesting being in this spot, especially with Lacara already in the barn, but obviously the ownership group wanted to do this, and I mean, if she steps up and wins the race. like you said.
It's a free roll.
Yeah.
She missed the Saratoga Oaks. Okay, it was a good purse and everything, but it's not going to do anything for her. If she were to win this race, it puts her very much in contention for a championship, and it also tells the connections that she could be really good in the dirt. A win in the Alabama probably makes her worth $3 million more. So I think there's so much upside and so little downside. In general, turf horses that perform well in off-the-turf races, when they get in real dirt races on fast tracks, they underperform in their subsequent starts. But her performance was very good last time.
Cassie trained duo, Lacara, Nitrogen. Lacara, 2 more starts, each with 5 victories. The jockeys know them very, very well. Jose Ortiz, one of only 3 jockeys ever to win 3 consecutive runnings of the Alabama from 2017 to 2019, looking for a 4th with Nitrogen. And then there's Good Cheer, who you were just discussing, Paul, and you're right. 7 for 7, Kentucky Oaks winner, the one poor effort in the slop here at Saratoga, and her stock seemingly plummeted.
This is obviously the Oaks where she won, and she did it in style. Lacara right there is on the rail, and she just kind of collapses. Now the racetrack wasn't kind of towards Lacara that day. She went fast on the front end. And I agree with Andy. I think that Good Cheer will be your favorite. And I want to put caution to the wind. You better be careful if you want to take Nitrogen. First time getting on a fast dirt, going a mile and a quarter. I would be very careful with that wager. I'll tell you that right now.
I feel like Nitrogen's an all or none horse. And it's interesting with Good Cheer, right? Now, she missed the CC Oaks on purpose. They always said they were going to run a Menstitute in there and waiting for the Alabama with this filly. I've never been her biggest fan, but in this race where I don't like Lacara, I agree with you that Nitrogen is just not my kind of horse to bet on. She's the only one I can play in here.
Does she get back on track, Jose Good Cheer?
Yeah, I think she does. I mean, we've seen horses throw clunkers in here all the time. It was over the sloppy track. She has handled sloppy tracks at both Churchill. Well, both times were at Churchill. One was sloppy and the other one was wet fast, both sealed. That being said, they're very different when they're wet. She's been in a rhythm over here. She's been here for a while now. They've obviously been pointing to this race. You got Brad Cox. I don't see what's not to like, especially at the price that we're going to get.
All goes down this Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday, as you saw 3 weeks left. Added a broadcast, the Jockey Club Gold Cup on Sunday. Fox Saratoga Saturday and Sunday for the last few weeks of racing here at Saratoga. Back to the live action. Start of the early pick 4, race 2, $30,000 claimers, non-winners, 2 lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. Looking at the favorite, Acacia Golden Symphony. What's he showing you pre-race?
Well, he looks fantastic, Lafitte. If you see a short price favorite on the board, you look down at their past performances, and then you just hope to look into the paddock and see that they match up with everything that you would hope. I can confirm that with your favorite Golden Symphony, he looks like the favorite here in the paddock as well. I was still planning to try and beat him, but as soon as he walked in, he's the one that immediately catches your eye. He's on the muscle, really, really strong and powerful. Built, excellent coat to him, just looking beautifully turned out and like he's doing exceptionally well right now too. He also just has a really nice presence to him. Now that being said, I do think that in his last couple of starts, Manny Franco, who'll be aboard again today, has ridden him hard to get him to the lead, especially last time as he wasn't the quickest out, and he was really urged hard out of the gate to get into position, able to hold best in there. Did face some salty company in the likes of Top Gun Rocket and Mr. Papa Giorgio 2 starts back. So he's been in good form when ridden that way and when being at the proper level. Now, I think he certainly makes a lot of sense in here. Like I said, I was going to try to beat him with the same horse that Andy likes in heavyweight champs, but just purely from a physical perspective, he is the standout in the paddock. Now, the number 4, Confabulation, is the other horse in here as he stretches out slightly to the 7 furlongs and is also second off of the layoff. He is a very big, solid horse, and he ran for the waiver last time, which you can do with a horse off of that length of time. And so this is the first time since coming back as a 5-year-old that he has, or I should say later in this 5-year-old stage off of the layoff here, that he has been offered for the claiming tag. So you would expect that he will move forward out of that last race, as he was part of 5 horses that were sent early on, and he looks very strong. He's always one that can be very laid back in the paddock and in the preliminaries. He did perk up once they got the tack on, kind of those ears flicking around, but looking very, very strong second off the bench. And furthermore, I do like the slight stretch out for him. I know it's not a world of difference between 6.5 and 7, but he does have a lot of leg and a long stride to him as well. So I think a touch more ground actually suits him well. We'll see if that's enough to help him turn the tables on his fellow short price favorite in Golden Symphony. Lafitte?
Confabulation. And there he is again, Golden Symphony, the standout in the paddock, says Acacia. Riders up. Post parade, 2nd at 10 from the spa. Next on FS2, jockeys arriving. You're watching Saratoga Live.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Look at that shot. Picture perfect Thursday afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome back. Post-parade race 2. Let's meet the field. The favorite, horse to beat, Golden Symphony.
Won 2 of 3 races for Brad Cox, and C and Sandy Goldfarb claimed the horse as they're very successful off and off the claim. I think that last figure, though, might have come back a little on the high side. I actually have the 2 horse getting bet, prefer the 4.
The Arkansas bred, says Marcus, route to sprint.
Yeah, this was the first time gelding. Used to be in the Chris Hartman barn for Flying P. They're dropping always to win.
First trumpet, tough sledding of late.
He will blow up this early pick 5.
Confabulation, second start for Linda Rice, softer spot.
Yeah, I liked the effort last time out. It was the first start since January, now second time out. And she got protected last time, or this horse got protected.
And there's Bookham Dano's stablemate, Riyadh Moon.
Got involved in the fast pace that collapsed last time out, arguably against tougher, not totally impossible.
Heavyweight champs, New York bred, outside speed.
Yeah, Big Dom Racing Stable will send this 4-year-old gelding by Salamini out. The one to catch, and looks like a sprinter.
Want Romero to be aggressive with him in here.
Right from the start. Hit it. Heavyweight champs. The runners in the second. Early pick 4 next. And just for you Naira Bets members, you can earn more with Naira Bets. Get 5-time rewards points for every dollar you bet on Exactas at Saratoga today. Opt in now at NairaBets.com. Play the second race on your account. Naira Bets, 5 minutes out. The favorite, Golden Symphony. 3-2. His latest, this was late June, Aqueduct, same 7 furlong distance. Andy, Golden Symphony in front and in command.
Yeah, but these were non-winners of 2 lifetime horses. They were horses that had never won anything more than 1 race, likely a maiden race. And he's running here against horses that have never won 3 races. And there's a real difference in that situation. So he's really moving up in company. I think he can win. But of the horses getting bet, I actually more prefer the 4. But he's obviously a major player, Paulie.
Yeah, he's a major player in here. And, you know, when you go from the non-2s to the non-3s, I think this is a lateral move. I don't know what you think. You know, Jose, I think this is a lateral move for the 1, really? And sometimes you need a drop to win here at Saratoga.
Yeah, I would call it probably a lateral move. My issue with the 1 is, and really kind of the whole race setup, is that the 1, the 2, 3, 4, and 6 all want to win the same way, on or near the lead. So when I was handicapping this race, I was trying to find who's going to pass horses, and I actually landed on the 5 as my top pick in here. Last time, went to the lead from the rail, never really made the lead, was about a head down the whole way, but chased on the inside. Not at all what this horse wants to do. Took a lot of pressure, ended up dropping out. I'm looking for a trip more like 3 starts back, where Sammy Camacho also rode that day, in town today to ride, sat off of a pace, made a move around a turn, and passed horses. He's the only one in here who's proven that he can pass horses, and at odds of 8-1, I'm willing to find out.
So let heavyweight champs go.
Not just heavyweight champ. Well,
right
personally, I believe that the 4 horse has the best gate speed in this race. The 1 and 2, they both want the lead. I don't find either one that fast out of the gate. They both kind of get going. Once they break, you know, they get rushed up and they get going. So I find their post position a little difficult for them. The way I read the race, I saw the 4 and the 6 hooking up, going. The 5's very quick out the gate. Was hoping that Sammy Camacho would grab a hold, let the pace develop, and try to attack around the quarter pole.
I'll be surprised if you're right about that. It's always possible. You never know rider intentions, trainer intention. But I see the 5 as the second fastest horse early, with the 6 as the controlling speed here if he wants to be aggressively ridden. We'll see. I agree with what your latter statement, the 1 and 2. I don't think they're fast enough to keep up with horses like the 4, 5, and 6 if they use their speed.
Fun race. Fascinating race. Strategically, as we check in with Acacia.
Yeah, you can make a case for so many in this field. And as we'll take a look at heavyweight champs, I certainly agree with what Jose was saying about wanting to have a horse that could potentially pass someone. But as far as the pace is concerned, I mean, Riyadh Moon has been so revved up throughout every step of the way here, just really acting so much more like a horse that wants to be forward. And Romero Mirage did give heavyweight champs a big warm-up as well. Now, this is a horse that hasn't shown as much speed recently, but he has been running against far tougher. Now, he took a bit of time to get going in the warm-up out there, but he has kept him moving, which I think has certainly helped him. And he's a horse that was running against the likes of Caldo Candy and Acoustic Ave, some tough, hardened New York breds. And I think that the drop in class is really going to be a key for him. Just one quick note in watching the replay last time out, looked like he had a shadow roll on. Rudy Rodriguez has switched the equipment on him to a rubber figure 8, which he does use quite frequently as well. So just a slight equipment change with heavyweight champs in here too, as this horse, I think, with the outside post should have the benefit of seeing how the race does play out to his inside. The 2 Tis Marcus, I wanted to reserve judgment for him as he comes back as a new gelding. He warmed up great. The gelding has really freed him up a lot behind, which that really can do. Now, that being said, he took money last time out, going the mile in an 8th, and while he cuts back in here, he's a strong, powerful individual. And Ricardo Santana, while this horse was pushed quite wide early, Ricardo was riding him hard to keep him involved and keep him in contact with the field throughout. I think that going back to the drawing board today, yes, a drop in class, but the gelding in particular has made a world of difference for Tis Marcus. Now he's got to show that he can go out there and still do it, Lafitte.
You love a good cutback, typically.
I do like turnbacks. I don't like this horse. I'm not saying he can't win. What I don't like is that his form has fallen apart since they claimed him from Chris Hartman. And I think Chris Hartman's a very difficult trainer to claim horses from. And I just wonder if he's not in a bit of a downward spiral since that claim.
I agree with you 100%. Chris is tough to claim from. A lot of them, this horse has shown speed, but it's really tough to take a horse off a zero buyer. Let's just be honest. and be able to turn around.
It's 7-2.
Yeah, it's 7-2. And I get the 6-degree control and speed. I don't get. You don't think the one's the other speed in here by far?
No.
I don't think the one's fast enough out of the gate to make the presence.
I don't think the one's as fast
the
as
one's
the
just
5 and 6.
a half step slow out of the gate in comparison to the 4 and the 6. And you've got Kendrick on the 4 and Romero on the 6. Romero's 1 on the 6 already.
But Manny knows he's got to get out of there.
For
well,
sure,
Manny's
but there's only so much he can do.
I just don't know if he's as fast as those horses. It'll be interesting to see how it's run early.
I don't know about that.
And some of its intention, we'll see. I think 7-5 on the 1 is crazy.
That's
personally
awfully short. Confabulation for you, Paulie, at 5-2.
Yeah, I just like the horse. I think second time in the Linda Rice barn. Linda had this horse before, so it's a reclaim. She only had the horse for 1 start from Chad, but obviously she liked what she saw. I love the reclaim. Kendrick back aboard. You know he'll be aggressive. So I like everything about the 4 at 5-2. I don't know that price second choice, but I thought that he'd be second choice.
Jose getting 8-1 on Riyadh Moon at post time.
Yeah, and I wanted to pair him with the 4 because I did believe the 4 would get to the lead and get over, and did have a tough trip being part of that hot pace that Riyadh Mood came out of last time as well.
And you want to see Romero Mirage get serious right from the opening bell on heavyweight champs.
I think Romero has to get back to being aggressive in general. He's a rider who's, when he's been successful, has been aggressive. And obviously, listen, it's hard up here. He's struggling. But I think he needs to be more aggressive, and that will lead him to more success.
Keisha with that gelding as well. Heavyweight champs steps forward. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2, start of the early pick 4, live on Fox Sports 2.
Heavyweight champs. They're in the gate. And they're off. Riyadh Moon and heavyweight champs. Confabulation comes away in third. Tiz Marcus. Golden Symphony moves through along the inside quickly. And First Trumpet is at the back of the field. And so here's Golden Symphony. Golden Symphony has taken command. Opens up a length and a half. Tiz Marcus now in second. Heavyweight champs third. Confabulation is 4 lengths off the lead. Trying to move up in between horses currently. At the rail, it's First Trumpet, 4 lengths off them as well. And Riyadh Moon trails, 22-3 for Golden Symphony, pressed by Tiz Marcus into the far turn. Heavyweight champs, 3 wide, heading toward the 3/8 pole. And then it's Confabulation with 3 to make up, a gap of 3 to First Trumpet and Riyadh Moon. 46-1, Tiz Marcus, hard-ridden, puts his head in front. Heavyweight champs on the outside going with him, and heavyweight champs roused to the lead. Golden Symphony suddenly back to third, and Riyadh Moon enters the picture as Confabulation back to last. There's 1 furlong to go. Tiz Marcus has the lead. Riyadh Moon bearing down in the middle of the racetrack. Heavyweight champs flattened out late. Here is Riyadh Moon. He broke on top, settled, and will run them all down. Riyadh Moon and Sammy Camacho wrapped up in the end to win by a length and a half over Tiz Marcus. First Trumpet third. Photo for fourth involves Golden Symphony.
Riyadh Moon accelerates late, far back off the pace early, and wins going away. Jose 8-1. Well done, zeroing in on Riyadh Moon in an upset to kick off the early pick 4.
Yeah, it was the trip I kind of thought. It was a little further back than I thought it would be, and I think we were all pretty perplexed on how things shook out in the first 1/8 of a mile. Horses broke on top that didn't go. The 1 was able to come with the 2 up the rail and establish position, but it still worked out well for my 5. He was able to sit off the pace, take advantage. Sammy Camacho with a very good ride.
Well, you were right that he dropped way back. He broke on top. He was right there with the 6. And he dropped right out of the race, and he made a big run. This race completely and totally incinerated.
Yeah, the 2 ran giant in here. Tim Marcus, who was on the pace the whole way.
Beat for him.
It was a tough beat. But Riyadh Moon, good call by you, Jose, was the horse that was going to pass horses. And I had a feeling, I didn't think the 1 was the fastest, but you knew that he would have to push out of there. And nobody kind of wanted to lead except Manny, but you could see that didn't end well. And Derek Ryan, always with his Titleist cap on.
And
looks like he's ready to go hit some balls.
Complete no-show from the 4 in this race, who had a perfect trip and had absolutely nothing
Kendrick
in this race.
asked him with a 3-pronged duel in front of him, and he wanted nothing of it.
Derek Ryan, the work he's done with Bookham Dano, a winner here, Riyadh Moon, going back to the start. Jose, what catches your eye?
Yeah, I mean, 5 broke on top like I thought he would. The 4 broke a little step slow. That kind of surprised me in Confabulation. He's usually pretty quick out of the gate, but then right around here, Sammy Camacho decides to grab Riyadh Moon, and it was the best thing he could have done. They're all mixed up here, and pace heats up, and now you see him with a strong drive down the lane, looking very good. I don't know if that's his first Saratoga winner, but it's the first one I'd bet on him for.
Sammy Camacho, and you could tell as soon as he tipped out, Jose, like how much better he was traveling than the rest that were really starting to struggle at that point.
He's got a good finish. The only time he's ever gone wire to wire was 2 turns at Oaklawn going the flat mile, which, you know, you'll see a lot of sprinters make the lead doing that, and then they'll be able to cut back. But he's got 6 furlongs wins. He's got a 2-turn mile win. Now he's got a 7/8 win. Pretty useful horse here.
Riyadh Moon, the line racing winning owners, Derek Ryan, Sammy Camacho, 8-2-3-1. The run he's had with Bookham Dano. The grade ones he's knocked down at Saratoga. Not a grade one here, but a win nonetheless with Riyadh Moon on the outside covered in dirt. Sammy Camacho in the second at the Spa.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated. Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5. Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Riyadh Moon gliding over the wire. About the same price, wasn't Manila around 8-9-1 when he won the Breeders' Cup Turf, Jose?
Yeah, 7-1 when he won the Breeders' Cup Turf. Manila the Gorilla.
He was
that.
freakishly
was a
good
brilliant ride.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant ride. No crop in the end,
They
but
made
a brilliant,
They gave
brilliant
him no
ride.
choice. Yeah.
Dancing Brave had nothing on him.
Yep. Gary Stevens knocked out the whip the last 50
That's
yards.
right.
Yeah, it was my
Theatrical.
father's first Breeders' Cup win. And actually, my mother, remembers she was giving birth to my older sister Nadia, who has a different father than I do. And she remembers watching the race from her hospital bed.
No way.
8 years later.
All comes
married to the man.
All comes full circle. 1940 Riyadh Moon. We go to the winner's circle on occasion.
And happy to be joined by winning trainer Derek Ryan. Riyadh Moon, Derek, he is an energetic horse, but Sammy did a really good job getting him to settle off the pace today.
Yeah. He likes to close, he likes to come off the pace, and the distance was perfect for him. The last time he sort of got stuck down on the rail and he was close to the pace, and that really is not his style of running. So this spot came up, and I figured it'd be a real good spot.
Getting the last of first victory today, and but of course wanted to ask you about the stable star, perhaps Bookham Dano. As I saw he worked on Saturday, how's he doing?
Yeah, he worked on Saturday. We nearly had a big mishap, a loose one going right at us the wrong way. Lucky Paco avoided him just about. It was nearly a disaster, but he still did a real good work, came out of it good. So the plan is Saturday week.
in the Forego. We cannot wait to see him, and he has been so much fun, I think, for all of us to follow. I imagine he's been really, really fun for you, too.
Yeah, it's good to have a nice horse like that in the barn.
Well, we can't wait to see him next week, hopefully. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Lafitte, lots to look forward to, and I'm sure it'll be an exciting ownership group, as always.
Such a fun story to follow. He's one of those horses, Andy. You ask somebody, you going to the races on Saturday? Maybe we're thinking about it. Yeah, Bookham Dano's running. Yeah, we're going to be in the races on Saturday.
He's been fun. We've seen him been running basically since his 2-year-old year and watching him just get better and better. And right now, he's an argument. He's the top of that division.
I think a lot of people obviously, the other part about it is don't realize how good of a trainer Derek Ryan is. He's a lot better than people think. He had Musket Man. He had some other good horses too as well for Eric Fine. And he knows to do good horse. And I think Musket Man was always the key because they wanted to go distance. He was a son of Yanaguska. He wanted to switch back, and they didn't fall in that trap with Bookham Dano, who was a better horse than Musket Man, let's be honest.
Musket Man was pretty good.
But he was really good. I just think Musket Man, he missed for the Carter by this much. I think he learned from Musket Man.
Yeah, never had Derby fever, Jose, for a second. And we're seeing that pay off as Bookham Dano is still racing at this level a little bit older.
Yeah, he's a man who knows his horse. He believes in his talents. He knows how good he is, and he knows that he's a top-level sprinter, and he's known it since probably the day he got his hands on him. Like we've all said here, Derek Ryan's a very, very good horseman. He knows what he's doing. And he's proving it with this horse. He's doing all the right moves with him, and he's getting the rewards from it.
Can't wait to see him again in the Forego and the undercard of the Travers, Bookham Dano. Meantime, live racing continues here. Race 3, start of the mandatory pay, pick 5, Maidens Turf Sprint. Andy, competitive race with Our Starry Night 5-2 early on, and Hellacious as well.
Our Starry Night will be a substantial favorite in all likelihood by post time. Looking at multi-race bets, this horse is much, much shorter, and I don't think you'll disagree, Paul. He's the horse to beat. Looks like the speed. I'd like to see Eric Cancel be aggressive and gets back to his turf sprint first time out. He's going to be very hard to beat.
When you look at this colt, the first thing you think of is like, I want to beat this horse. Then I kept going through the field. I do think the 2 maybe is the other horse with Joel, but it's going to be hard to beat Our Starry Night. It's just the problem that I have is a Phil Bauer horse with a deep lead and stretch usually doesn't get past. But then again, there's not much in this race. So, I'm with Andy. I think the horse is going to be about 4 to 5.
Before we go to break, any other $22 winners for us, Jose?
No, I'm going to go with the 9-2 shot in here, the 5 horse. Yeah, I'm rolling with leading roll. There's so many races that Bill Morey could have gone in with this horse. He's got a condition book for Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, both tracks in Ohio. He's here in New York, and they decided to protect this horse and show up in this race here at Saratoga with ownerships that are rather aggressive most of the time. So the spot alone did it for me.
Winds up here, 21 minutes out, that mandatory pay. Pick 5 next at Saratoga. Plus, this is everyone's favorite, Sergeant Reckless on this Military Appreciation Day. What better time to visit the story of Reckless? That's next.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250. And he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire. And truly, after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk. And Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines. And especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war, it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954, is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
That story gets better every time you see it. Sergeant Reckless. A salute, still remembered, an American hero. Sergeant Reckless on this Military Appreciation Day. And there's Lou Bakke, 98-year-old World War II veteran, resident of the Wesley community, and an honor, absolute honor to have him here at Saratoga on this Military Appreciation Day. Very proud and honored to be part of this each and every summer. Thanks and gratitude to servicemen that have sacrificed so much for our very freedom to sit here and talk about horse racing and enjoy the sport we love.
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, the sentiment is the same. I mean, what the first responders and everybody's done for us over a lifetime. I mean, give us our freedom. Listen, I was fortunate enough to play baseball and then in this beautiful sport, and they've kept us safe. And I can't say enough for the first responders as well.
From everyone at the New York Racing Association, a salute on this Military Appreciation Day. Horses, as you can see in the paddock. We send things over to Acacia.
And we'll begin with the number 4, Our Starry Night, who is cutting back in distance for Phil Bauer. And I thought that Paul brought up an interesting point that typically horses from this barn, when they hit the front, not necessarily going to get run down. And that is what happened on debut. But he was a bit of a price that day. He was 7-1, debuting, sprinting on the turf at Churchill. Then last time out, they tried stretching him out. He actually leapt right up at the start too, but somehow kept the momentum going forward and stuck kind of dueling with a long shot. I thought actually ran okay. He's definitely built way more like a sprinter. He's short coupled, he's compact, he's powerful. Does have that cotton in the ears. Looks like it is the type that they will take out when he gets out onto the track or behind the gate. Just right now kind of muffling sounds, keeping quiet, but he looks tremendous and certainly fits these conditions very well as your favorite for an always dangerous barn. The number 3, Hellacious, is a little bit intriguing as Todd Pletcher looks for his second win today. This colt debuted at Monmouth on the dirt and ran well, getting beaten only a nose ahead, I should say, that day, running on late and just missing. But it was a slow race with a slow figure, and now he gets onto the turf. The pedigree is far more turf than dirt, so he's actually bred to do this, given the fact that the dam was a 2-time turf winner. The second dam was very good on the grass, winning races like the Lake George, or I should say hitting the board in the Lake George, and the half-brother in Royal Asher was a 2-time turf winner as well. So the pedigree's there, the physical is there too, as he very much has a turf hoof, slacker pasterns on him as well. Very laid back individual in here, but not uncommon for a Todd Pletcher trainee, and he too fits the conditions. We'll see if he improves. Given his first race, he would need to take a bit of a step forward. I thought the 5 leading role was intriguing, as this one is a full 2 multiple graded stakes winner, red carpet ready. Obviously not quite the level of what she has accomplished on the racetrack, but watching the first race, which was the only start on turf, he never looked to be moving comfortably to me, and then was sidelined for a while from June to May, comes back into dirt efforts. And watching those races at Churchill last time out, he moved to me like a horse that would prefer the turf, and that he had a higher knee action. He looks like turf as well, very athletic, built like a turf sprinter. Thought that he was intriguing to give one more chance for Bill Morey, whose barn is dangerous with the ones that he brings here to New York in the summer, Lafitte.
Leading role. Jose, you're on board at 9-2.
Yeah, most definitely. For a lot of reasons. First of all, I think this is a turf horse. If you watch him run on the dirt, you can see the high knee action, and I think the cutback's also going to help as well. Watching him run 6 furlongs, just that last 16th of a mile, felt like it was a little too long. So I think we're getting the right surface. I think we're getting the right distance. Billy Morey decides to move the horse up, which is extremely important to me, because easily the connections would have been fine with either dropping or running at a B-level racetrack, but they said, let's go to Saratoga, let's get back on the grass, let's get into maiden special weight, and all those are a signal of a lot of confidence to me.
Acacia shares your observation regarding leading role. We go right back to Acacia.
Right here with a special guest, Matthew DeSantis, content producer for Naira Bets. Matthew, always all kinds of exciting stuff going on over at Naira Bets, and with the Alabama and the Kings Plate coming up, there's a lot to discuss.
Absolutely. Have a little content north of the border. We have a lot of great stuff for you at Woodbine on Saturday, the EP Taylor, the Kings Plate, the whole 9 yards, and then, of course, Saturday here at the Spa, Good Cheer, Nitrogen, La Cara. That's going to be a lot of fun. We already have a stakes preview up on the YouTube channel and a lot of written analysis as well.
What about some Naira Bets promos people can take advantage of?
We got plenty of those for Saratoga. We got a $10,000 late pick 5 hit and split on both Friday and Saturday. And then Saturday's our final Travers Bankroll Builder. Bet $50 to win. In that Alabama, you get $20 back, win or lose.
I like it. Thanks as always for the time, Matthew, and all of the hard work over at Naira Bets.
Thanks so much, Keisha.
Lafitte?
So much great stuff. All that hard work over at Naira Bets as we get set to meet the field. Post-parade race number 3, Extraordinary One, English Gelding. First turf sprint since his career debut.
Unusual trajectory in this PPs leading to this race.
In the dark, solid day, second in his debut.
Yeah, I've been staying at Monmouth. Will race for Eddie Barker, son of Air Force Blue.
Hellacious number 3, first start on grass. Rod Ortiz takes over.
Well, obviously, Todd feels out of the first race. If he's going to win a race, it's not going to be a dirt race, so he's moving to another surface, see if it works out.
Number 4, our Starry Night, quick Kentucky Invader.
Yeah, the one to beat. Phil Bauer, 0 for 11 with turf sprints this year. That's a little alarming, but the one to beat, and I think looks tremendous.
Jose's top selection, leading role. He's quick, back to grass.
I'm never surprised when Maury's horses run better than their PPs, but I thought on paper it was tough to make.
Guando likes to mix it up early.
Yeah, 0 for 15 with 5 seconds. I'm surprised this horse is 4 to 1.
Lock Current, idle since mid-January.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve. His one turf sprint wasn't that good. What I want to say about Guando, I'm not sure Quando isn't as good as anybody in this race. This turf sprint, he's only 0 for 5 in the turf. I agree, I'm not betting him in here, but he's actually not a bad turf sprinter. And 2 races back, he finished second behind Spiced Up, who came back and won the stake and beat Governor Sam in his next start.
He could put pressure on the 4, right?
And he lost to a Nate. Yeah, and he lost to a Nate. And Nate came back and ran very well to be second. He's okay, but he doesn't win. I don't disagree with that, but I think, if you look at him as an 0 for 5, because he's only run 5 times in the turf, I think it makes him a lot more palatable. And only 3 of those have been sprints, and he has a second and a third and a fourth.
Just looking at our Starry Night, you've seen those colors in the winner's circle time and time again. Saratoga, Rigney Racing. This was his lone turf sprint, first career start, early May, Churchill Downs, Andy. And our Starry Night shows the way and just runs out of gas.
He was to a first-time turfer in that race. And listen, he ran very well in this race. I think if he runs as well as he did in this race, I believe it's going to be extremely hard to beat. Eric Hansel's got to be aggressive. He cannot be passive with this horse. He needs to go.
My concern with him was it looked like heading to the wire, 5 furlongs, that looked like it. Now, I know that was the debut, but another half furlong, it wasn't about to get any prettier for this horse. Comes back, stops going the 2 turns. Now, he did jump a little bit at the break. I also wasn't crazy about that maiden race at Churchill. I've kind of been playing the angle of Churchill dirt horses here. There have been turf horses, like last week I was on set for Vivuv when she won, but I thought the dirt horses have been a little bit more dominant than the turf horses have, coming from Kentucky to Saratoga.
Interesting.
I believe there's only one winner out of that maiden race. It was the 8th place finisher who came back to win on the dirt.
It makes sense that the dirt horses are going to do better because they're running 70% or more of their races at Churchill on the dirt, whereas we're running maybe half at most, maybe even less. And they're running 2-3 turf races, and the turf course has had a lot of troubles, and we have a very strong turf program here, so that makes sense. But I think the turf horses have come from Churchill I don't think any dirt horses coming from Churchill have overperformed for the most part. I think they've just run their races, and a lot of been reasonably short prices, and Joe Sharp's consistent, and Tom Amos won a lot of races. I think they're just running their odds for the most part.
Another look at leading role, and Paulie, for you, in the dark, and that promising debut to build on.
I thought it was a good race. You get the rail at Monmouth. The one thing I will say is the horse broke a step slow, but the rail was good that day. So, you could take this 2 either ways in the dark. Got a good trip or, stuck to the rail the whole way around.
Isn't it also important to point out, and this is not in any way a knock, I am a fan of Eddie Barker. I think he's a terrific trainer. This is not a real trainer change. This is kind of a loaner. I'm going to guess that the other trainer is not licensed in New York State and probably shipped this horse to run here, and they went to Eddie Barker to keep him. So I don't really see this. I mean, he can win. I'm not against him in any way. I picked him second. But if you're betting him thinking this is a trainer change to Eddie Barker, I don't know, Jose. I find that a little dubious.
This is the race we're talking about, 4th of July weekend. Paulie Monmouth, he's 8 to 1 in the dark. It runs very, very well. Something to build on moving forward.
Yeah, I thought it was a good race. When he cut to the inside, it's kind of better than the turf course there to be towards the rail. You don't want to be towards the outside on the dirt course. It seems like they've been spinning their wheels. But I thought this was a decent race, Jose. Horse ran okay, and you do get Joel aboard.
Absolutely, and the winner, Amadi Bey, came back and ran second. I believe
Improved
last
her
time.
Beyer
Yeah,
point three,
improved-
Beyer figure
and
3 when she was a first-time starter.
Right,
Or
came
he
back
was.
in the 1X for Lindsay Schultz, ran a very good race. So that's a pretty solid horse that was running away from him.
Fernando ride that horse?
No, that was Paco Lopez.
Do you think he's named this horse's name for the Grateful Dead album?
Our Starry Night.
No, In the Dark.
Oh, In
Our
the
Starry
Dark?
Night is Van Gogh.
Yeah,
We'll figure that out. while
Very
we check in
similar
with-
in talent.
Acacia,
Very similar.
Acacia, how's that in the
Van
dark
Gogh.
look?
But-
I don't even know what to say. We'll take a look at In the Dark as this horse. I agree with Andy because you look at the workout pattern and you see that he was training at Monmouth Park just on August 3rd. But that being said, so much respect for Charlie Baker as this one, or excuse me, Eddie Parker, as Eddie brings this one over here with Joel Rosario in the saddle. And Joel has done everything possible to keep this one quiet in the preliminaries. He kept him back kind of away from the rest of the field. And at first I was wondering why, because he was pretty laid back throughout. And now I see it as he started to jig jog and started to get a little bit more wound up as we get closer and closer to post time. And clearly Joel was given a bit of a warning that this is a horse that can be a bit energetic prior to the race. And so he's done everything he can to keep him settled. He did not have much warm up at all. And now as they do have to kind of all be assembling in the same location, he started to toss his head and get more on his toes. Hasn't done anything naughty or over the top yet, but just something that I noticed is clearly they've tried up to this point to do as much as they can to keep him settled. I thought that he did run well when closing down to the inside last time, and certainly a horse that makes some sense in here. Oh, there I am. As we'll take a look at the 6 Quando. I have a lot of respect for this horse. I know that he's had a lot of starts over 15, but he's one that I think continues to get kind of a little bit dirtied up in the past performances. And his last 2 starts when sprinting on the turf and with blinkers. I think you can kind of zero in on the turf starts with blinkers as well. Faced Spiced Up, who, as Andy mentioned, came back to win the Mahoney very impressively and has improved a lot. And then last time he was part of the early fight dueling with Innate, who's a very talented horse as well. He's sharp, he's on his toes, he looks tremendous as always for Bruce Levine. I know he's not a winning type, but you must respect a horse like this that always shows up kind of regardless of the conditions. But I think for what it's worth, these are his most preferred conditions, Lafitte.
Sharp, Quando, Acacia. I know you don't love him today, Andy, but Kendrick Carmouche riding, and it's easy to say because he's won a couple of grade ones recently and the win in the 4-star day, but just overall this entire summer, never mind the marquee wins, just day in and day out, race in and race out, riding so well.
No, I agree. I don't think, as you say, I don't think the grade ones have anything to do with it whatsoever. He's just riding very well. Look at the rides he gave yesterday. Being aggressive, winning that race in that pitch stretch battle, being aggressive with his horse, being even aggressive with Pineapple Man. He wasn't winning, but he gave him his best chance to win, and I think that's what Kendrick is doing primarily. He's giving his horses their best chance to win, and that's all you can ask for any rider.
Yeah, and he's, loaded with confidence, and he has every right to be.
He's a confident man.
Yeah, well, but you can see it in his riding. He might be a confident man, but you see riders, they go in and out of streaks, and right now he came up here with a mission, and he's in a zone. It started with the festival, and it hasn't ended.
He smells weakness. So the thing is you got Eric Cancel on this horse, who's only riding. He's been riding actually well, Eric. He rode a really nice race. But if Eric is not aggressive, Kendrick will find weakness and go to the front end here and put the 4 to bed. And the 4 might have to pass horses in here. So that's the one thing about Kendrick. He's so confident. You got to give that to him.
In terms of strategy race shape, is there something we're looking for early on, Jose, that could determine the outcome of the race?
I think the 7 is kind of the reason why I ended up on the 5. I think the 7 can mix things up here. With 7-2 versus Gate to Wire in his turf debut, took a bunch of money in a rather okay maiden race. Showed a lot of speed. I don't really like the 7, especially with how dead he is on the board, but I thought it could be part of the pace.
And in the 4, Eric has to be decisive. He's got to go with the 4, because if he doesn't, like you guys are saying, both the 6 and 7 can get in his way. And with Phil Bauer horses, man, I think you ride them like they can keep on going.
They tend to. Yeah.
My favorite Grateful Dead album.
Working Men's Dead or American Beauty?
Our Starry Night. To Frank Miramonti with the call.
Van Gogh was a Dead fan.
Time for the mandatory pay Big 5. Here's Frank Miramonti with the 3rd from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Loch Curran's head came out of there right as the gate opened. Our Starry Night is going to the front. On the inside, in the dark, is a close-up third through the opening stages, and Leading Roll is slicing in between rivals now, moving up to claim third. Then comes Quando, Hellacious second to last. An Extraordinary One is at the back of the field. They move into the far turn behind Our Starry Night, and the opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Our Starry Night leads the way, prompted by Loch Curran, who's a half length away. Quando a clear-cut third. Leading Roll under a ride now, fourth, 5 lengths off them. Hellacious is next, in the dark, steadying in between horses, finding a seam now. Extraordinary One on the outside there at the top of the stretch. Our Starry Night goes on. 2-length lead. Quando chasing with determination in the center of the course into second. Coming to the 16th pole, Our Starry Night and Quando. Our Starry Night a length and a half. Quando trying his best. Hellacious on the scene late, as is in the dark. Our Starry Night in front-running fashion. Quando's second, Hellacious and in the dark.
We've seen this movie a time or two at Saratoga. Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, Our Starry Night repels the charge of Quando. The favorite takes down this third at Saratoga.
And, you know, you can say it's simple. You're riding the favorite and you're supposed to win. But the reality is that all you can do as a rider is ride your horse properly. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And Eric put the speed on the lead and dominated the race.
Yeah, absolutely. He took control of the race very early, was able to get a pretty lax second quarter there, went from 22-2 to 45 flat, nearly 45-1. And he had all the horse under him when he was asked. Fortunately for him, he had Quando coming at him, who, as we've advertised, is now 0 for 16. So
don't knock Quando.
I like Quando too.
Quando, I have great love for Quando.
I
feel bad for Quando.
I love consistency, so we know what we're going to get out of him.
Consistently not winning.
Yeah.
I just think Quando's a cool horse. I mean, I know he doesn't win, but I've got a lot of.
He's been in a lot of good maiden races.
Yeah, been some good horses.
What caught your eye as they left the gate, Jose?
Yeah, Eric just being extremely decisive, and Quando actually breaking a step slow, which kind of helped Eric get the lead. Seven was able to come over and get his position. He just wasn't good enough, and unfortunately my 5 did absolutely no running on the grass. I'm sure we'll find one of those easier spots next time that Billy Morey likes to find and win. That's why he's so effective.
His numbers off the claim on the turf at Naira are remarkable. I mean, he is so dangerous. You know, the fractions, you mentioned the fractions. I don't know how to read this because the fractions on we only run turf sprints in the Mellon. The rails are out 27 feet. It's very, it's very hard to tell the fractions. 22-2 and 45-13 might be like a second slower if the rails were at 0. It's so hard to read those fractions. I don't know if this is a fast pace or a slow pace.
Well, I try to just visually watch it, you know, riders' intentions, hands, and the 4 always looked to be traveling well after the first 16th of a mile. Was able to get down to the rail and was in a beautiful rhythm from there. So whether he was going fast or not, Our Starry Night was doing it within himself.
Tell us something that our viewers might not know about Phil Bauer, the relationship Rigney Racing, and what you observed just as a trainer, the success he's had in the last few summers. We've grown accustomed to seeing him in the winner's circle.
Yeah, so Phil, it's a private job with Rigney Racing. He works full-time solely for Rigney Racing, and it's a real family environment. His family's always in the barn. The owner's in the barn often. Very good people, very hardworking people, and we've seen them come onto the scene in maybe the last 5 years or so, like on a big level, but I believe they've been all together since 2011. So they've been building up to this, and they know what to look for, and they have trust in one another. And the barn, the help's always the same. All the grooms, exercise riders, hot walkers, you see the same people year in, year out over there in the barn, and that's very hard to do in horse racing.
Team effort, long-term success, and success here at Saratoga. Another win just moments ago. Jose, it's been great having you on set again. Great job with a $21, $22 winner, and we'll look forward to having you back real soon.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Jose Santos Jr. joining us on set as our coverage continues here at Saratoga Military Appreciation Day. And a salute to Our Starry Night and Eric Cancel. Put him in position right where he needed to be, and he handled his business. A salute to the World War II vets here, fan of Military Appreciation Day at the Spa.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and noted and quoted Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And Factor This, a top 10 sire of winners since 2019. With dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The rain starting to fall. Passing shower here at Saratoga. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our Starry Night, Eric Cancel. Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer. Able to hold off Cuando. Bold run from Cuando, but just too much Our Starry Night in race number 3 to kick off this mandatory pay pick 5.
He won like the 6-5 shot should in there. And, you know, I mean, Eric took advantage of the opportunity. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities, but when he has, he's done the right thing.
And if you're live in the early pick 5, that pick 3 is not bad.
Favorite here as we check in with Acacia in the winner's circle.
The rain is just starting to fall a little bit, so we will try to sneak this in, Phil. But don't worry, as you said, your hair still looks good.
No, my hair's getting wet. I don't know what to do with that. But
as far as Our Starry Night, though, this horse really has flourished sprinting on the turf. Seems like this is what he wanted. He was always so comfortable.
Yeah, you know, I'm gotten patient at Churchill. We drew the AE's second start, and we were excited to run him. So the mile race was sitting there quick back, and I made the wrong decision. So no discredit to the horse, only on me. So glad to get him back around one turn, but just want to give a big thanks to everybody involved in this horse. He fractured his pelvis at 2, and great team of people that kind of rehabbed him and got him back to winning at Saratoga. So everybody plays a role in these wins here, so just want to make sure credit's given to the people that deserve it.
Yeah, very well said. And quickly, as we're starting to get rained on, I do want to ask you, though, about Helena's Forte, who you said is pointing to the Ballerina next week.
Yeah, you know, I think she's earned a shot. Hopefully, third start off a layoff is the winning one.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, thank you.
Philippine.
Some rain Saturday.
Acacia, you are a warrior. Firing another question. Hold on, Phil. One more. Hold on. Starting to rain a little bit heavier, but one more question for you. Love it. Our Starry Night. In the 4th, in the 3rd at Saratoga. Race number 4, turning the page. Starter allowance, 7/8 of a mile. Sprint tactical track star is out. Big scratch. Paulie, you had a bankroll play here, yes? Ranger Battalion.
Yeah, I got Ranger Battalion. I just don't know if the price is going to be a little too short for me, because looking at the will pays, I have a feeling this horse might be close to 7-5. But I'm going to put 100 to win on the 2 in here. Ranger Battalion. I also like the 7 in the next race. I almost played a double, but I'm going to try to get on the board for this week. With a 9-5 shot, I think it's going to go off of maybe 7-5 to 8-5 as the rain keeps, coming down.
Maybe a little more than a passing shower for the moment. Anyway, downpour here at Saratoga, and see, Andy, if this is going to impact anything as far as handicapping for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, I will be canceling my other bankroll bet if this rain should affect the racetrack. I'm sure they've sealed it and it's supposed to move through very quickly, but around here, you never know. It was gorgeous out a few minutes ago with no rain predicted, and here's Saratoga.
At the foothill of the Adirondack, Saratoga, you never know. how quickly the weather might change. And just another glance there with Ranger Battalion. Paul's bankroll play in this upcoming 4th race at the Spa. With so much stakes racing ahead this weekend, specifically turf sprints, a handful of them, including Skidmore, not expecting weather over the weekend like this. There's the field. This is the race that the Golden Pal graduated in a few years back. 2-year-old sprinting on turf. Schwarzenegger, his long-awaited debut. He'll break from the rail. But let's start with Sandal Song. Back from the UK, the Royal Meeting. This is the Norfolk Andy. And look at this, like he is right there in the thick of things. And then Charles Darwin finds another gear.
Yeah, listen, running third at Royal Ascot's obviously a real achievement, and the horse ran well. I don't think this was the world's best running of this race, and I'm not sure how much an advantage this horse has, considering he's going to be a short price in here, but obviously his races are good, and he's probably the horse to beat. I'm going to try to beat him, though.
It's George Weaver, Paul. It's a turf sprint. So many turf sprint wins this summer at Saratoga, and not just with Sandal Song Weaver, who also has a tough critic in here, Paul. Take a look at his debut, Keeneland, last April. And watch this relentless run from tough critic for George Weaver from far back.
Yeah, he kind of broke slow, and he just came rolling late. But when he went to the Windsor Castle, he kind of was on the front end. So a tale of two stories. But this race at Keeneland, when he broke his maiden, the Santa Caravaggio just exploded home. You wonder what's going to happen to Manny Franco gets in the iron with Flavien Prat serving his suspension.
I just don't know how strong a race this was overall, but he did make a nice run in here to get it done. I mean, we'll see if he's really necessarily good enough. His race at Ascot was just not great, but not terrible.
But these type of races, I mentioned Golden Pal, the excitement of a Skidmore, a horse that runs well here. You could see him in the Belmont Futurity next month at Aqueduct. Maybe the Indian Summer at Keeneland. The stepping stones for 2-year-old turf sprinters that eventually wind up in the starting gate for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
I mean, personally, I don't think the 2-year-old Breeders' Cup turf races should be grade ones, particularly the sprint. They're not grade one horses in general. They're the easiest races to win. Everybody wants to get them.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, you go in 5 furlongs, especially at Del Mar, 5 furlongs on the turf, you can get any fast 2-year-old. Kind of with you, they shouldn't be graded because at that time, some of the horses are a little bit more grown up than the other horses, but you're right. I think it's the ones that you kind of want to enter.
The rain continues to fall. Another contender in that Skidmore, a Spirit of New York. This was his debut right here last month against New York Brits, Andy, but Spirit of New York, who relaxed off the leaders and then really turns it on when asked.
Those race horses that ship in here from Presque Isle, and this one absolutely exploded. He's been purchased privately by Michael Dubb and others. Adam Rice owned him in his last start, and he sold him. It's probably a good move for him, but maybe a good move for his new owners. He was very impressive in here.
Yeah, still green, too. Looks like there's a ton of improvement with Spirit of New York, too.
And I'll tell you something about this race. It is pouring out, and I think you have to consider the possibility that I'm not saying we are, but the possibility that we're going to be off the turf in races 6, 7, 9, and 10. And if that's the case, then Schwarzenegger will probably scratch, and he may run the stake on Saturday.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What do we know about Schwarzenegger, who's been entered and scratched twice already? What's the reputation? What do we know about him as of now?
He'll be back.
Andy
We've heard he's
Serling,
very
ladies
good.
and
He's
gentlemen.
working like a killer. We'll see. Wesley Ward's numbers with 2-year-old first-timer starters and turf sprints, not very strong. But when you have a horse that might be as talented as him, he could be good enough to win a race like that.
Yeah, supposedly the word is out on Schwarzenegger, and obviously you don't name a horse Schwarzenegger if he's not pretty talented. But
Or
I'm kind of with
Arnold's
Andy.
gonna come for you.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Andy. I just think that it's a tough group now to debut against. Obviously, he wanted to be in the main special weight today. I think he'd be a heavy favorite, but in the Skidmore, I think it would be a little bit tough. And by the way, Schwarzenegger's best movie, True Lies.
True Lies.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Actually, the best movie that Arnold Schwarzenegger has ever been in, I like True Lies, is The Long Goodbye, the Robert Altman movie, where his first, I think it's his cameo role when he's with Elliot Gould.
And the Santa movie, what's the name of that movie? It's pretty good, too. It's when he's funny in that movie, where he's good looking for the toy.
Can't remember the name of the movie.
Not Kindergarten Cop?
No, it was a movie when he's looking for that special toy.
That might have been Kindergarten Cop, no?
I don't know. I got to look.
I've seen Predator about 1,000 times.
Great movie.
about 1,000
and
times.
Terminators are the great movies, yeah.
That's kind of how what it looked like when you would
Wow.
see what Predator saw. It kind of looked like that. Like, I'm not a meteorologist or anything tall, but like the more red and orange and yellow, that ain't good. That ain't good. It's coming down, and it's coming down hard at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live at a very wet Saratoga racecourse.
Elite Power from Frankie Dettori down the outside, but Elite Power sweeps down the outside of the 200, and Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin. Frankie Dettori from Belmont in the Jaguar colours that mean so much to this part of the world. Elite Power beating the second place Goodnight in third, running on Remake.
The power of Juddmonte.
The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player, intending to drown himself, changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes, a 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition.
The story of the Travers canoe, Paul, like not all puppy dogs and ice cream, like it gets kind of dark.
They didn't have life vests back then, or what?
You're talking about there to prevent handicappers or gamblers from going to the bottom of the lake. Wow. Yeah, fierceness, last year's Travers winner. Don't look now, but here we are, a week from Saturday, the Travers, and with all eyes on Sovereignty and the brave 3-year-olds that line up to face him.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how fast this summer's gone by, Andy, as you see the rain coming down. Andy's trying to adjust because he's gone and gets his picks in for the dirt only. You have a feeling they're going to come off, huh, Andy?
I don't know. We'll see. You know, I'm going to tell you something. all these trainers skipping the Travers to run the Pennsylvania Derby is ridiculous, honestly. Obviously, Sovereignty's very good. Well, you certainly can't beat him if you sit in the barn. And I've been around the racetrack a long time, and people didn't run scared. This is the Travers. It's a race that is incredibly important and has significantly more value for stud and for lots of things than the Pennsylvania Derby. And to be skipping it with your horses because you're afraid of Sovereignty, I think it's just preposterous. And it bothers me that that's where we've gotten in racing. As Alan Jerkins, perhaps the greatest trainer of all time, said, you never skip a race because of one horse.
Because of one horse, but just playing devil's advocate, what good does it do if you really feel that, man, I can't beat that monster? I don't need to get my head kicked in. Let's go somewhere else. Run for I'm sorry, Pennsylvania Derby Grade 1 or Grade 2? Grade 1?
Grade 1. It
Grade
shouldn't
1.
be, but it is.
And run for that person. Run for Grade 1 and not have to face Sovereignty. Like, you can understand
you mean like
the
Darren
logic.
Groom, how he didn't want to face Aloma's Roar and Gato del Sol and Santa Conquistador, because no horse actually has ever beaten, no big heavy favorites ever lost, especially up here. You know, they should have left Keen Ice in the barn. He had proven he couldn't beat American Pharaoh. You know, they really should have left him in the barn. So, I mean, you can't win if you don't run. It's the Travers, and I think it's shameful that so many people are saying, oh, I can't beat Sovereignty, I'm not coming. And to me, okay, fine. You know what? If Sovereignty loses this race, they can all sit around and think, geez, maybe I should have run. And I don't get it, and I think it's a shame that that's happened in racing, personally.
Almost get the sense, Paul, that the general consensus was that maybe if there was a vulnerability, that if you could beat Sovereignty, it would be in the Jim Dandy, where he wasn't fully cranked, and that whatever version we saw of Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy was going to be that much better in the Travers. If you subscribe to any of that, and he still went out there and won, and Bill Mott, as good as he is circling that calendar, I'm going to have this horse primed and ready for his very best on this day. There's reasons to be intimidated, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are just taking the easy way out, going to Pennsylvania Derby. It's not a style. Listen, Andy makes a great point. You win the Travers, or if it's the historic Travers, if you come and beat a horse like Sovereignty, people are going to remember that. People aren't going to remember horses like Handsome Mike, let's be honest with you.
It's the Travers. They should be running. And everybody's just, there's too many options for them, and they all run scared. I think it hurts the game.
1 week from Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Derby, Belmont winner, Sovereignty. This week, Alabama. Weather's supposed to be much better Acacia than it is right now. In a delay, what can you tell us?
I certainly hope so. Welcome to Saratoga. As we'll take a look at a couple here. They have started saddling. The valets have come out with the tack, so that is a good sign here for this upcoming fourth race. But beginning with the 2 Ranger Battalion, who did win his last 2 starts, and the most recent of which on a wet track as well. Sloppy last time out, where he was able to spend most of the race on the rail where you wanted to be, and was the benefit of having inside speed 2 starts back as well. So yes, some advantageous trips, but I felt like this was a race where there were a lot of one-number horses who had either broken their maiden or run one very fast race, and it kind of stood out. And so at least with Ranger Battalion, he's coming in off back-to-back good efforts, multiple wins. He has been consistent, and now, given our lovely afternoon at the spa, has shown too that he also can handle a wet track with no problems. They've kept him quiet in the saddling stall, and he has been an ultra pro here in the paddock thus far. The number 5 Bear Claw Necklace, my first time seeing him, his first time on a Naira circuit, but he does get some class relief as he last tried the Sir Barton, where he was pressing Crudo throughout. Crudo would come out of that and run in the Belmont Stakes with that early speed that he does have. So some good horses that he was facing that day. He stumbled at the break a little bit, but then was able to use that early pressing pace. While he is cutting back in distance today, I like that for him. He's built much more kind of like a one-turn horse, like the 7 Furlongs could actually suit him quite well. They saddled him outside in the shed row. He hasn't done anything naughty, but they were prepared. They had planned all along, it seemed, to saddle him outside of the saddling stall, just kind of standing down the end of the shed row here. Like I said, he hasn't done anything bad at all, but I do think that he is a horse who should appreciate the cutback in distance. Now, of course, he does come in off a bit of a layup, not having run since May. He's been based here at Saratoga. So we'll see if he is ready for this start. He does look fit off a bit of that layoff. The number 7, Shifty Gold, though, he, like the number 2, Ranger Battalion, does have 2 victories to his name and some level of consistency. Last time out, he was running against some salty company at Monmouth and the likes of Mr. Papa Giorgio, and he was pressing 3 wide in there as well, not able to kick on, talking about the 7, and there he is as they put the tack on. I know he's never run on a wet track before, but looking at him, he strikes me as the type of physical who will love these conditions today. He is a lighter, handier type of frame. He has very tiny feet as well. It's certainly not a hard and fast rule, but typically horses built like this will kind of skip over a wet track, or particularly one that just have some moisture in it, and he's been forward here in the paddock. I like the cutback in distance for him as well. The more I watch him here in the paddock, and the more, given some of the weather that we've had, the more he appeals, as still drizzling a bit, but the sun is peeking out, Lafitte.
Yeah, best news over the last 15, 20 minutes. Acacia, thanks so much. Shifty Gold, built to thrive in these conditions. We'll see. His last one-turn race, this was 3 starts back mid-March. Aqueduct Pauly, Shifty Gold, who stalks, attacks, and eventually draws off.
Yeah, this horse broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park for Chad, and then came up to Aqueduct and won it almost 4-1. This was a good effort, and is bred top and bottom to really like an off track. You know, they paid $210,000 for this horse to Flanagan Racing. This is the horse that's going to be launching from off the pace, but might be closer than you think in here. I thought it was between the 2 and 7, to be honest with you, in here, unless the 4 shows up.
I think they're going hog wild for the 2 because he won a sloppy track. What he did was ride a gold rail that day. He can win, but I don't think there should be that much separation in odds between these 2. And if Shifty Gold is anywhere close to 4-1, I'm betting him. 3-1,
your
I'm
top
betting
selection.
him. Yeah, and I'm betting him even 3-1.
Shifty Gold for Chad Brown, Flanagan Racing. Another look at Bear Claw Necklace and the time off, but Acacia noting that he is fit. Rad Ortiz to ride. We also will be joined by John Green, the J and DJ stable. Kind of a big weekend on tap for DJ stable with Nitrogen in the Alabama on Saturday. We might cover her and discuss her a little bit while he's on set.
He looks like a horse that could win.
Yeah, ultra talented, and if she wins that race going a mile and a quarter on dirt, woo, my goodness. She can breathe
that much more valuable.
Yeah, I would think it. I mean, she's already worth a lot, but I would think that's going to spike her up even more. Yeah.
Exciting filling.
And like Andy said, you're on a free roll. You're completely on a free roll.
Right.
She's so talented.
You missed running in the Saratoga Oaks. That's what you missed.
Yeah, 100%.
And by the way, the way Graham Motion's horse ran in that race, Laurel Lynn, I wouldn't say it's a fait accompli that she would have won that race. So it sort of makes it even easier. I mean, she may have won, but right now you can say, geez, I might have won that race. And a win in the Alabama, I mean, I got to think it increases her value millions of dollars.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's just Alabama's more prestigious than people think.
Right there with the Kentucky Oaks in terms of prestige, 3-year-old filly races. Certainly the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies every summer at Saratoga. Serious championship implications. Nitrogen, Lacara, Good Cheer. It all comes together Saturday. Fox Saratoga Saturday featuring the Alabama. Horses are still in the paddock, as you can see, in the saddling area, but the sun is out, and hopefully this delay won't last too much longer. Tractor going around for a second time.
This is the only place that reminds me.
Third time
going around. Reminds me so much of when I played in Florida. I remember one time it was raining in right field, and it was not raining anywhere else. Now the sun is out.
When we had that crazy storm with the hail early in the meet, the rain had stopped, and I went to go see my mother, and we were walking down the alley behind her house, and it was raining about 20 yards in front of me and not where I was. And I could literally see the rain coming towards me. I've never seen anything. I actually shouldn't say it. I saw it raining on the other side of Union Avenue one day here and not raining here. We canceled here on a Saturday a number of years ago when there was no rain predicted. Out of nowhere, this crazy storm came in. It did not rain in the Saratoga State Park a mile and a half away.
That's insane.
I once here with Glenn Kozak watched, and the rain never hit us. And it was pouring where Nove is, a couple miles north. The weather up here is crazy.
Life in the Adirondacks, and at the foothill of the Adirondacks, Saratoga Racecourse.
Do we know what Frank's saying? We do want to fight.
We will get back to racing very shortly.
Okay. We'd like to know if there's an
There's
announcement
a slight
on turf racing.
weather
also.
delay.
Yeah.
Andy, we'll
Andy,
get back
with
to
that
racing
rain
very,
that
very
we got,
shortly.
and we haven't had a ton of rain, do you think if we get no more rain, we can run on the turf?
I don't know. I don't want to guess on that. You know, those are decisions that Glenn Kozak and his crew will make. And I think, you know, one of the things you have to look at is we have a big couple weeks of racing coming up. And if there's any feeling that it's going to do some damage to the courses with kind of weekends coming up, you got to err on the side of caution. We'll see. You know, I obviously hope you don't come off, but that was a pretty substantial amount of rain. But that's Glenn's call.
Yeah, and you know, what, the pick six starts in race?
The courses needed it. They'll be fine
Yeah,
tomorrow.
the pick six starts in the next race, so they'll probably have to make a decision after this race. Yeah,
I'm sure they're making it as soon as
right
they can.
now. Yeah,
I agree with the pick six coming up.
How much when things like this happen, typically for you, how much adjusting, how much recalibrating are you doing as a handicapper, Andy?
Well, I mean, I hadn't considered them coming off the turf because there was no rain predicted, so I had not looked. But, you know, you never want to just bet horses. The advantage for a horse player when races do come off the grass is a lot of people have opinions and they don't care about surface. A stakes horse on the turf could be a 10-claimer on the dirt. A 10-claimer, a stakes horse on the dirt could be a 10-claimer on the turf. It's a completely different surface. So you'll often find horses that stay in that end up being underlaced because people are betting them based on their turf form. And so there is value, opportunity and value in off-the-turf races. We don't want it to rain. We want to stay on the turf. It's frustrating for everybody. But there's a lot of things that go into the decision. And keep an open mind and look at them. I will, you know, the turf races virtually are actually off. They go off after we leave the set, and if they take any of them off, I will go to my office and I will put new picks up on the website.
I think the other key is that when you get unsuspected weather like this, you're also eligible scratch. So now you're looking at, you got to find, you get better prices.
They did
now.
leave 2 MTOs in today's last race, so.
Yeah.
But you know, as of now, we don't know, you know, whether or not we're on or off the turf.
Let's go to Acacia, standing by with Safi Joseph.
Yeah, Safi, kind enough to help us fill a little time here with a quick interview. But Safi, Bear Claw Necklace, running in Stakes Company last time out. Can you tell a little bit about the thought process in cutting him back in distance today?
Yeah, this is about, he won at 7/8, and this is about his class. We feel like he should be competitive. The slop's a little unknown now. His brother won on it before, but that throws a different variable in now.
I noticed you kind of saddled him outside, keeping him quiet. Looks like he's handling everything well, though.
Yeah, he likes to kick a lot. So when you take him inside, don't matter how many times you school him, he still likes to kick the wall. So we just try to avoid that.
He was forward last time, I know, going a bit longer. Where do you expect him today?
Yeah, ideally, if he's handling the track, he'll be forward, and he likes the battle. So if he could be there within the 8th ball, he'll have a very good chance to win.
Thanks for the time, Safi.
Thank you very much.
Whiffy?
Acacia, thanks so much. Safi Joseph with Bear Claw Necklace there. He is at 5-1, 6-1. Arad Ortiz to ride.
It's a fast horse. I mean, he ran him in the Sir Barton, and just everything just did not go well. He stumbled. He had a ton of trouble in there. As you're taking a look,
he wasn't beating Crudo, but the start did not help.
Yeah, the Lasix back on will help this horse.
We are hopeful we will stay on the grass. We've heard
All right, we're going to step aside. Getting closer to resuming the racing before long. Fans there hanging out. 1863 Club, the 4th race before long here at the Spa.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Surrounded by benches and flower pots, it weighs 300 pounds, is constructed from yellow pine, and has a ball at its apex covered with gold leaf. It is the Man o' War pole and greets all who enter Saratoga's main gate. John P. Greer never left Man o' War's flank after the champion set grueling fractions in the Dwyer Stakes at Aqueduct. John P. Greer briefly headed Man o' War at the 8th pole. The Chestnut shrugged off the challenge to stop the clock in world record time. In 1959, Naira dedicated a white and gold pole shortly before the facility's grand reopening after a 3-year, $34.5 million renovation. It was the pole where Man o' War surged past John P. Greer. The Man o' War pole stood in Aqueduct's backyard until video lottery terminals were installed. It was restored and relocated to Saratoga in 2010. After all, it is at Clare Court, where Man o' War learned to accept a saddle and rider. Saratoga is also where the Chestnut captured 5 stakes during his legendary career. Grand Central Station has the clock, Old Yankee Stadium has the bat, Saratoga has the pole.
Around every corner, Paul, another piece of racing history, and that story behind the Man o' War pole. The fact that he was here and how many decades, and going back to 1863, the great horses and moments, and what we see pieces of history of this sport all over Saratoga.
A lot of people will go to Wrigley Field, and obviously I was at Fenway to interview Alex Bregman. This is the longest standing track and sports venue in America. I mean, they've been racing here for so long, even before baseball, basketball, a lot of those. Boxing and horse racing was it back in the day.
I think Fenway, 1912?
1912 Fenway.
1912,
and this is what, 50 years older?
1863.
Yeah, 50 years older. And I want to say Wrigley's like a little bit earlier than Fenway.
The history, the tradition, and part of it, the unpredictable weather, but good to see this. Riders up. And there she is, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America. The show does continue, but without turf racing. Now we can make that call official. No turf racing the remainder of the afternoon.
Nope. Unfortunately,
No
with that
surprise.
much rain, had to take the races off the grass. It's one of those things that happens. It's frustrating, but we have been blessed with good weather for the most part since opening weekend.
By the way, if you played that middle pick 5, racing 6 and 7 are going to be in all for you. So you're home. You got to just
pick 5
get
that started in race number 3.
Yeah, you got to
but
get
the pick 4 that starts in this
yes,
race.
will not.
They're
count.
not all races.
The pick 5 will be alls. The pick 4 starts here. You got to make your adjustment.
Races
Playing the middle
6,
one,
7, 9, and 10 off the turf, including the Cab Callaway. Pass along scratches and changes as we have them. Riders back up. Ricardo Santana there. This race scheduled for the main track. Allowance, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds, Ranger Battalion. Your bankroll play, Paulie, wow, even money.
Yeah, a little too short. I would have never played this horse even money, but looking at the will pays, he looks like it, and he just won on a sloppy racetrack. So a lot of people are going to see that. He did have a great trip, but I think he creates his trips. If I was going to change, I'd change to the 7, but if this horse dips under even money, it's not a good play.
Gypsy Gold, Andy's top selection. Key defection before any of the weather. Tactical Track Star out. So a field of 6, and we'll meet the field. This allowance, 7/8 of a mile sprint. Again, John Green of DJ Racing to join us right after this 4th race, talking about nitrogen and all things DJ Stable. That's right after this 4th race. As we get set to resume the show and resume racing, they're playing our song called To Post. Let's meet the field, starting with Makes Sense. Claim from Todd Pletcher by Bruce Brown. Louis Sias rides, currently 6-1.
Tough to claim from Todd Pletcher. We'll see what he does. Did have a nice win last time and cuts back in distance.
Ranger Battalion, Sharp Colt. He's won 2 straight.
Yeah, and you're looking for another effort from the inside that he can get out of the gate and kind of not control things, but sit in a good spot.
Bob's Carrot, front-running maiden winner, Churchill Downs.
Yeah, Blinkers helped this horse last time out and might improve again.
Bear Claw and Necklace, a distant 4th to Crudo and that Sir Barton Pimlico.
Also cuts back. Staffy Joseph has good numbers cutting back from routes to sprints.
Arrow Star Pictured, he's fast. Ricardo Santana now rides.
Yeah, this is tough to claim from Jose D'Angelo, too, but Wayne Potts and Ricardo Santana, they'll probably be aggressive.
Shifty Gold, just his 2nd career dirt or main track sprint.
Hate to go against Paulie's bankroll bet, but this horse to me at 7-2 is a bet. If he drops down to 5-2, I'll probably pass. But 3-1 or higher, I'm in.
Just learning the morning line favorite in the 9th race is out. Enlighten is out of the 9th race. Again, passing
Be a
along.
lot more coming.
Yeah. And the New York Stallion Series coming up as well. Cab Calloway pass along any changes. The 10 is out of the 9th as well. The 10th. The 10th, yes. 10 out of the 10th. Deemer, 6-5 on the morning line. Deemer out of the 10th race.
Yeah, those are all just turf horses that are going to scratch. You're going to see a bunch more here in a little bit. As you see the crowd.
They'll stick it out.
Sticking it out.
Our fans are the loyalist fans.
They
we
are.
appreciate them a great
They just
deal.
took cover and they all came back out. It looked like it was a
They
ghost town, and everybody came back in. It was
They know
great.
the drill.
Yeah, they
They
did.
know the drill. Nothing like that Saratoga fan base. More than 1 million visit and attend each and every summer. Bruin fans
Yeah,
in the house as well. Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, right. You just don't realize when you sit here, you're actually closer to Boston than you are to Long Island if you're driving. It's a 3-hour drive.
Great fans enough from New England, great Boston fans. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is. We got a ton of people from there, and they're some of our best
I had a
fans.
couple people recognize me at Fenway, and because I was a Met, I was accepted. Yeah.
Great stuff, by the way.
You get accepted
with
everywhere,
with
Paulie.
Alex at
Yeah,
at
it was
Fenway.
really
Terrific,
fun.
terrific
That was
stuff.
very good.
You know, and I got to speak to Alex Cora, and
You guys come up through the system together.
he was my roommate in the minor leagues. He got drafted a year after me, and then I was talking to him about Roman Anthony, who's their big star, and almost everybody talked to him and Jason Veritek, and me and Veritek got a great story to go to. I'll tell that another time. But Jason told me he's Sean Green, a better version of Sean Green. That's how good this kid is. They gave him 8
bold
years,
statement.
200 and some odd million, and he was out there working his butt off. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a big kid, line drive hitter. He's a kid you want to maybe invest in, Roman Anthony.
Exciting player to follow. We have exciting racing to follow here as we get back to Acacia as the horses make their way towards the starting gate. Acacia.
And Liffy, just wanted to give one more comment on the crowd here and the fans. They were all cheering me on as I sprinted through the rain to run up and grab my raincoat, and everybody just really kind of toughing it out and rolling with the punches, so to speak, is this weather here at Saratoga. But it has cooled off significantly, which actually feels great out here as the rain has stopped and everybody is making their way back out onto the rail to get a good glimpse of the horses heading to the gate for this 4th race. So love to see such wonderful fans here at the spa. Wanted to quickly comment on the 4, Bob's Carrot. This horse looks tremendous coming in for Steve Asmussen off the back of a big win last time out. Did run well as a 2-year-old last year, in fact finishing 2nd behind Owen Almighty, who ran a very valiant 5th in the Kentucky Derby. My one concern about this guy is the wet track. Doesn't look like it would necessarily be his favorite, but he does look like it's a horse that's doing well, Lafitte.
Great stuff, Acacia, as they have reached the starting gate. Ranger Battalion, odds on 4 to 5.
Ouch.
Chalk eating
bankroll
weasel,
play,
Paulie.
but-
What do you think, our Jonathan?
I know. And here's the thing is, I have the 7 in the next race. I just should have played a double 2-7. Or I should have exacted box the 2 and the 7 here. I actually think those 2 horses go down the wire, the 2 and 7.
Andy going with Shifty Gold. John Green, DJ Stable to join us right after this fourth race as we turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 4 from the Spa live on Fox Sports 2.
2 more. Arrow Star coming up. Shifty Gold will complete the lineup on this sloppy track at Saratoga. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a tardy beginning for Ranger Battalion. It's a quick one for Bob's Carrot. Bob's Carrot goes to the front. Bear Claw Necklace is right up alongside. And Aerostar makes it 3 right across the track. It's a gap of 5 already to Make Sense by himself in 4th. Shifty Gold is next. And the favorite Ranger Battalion is at the back of the field. The quarter went in 22-2 for Bob's Carrot, leading it by a length and a half to Bear Claw Necklace and Aerostar racing side by side, 2nd and 3rd. Makes Sense gets a little bit closer in 4th, just 4 lengths off the lead. Ranger Battalion takes 5th, and that leaves Shifty Gold at the back with 3 furlongs to run. Bob's Carrot and Bear Claw Necklace duking it out, 45-3 for that half mile. Makes Sense steadily advancing, and Ranger Battalion gets into the race 4th. Aerostar drops back wide while weakening, and Shifty Gold is the trailer there at the top of the stretch. And Bear Claw Necklace Makes Sense on the outside, and here's Ranger Battalion. Ranger Battalion and Makes Sense, these two going on with it. Makes Sense on the outside, and Ranger Battalion to the wire. It's Makes Sense and Luis Saez just in front. Ranger Battalion trying at the wire. Makes Sense beats Ranger Battalion. Bear Claw Necklace 3rd, then Shifty Gold.
Exciting finish. Luis Saez Makes Sense outdueling Ranger Battalion to the wire in the 4th in the slop at the Spa.
And you have to wonder if his being outside helped his position as far as the 2 trying to come up the fence, Paul. The 2 saved ground, but not for sure. But maybe the inside not necessarily the best place to be.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. You at one glance, you're like, okay, you got the rail run, but you could tell it's a little bit heavier down on the rail. And he kind of stopped right here. Ranger Battalion looks like he's going to win the race. You got to give Luis Saez credit. He kept the 1 kind of moving in motion, and maybe the outside did help, but still at 4-5, I had said this is a bad bet at 4-5, and end up being a bad bet because Makes Sense wins the race. And, you know, like, got to give Bruce Brown credit. Had this horse ready off of Todd Pletcher.
Not easily done.
No.
The start, I don't know how much of a difference it made. You saw the margin of victory between Makes Sense and Ranger Battalion, but somewhat of a sluggish start for Ranger Battalion here. And
Yeah.
what'd you see?
The 1 came out.
Kind of a brush
But
there.
the
and just
2
kind
broke
of,
bad and caused his own.
just like half steps left and far back.
If there's, well, first of all, it's a gate foul, so it wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter
A
anyway.
foul anyway.
Yeah.
I don't,
There is an
they're calling the
objection.
You see,
There is an objection.
Now you're getting ridiculous.
This is ludicrous.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. Because, like, listen, I bet the 2. I got the 2 and everything.
Got left.
This is ridiculous. And you can see Bruce Brown probably thinking the same thing. But Jose is claiming foul here, which is even crazier.
Objection against the rider of number 1 Makes Sense for alleged interference out of the starting gate. This is a jockey's claim of foul.
This hopefully will be. I feel bad for Bruce, but there's no way this horse is coming down.
Is this happening way more and more because of the drone shot?
I don't think it matters. It's a gate foul. It's a gate foul. There was no foul.
There was no foul. But
There
I'm
was no
saying,
foul.
are these guys taking more shots because they can see it out of the...
I wouldn't know. We should
It's
show
a-
that.
it's
We
a-
should show the hand of the start.
Another look here.
The 2 breaks slow and causes his own. Like, I understand the 1 comes out a little bit, but that spot is gone.
No, that's
We
it's
see
absurd.
that.
It's an
We
absurd
see
claim.
that in 10 races a day. We see that 8 times a day.
It's an absurd claim.
You know, here's what happened. At Del Mar, they took a horse out of the gate down, and they took a drone shot. It was a ridiculous takedown. And I think a lot of these people...
It wouldn't be as ridiculous as a takedown here.
100%. And I think a lot of people are thinking, okay,
There's
we
not
can
gonna be a
take the drone shot, and we can see that this horse cut over. If we had the drone shot with Byron, he would have been to last. I mean, come on.
That was Martin Garcia in that 2014 Breeders' Cup Classic. Garcia making a right-hand turn, leaving the gate out of this year's Kentucky Derby.
But here's my thing. When a horse gets left, as a rider, you're
the
supposed to take
one
that
didn't do
spot.
anything, right? 100%. You're absolutely right.
Right?
You're supposed to shut the door.
You're supposed to
Got
shut
left.
the door on the
100%.
horse when the horse gets left.
Ridiculous.
I
He
just
didn't do
don't
anything.
get where you're taking the art of race riding out. Jose would do the same thing.
Another look from these different angles. Are either you seeing anything that changes your perspective whatsoever?
No, and I have the 2 on everything.
There's just no chance this horse comes down. None.
I just think, we've had trainers' objections, multiple trainers' objections, which is getting ridiculous. We had this one right here, which...
Well, I mean, to be fair, Paulie, they're allowed to claim.
I get it, but come on.
They're allowed to claim. I'm not...
And we all agree we're good with this, knowing that the stewards are taking.
Yeah, this one there was no reason to look at it.
I
but
hear
Jose
you,
claimed.
I think they're taking a look. No change as expected.
Let's applaud the stewards for getting it over very quickly.
Makes sense. Luis Saez, Bruce Brown, first after the claim.
Poor Bruce is thinking, I won a race, and now I got to stick to an inquiry. Right? He's not exactly, if it was Chad Brown, you say, well, he's already won a lot of races, or Todd or Linda.
Or
but
John Green wondering if he should have brought a sleeping bag. Of DJ Stable. He'll be joining us right after the break, talking about that filly, Nitrogen, explosive on grass. Saw what she did in the slop. What will she do in Saturday's Alabama?
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Makes sense? Well, it certainly made sense today. Closing to get the win for trainer Bruce Brown, who's joining me here. Bruce, a great claim, which paid off right away. Tell me a little bit about what was appealing about this horse.
Yeah, it's just these owners, Lunch Cup Syndicate, Kevin Gray is the managing partner. He's not afraid to take chances on horse like it's risky, maiden 50, but he likes he likes the high upside more than the established horses. He likes to take chances, and sometimes you get some bad ones, but it pays off if you get a good one.
And certainly paid off right away with this guy here. I thought Luis Saez did a great job in kind of closing on the outside and getting that clear run with him.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure about the distance, but last time when he won, he broke really sharp going a mile and eighth, and they took him back. So I thought the main thing was just staying close enough to where he didn't have too much to do. And that when I saw him kind of sit in the perfect trip, not too far back, I was like, he'll put his run in, and we should be right there. So.
A nice finish for sure. And of course, we did have that objection at the start. What did you see or anything Luis Saez said about that, which was put down pretty quickly?
I'm not going to tell you what Luis said, but you could tell the two went out first, and then we kind of took in the empty space. So if we did go out, but the other horse had already went out before him, so it was kind of they hardly ever do anything out of the gate. It has to be pretty bad. So.
Thanks for the insight, Bruce. But of course, congratulations as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bruce Brown with the victory here, as makes sense. Gets the win, cutting back in distance as this horse certainly flourishing on the turnback and in the new barn here. Excelling at the 7 furlongs. Luis Saez in the saddle, $13.80 winner over your 4-5 favorite Ranger Battalion. Luis Saez in the saddle. Lafitte Bruce keeping it PG for TV, but seems right call was made after that objection.
Probably the right call. Acacia, as we are now joined by very special guest John Green of DJ Stable joining us on set. John, thanks for taking the time and sticking out the delay. Great to have you on set.
Look, it took me 20 years to get on set with another hour. It's not a big deal.
Well, you said you left your windows open.
I left my windows open. That was the only bad thing. So I may have to jot out of here.
You're not the only one. You're not the only idiot up here.
Yeah, thanks.
For DJ Stable, and going back over the decades, the story of how it all came together and your family's involvement, your mother and your father, it's fascinating. I don't know that most are aware just how far back the family operation goes.
Yeah, we go back to the 80s, if you can believe it. So when I was a little kid, almost in middle school, when we first got started in the industry, and it was totally a fluke. My dad had popped his Achilles tendon, and he was a competitive tennis player over the summers, and couldn't play, and was driving everyone crazy. So my job as like a 9-year-old was to walk him around the block in his wheelchair. And a neighbor saw us and said, "Hey, instead of letting your dad sweat out here in the sun, why don't you come to Monmouth Park with us?" So of course the horse won, and kind of the rest is history. And then we started getting involved. And at one point, we were third in the nation in wins. We had over 100 wins 3 straight years, and realized that we were losing money hand over fist. And at that point, we turned it into a business.
Fate bringing him to the racetrack, and
Right.
all these years later, and wanted to show your first Grade 1 winner. Do it with style. This isn't the Grade 1 that she won.
Right.
She was an eventual Ashland winner. That's it. Aqueduct, early January 1991, and a very, very young Mike Smith in the saddle.
A very young Mike Smith, a very young John Green, a very young Gary Quintel. We were all babies back then. I mean, it was crazy. But that was the race before she went against Meadowstar, where she went head-to-head with Meadowstar, and we learned that she didn't like getting hit by the whip. So we actually told the rest of the riders for her remainder of her career, don't even bring the whip out. No crops on this filly at all. And she went on to win the Grade 1 and made $500,000.
Meadowstar, a monster, 2-year-old filly champ, still included Flightline, the shortest price favorite ever to win in the Breeders' Cup, or win in the 90 juvenile fillies. John, and your family and your father, it wasn't just owning racehorses, also involved in a co-owner, the Nets pre-merger, the ABA Nets. There's the image there, and the
Wow.
two tied champions in 75 and 76.
Yeah, that's really where Dad cut his teeth. He always was a wannabe athlete, but like the rest of us, we were just kind of vertically challenged. So instead, he worked hard, became an accountant, and slowly got into buying a very little piece, like the equivalent of like a toenail on an athlete piece of the Nets. And it was back when they were playing in Rutgers Arena, and that away to Piscataway. That's how long back we go.
The ABA, huh?
The ABA.
Yeah, the ABA. They still played at Piscataway after they became an NBA
Yep.
team for a while. I
Yep.
so watched a lot of games back then with them, but of course they didn't have the doctor at that point.
No.
You said he got sold.
He did.
So his
Roy
contract
Bowe.
actually got sold because there was a long story, but basically the Nets couldn't pay for the entry fee to get into the league because the Knicks had that radius.
And
that region.
It's interesting. A lot of racing people with the Nets, right? Because after that, Joe Taub owned them.
Exactly.
And Joe owned Sensitive Prince, among other horses, a
Yep.
tremendous racehorse of the Chief train that almost beat Affirmed up here.
Yeah.
So a lot of racing connect. And then, of course, Avery Johnson coached them, and Avery's one of our great fans.
Absolutely. And the nice thing about it is those athletes don't ask to renegotiate contracts. They don't need suites. No offense, Paul, but there's a certain little bit of prima donna-ness.
You named a lot of horses. DeGrom, Syndergaard.
Right.
I mean, a ton of different horses, right?
Senga, Ewing.
Senga?
Now Ewing, who just won, is undefeated in back-to-back
Patrick
races.
know?
Patrick, I don't know if he actually knows or not.
Gotta get him out the track.
I
Come
know,
on.
we'd like to. You'd like to.
Gotta
The
get him
problem is if he
out
comes
here.
out here when it's raining, he's like the immediate lightning rod. You
Yeah,
don't want to do that.
He's Jamaican, so he has to like horse racing.
Okay, that's true.
Everybody's
At least
Jamaican,
Aqueduct, right?
And if it
No,
sounds
the
like
Jamaican's the greatest
if it
race
sounds like
event
John's
anywhere,
done
ever.
this before, it's because he has, and you have to check out the Rail Talk podcast. Really good stuff. on Real Talk. This weekend now, and the excitement of nitrogen, and despite she's done most of her work on grass, here she is in her second start on a main track. What are your thoughts going in about her chances in the Alabama?
We're super excited. I mean, there's a reason why the Alabama has the recognition and the pedigree of the Alabama. It's because it's a legitimate Grade 1. In this race, you know, you can talk about Good Cheer, who won 7 stake races in a row and maybe stubbed her toe on a bad racetrack. You have, you know, I think the race actually goes through Mark's other horse, Lacara, you know, what has explosive speed. There's no real speed in the race other than her. Nitrogen may be able to hang with her for a little bit, but I don't think we want our 2 horses to go nip and tuck for the first half of the race. But, you know, going back to what Paul and Andy said before, you know, Nitrogen is worth so much more if she can earn a Grade 1 next to her name on the dirt. And we have the mother, we have the half sibling that's a gun runner filly that we named Sniper, and we plan on keeping, you know, the female family alive and around for a long time. So getting a Grade 1 on the dirt, you know, does supersede getting a Grade 1 on the turf.
And it's a free roll for you. I mean, you've got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
And, you know,
Exactly.
she's going to lose races. She lost last time. She's damn good. You can always go to QE2 if she loses this race.
Exactly. And, you know, right now the world's our oyster because she has other 3-year-old options. And then in October, we can kind of make a decision as to where we want to go. You know, do we want to go turf or dirt?
Lost nothing in defeat in her last race in the Belmont Oaks. Your relationship with Mark Casse, how that came together, I thought it was fascinating that he's celebrating his 4,000th career win, and for DJ Stable, my 2,600th overall win over at Colonial with Witchcraft.
Yeah,
we were pulling against you, by the way.
I'm sure. I'm used to it by now. You know, believe me. And, you know,
he's a big down rooter, so you know, no surprise.
You're going to be right 5 times out of 6 if you root against us, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, this was $1 million Tappet filly that we bought, and you know, she stakes placed. She's going to be you know, in the November sale for us. But it was great that we got to align the stars with Mark's 4,000th victory. I think going into it, we were on like 25.99 for 2 straight weeks, and I was starting to sweat it. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" We had 7 seconds in 14 starts.
Where's your sign?
So we don't need no stinking sign. We just want the check. That's the sign for us.
Tell us something about Mark Casse that our viewers that we don't know.
So Mark is very detail oriented. And even though he has outfits in 5 or 6 different places, Toronto, Florida, here, Kentucky, you know, all over the place, he is constantly on the phone, watching videos of the horses and getting an idea of, you know, where everybody is. I'm amazed. I get worn out watching him, actually. Just watch videos of all the horses that are training in the morning, talking to everybody. The nice thing about it is when Mark tells you something, it's going to happen. So if he says we're going to run this horse here, we're going to avoid this race, blah, 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 that you can take it to the bank. And I think that in this business, a lot of trainers kind of, you know, believe their own hype, and this horse is going to get to the Breeders' Cup after it breaks his maiden 25, you know, and you just kind of go, But when Mark tells you something, you have to sit up and really take notice because he's got 40 years plus of experience, and he can kind of see the picture develop 3 moves in advance.
Right before the Acorn, told our audience a couple of days before, what are we doing? We're going to the lead. They want to run with us? Fine. That's what we're doing, is going to the lead, and we saw how that all ended.
The reason why we even have Nitrogen is because we've had Mark look at every single one of our foals when they were, you know, literally they weren't even weaned yet. They were still with the mares. And Mark looked at them all, and he said, that Medallia filly, she breathes different air. So I went home and looked to see on the periodic table which elements are lighter than oxygen. Nitrogen was available. And so she's been named Nitrogen from the time that we registered her. That's how much we thought of her. That's how much Mark thought of her back then.
This past spring, first Saturday in May, your journey was Sandman, the win in the Arkansas Derby, the Kentucky Derby experience, and what's in his future? It sounds like a surface switch.
You know, and Sandman's another horse that he's kind of, you know, he kind of is a prisoner of his own success. He's run so well on the dirt that we kept running him on the dirt. But if you look at his pedigree, his half-sister was a 4-time stake winner on the turf. The second dam, you know, Moon Over Miami, placed or won in 4 graded stake races, including the Man of War and the Pan American. And then the third dam's by Sadler's Wells. So you'd be like, hey, you know, why didn't you ever run him on the turf before? It's because he was running so well on the dirt, we didn't want to switch. Now he's shown us he's just not at that level with journalism and, you know, and the Baeza and Sovereignty. The top 3 or 4 3-year-olds, I think, have kind of gone on. And now we're like, okay, let's see if the change of surface is going to help his style, because he needs for a race to be set up perfectly for him on the front end in order to win. And as you guys know, that's a turf horse right there, you know, basically with his running style.
Great stuff. Great insight, John. Where can our viewers catch Rail Talk?
So it's Rail Talk Podcast. It's on all the streaming channels live, and we just celebrated our 100th
You guys take it
show.
too seriously, though. You guys take it way too seriously.
There it is. Yeah, we have a really, really good time. And then we're also selling a bunch of mares this November in a curated reduction. So we've accumulated mares over the years and years, and we put 30 of them in because the top end of the market is just starving for those kind of horses. In full to the best kind of stallions that are out there, and look for them in the Keeneland November sale.
It's a terrific show. Make sure and check it out. John, thanks so much for stopping by. Best of luck this weekend with Nitrogen in the Alabama.
Thanks. I appreciate it very much, guys.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
And go roll your windows up. You never know.
Exactly.
You
I'll swim home.
never
Go
know.
Mets. Let's go Mets.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by Met fans here. John Green joining us on the set. Big weekend on tap with the Alabama and Nitrogen as our coverage continues on this Thursday afternoon. This fifth race coming up. $17,500 claiming event as we check in with Acacia in the paddock. Acacia.
And Lafitte will start with the horse that's taking a lot of money and coming in off of a massive layoff, and that is the number 3, Dark Vector, who is getting a big drop in class and has faced some very tough competition. Just the only thing is he has not raced since January of 2024, so a year-and-a-half layoff that he has to overcome in here. But looking at him, he does look fit coming back, and he is dappled from head to toe, making his first start for Kerry Bryan as well. And as mentioned, he, along the way, ran in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens back in 2023. So certainly some races to go back on. This is the lowest that he has been racing for. He did come back into the paddock and was a little bit vocal and distracted. He is still a full horse. And looking back at my notes, this is a guy that along the way used to get very studdish sometimes before his races. Now that they've got the tack on him, he's settled nicely. So he's not doing anything naughty at all here. And like I said, he does look pretty fit and strong coming back off of the bench. Obviously, the layoff is something that he will have to contend with, but looking so far so good. Right to his inside, the 2, True Connection has been in good form recently for Brad Cox, though took a while to break his maiden, and he did so for 20,000, 2 starts back going the mile and on a wet track as well. Last time out, finished 3rd behind Who's the King, who wired the field, and there was no catching that horse that day. Now, you could say that True Connection did some more of the dirty work given the fact that he was forward and was chasing throughout, but I do wonder. The pace did hold together. The winner was taking a big drop in class and was forward that afternoon, and it was going a mile in an 1/8. I like the cut back to the mile for True Connection, and he is pretty sharp here in the paddock as well. And like I said, he's been in fine form. I just wonder how much credit to put on him out of that race. To his inside, as we'll keep going towards the rail, the one Still a Soldier I thought was a bit intriguing. He's a horse that on dirt to 2 and 3 back, and I know it was at Finger Lakes, but he was facing way better even early on in his career, running against the likes of Unmatched Wisdom at the start. So this is a really significant drop in class. Also, he came back off of a 6-month layoff last time out in July 6th trying the turf, and actually does look like a horse who could handle the turf. But that being said, he just really looks like he needed a start. He got really hot, which oftentimes is a real indication of a horse that needs a race off the bench and is not completely fit. He also was one that could tuck up a little bit, and he has done that. He got a lot out of that start, far more fit today, and I think very intriguing on the class drop. Lafitte?
Really good stuff, Acacia. That paddock report brought to you by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
What a scam.
As we send things over to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Racing Association at this time welcomes several members of the United States Armed Forces to Saratoga Racecourse in celebration of Military Appreciation Day. They join us now from the Saratoga paddock for the ceremonial call of Riders Up prior to today's 5th race, named for Military Appreciation Day.
Riders Up!
Riders Up!
It's a special day, an important day, Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga. Every summer, Riders Up, as we recognize the courage and sacrifice of all service members, past and present. In this fifth race, the pick six, just a $17,000 restricted claimer, Andy, but a really competitive race.
Yeah, this is a very, very competitive race. I mean, even look at the board. You know, I mean, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, all very similar prices. The 8 taking some money in here. I'm interested in the 3 Dark Vector off the long layoff, but I got to get better than 7-2 in this race. I mean, off a horse layoff like that. So if he drifts up a little bit, but I like the 3, 1, 2, 3 basically. 3, 1 are my 2 horses, Paulie. What are you doing here?
For you, Paul.
I like the 7. I know I'm taking a shot here with the 7, but when I look at this race, a lot of these horses have dropped for the 17.5. The 1 and the 3 haven't. Those are my 2 concerns. But I do think with the rail draw, I thought the 1 was a better bet than the 3 maybe, but the 3 is working well, so I can see where you're going. I think the outside draw will help the 7 and maybe can stay within contact, and Jose Lezcano's been aboard this horse before. I know 1 for 15 lifetime, but I think the 7 or the 8 were the 2 upsetters in here.
100 to win. Paul's bankroll play. Always be smart. 10 to 1. Facing softer today. Jose Lezcano to ride. We'll meet the field here for this restricted claiming event. Mile, Wilson Shoot, and starting the pick 6. As the sun is out and what looks like a bright and beautiful Thursday afternoon in Saratoga Springs. Call the post. We start with Still a Soldier. Back to dirt. Slop. Class drop.
Ran well in the slop at Finger Lakes, and I think he's a very interesting horse getting back to this surface.
9-2 currently. Ricardo Santana to ride. The gray, Still a Soldier, followed by True Connection, 3rd at the level last month.
I thought this horse would probably be your favorite, and it's your tepid favorite right now for Brad Cox.
Number 3, Dark Vector, Andy's top selection, unraced in 19 months.
Handles a wet track. He's got good dirt form. He's just got to come back in a year and a half and run well. His owner, Jordan Wyckoff, told me he's been ready to run for a while.
Dark Magic, claimed from Bill Mott by Linda Rice.
Yeah, I just wonder if this colt is good enough, but maybe a sloppy racetrack. Didn't run well over at 2 back.
Landauer, 22 to 1, back to the main track after 3 turf spins.
Goes out from my friend Steve Bick's DT Stables.
Good
He's
luck,
going to need
Steve.
a massive collapse to get any piece of this.
Got a guy, 2nd at the level last month.
Everybody's got a guy. This guy ran a good 2nd last time out.
Jose Ortiz finished 2nd in the last race. Always be smart. Paulie's bankroll play.
I don't like this horse, but in respect to Paulie, I consider him a contender because I respect your opinion.
Go get him, Paulie.
Thank you.
Ultimate Strike, number 8, 4th in that common July 25th race.
Yeah, you know, Norm Cassie claimed this horse 3 back, and he's put blinkers on, and has resulted in no speed. Maybe today a little bit better.
Burn Rubber sounds like a horse Kendrick Carmouche would ride, unraced since graduating in January.
Yeah, a 7-month layoff for a horse who needs to get a lot faster to be competitive. Thus a big price.
As mentioned, competitive race. This 5th, pick 6. See True Connection revving his engines. Manny Franco aboard his latest victory. This was 2 races back. Aqueduct, sloppy track. True Connection, Andy in control every step.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a much softer field he was running at that day, but he fits in this race, and that's why he's favored. I don't really have he's running very slowly right now, but he'll speed up eventually.
That was a good race. I mean, he was supposed to beat that field, right? First time in the Brad Cox barn being, I want to say, 0 for 13 going in the race under Wayne Potts, and this took this field gate to wire.
And he got caught chasing the favorite last time out. He didn't run badly.
He didn't run bad. He was in the 4-path most way around. This race at 7-2, I thought the 1, the Phil Antonacci dropping, and the 3 was the better proposition than the 2, but I might be wrong because the horse looks tremendous on the racetrack.
Does he have to be in front to win? He's 1 for 15 lifetime, and how does the race shape up for him on paper, True Connection?
Well, he probably should be sitting close. Man, he's aggressive. He can sit close. The 3 is supposed to be the speed in here, and Imagine Irad will be aggressive with maybe Burn Rubber off the layoff and Kendrick, but I don't think that True Connection is going to be far out of it early, Paulie.
No, not at all. And I would think she'll get placed as forward as she can be from that inside slot. Or Manny's going to try to place her. And this starts off your pick 6, by the way.
I'm surprised to see there aren't really scratches in the 7th race today. As of now, nobody's out but Friend of the Devil.
Yeah. Scratch this morning, I'm being told, also in the 6th race, 159, including Schwarzenegger out of the 6th race.
Only
the 2, 3, 7, and 8
horse field,
are running.
2, 3, 7, 8. Race number 7, Andy's right. There's not many horses scratching. And
just one at this point. Now
just
maybe it'll
one.
change after this
and
race.
The best dirt horse in there is 12-1 on the morning line, Butta.
He is on dirt. He lays over the field.
Get to see Schwarzenegger likely tomorrow in the Skidmore. Maybe he graduates
Saturday.
in the Saturday Skidmore, right before the Alabama.
I imagine
maybe he
Wesley will run
graduates in the Skidmore, just like Golden Pal.
Did he break his maiden in the Skidmore?
Yep. Third career start after running second or third in Royal Ascot.
Okay.
He was pretty good.
He was pretty
He actually lost his first start?
First 2 starts. Yeah. To your occasion.
Yeah, I actually remember Golden Pal vividly because it was during COVID and I was still down at Gulfstream Park because nobody really knew when you'd be able to ship, when any of those races would run. And so Wesley Ward was kind of stuck running all of his 2-year-old turf horses on the dirt and the 2-year-old races available at Gulfstream Park. So Golden Pal actually debuted on the dirt at Gulfstream, and Wesley told me this is the best horse I've ever run. And he got beat that day, and it was just a matter of time until he got a chance to run on the grass when he was able to break his maiden up here so impressively. And turns out Wesley was right. So we'll see what Schwarzenegger does this weekend. But looking at horses on the track here, the 4 Dark Magic. I picked this horse on the handicapping show because I really thought that the class drop had made a difference for him last time when he was able to be a bit more forward. He's a horse that's been so good looking and attractive throughout. I will say today he got pretty hot out on the track, and I'm not completely sold that he will love the wet track. He was running against much tougher 2 starts back when hit the post, wired the field on a wet surface, but Dark Magic did no running that day. So we'll see what he can do first off the claim for Linda. Quickly back to the 7, Always Be Smart. This horse warmed up beautifully on the wet track, so good luck with that bankroll play, Paul.
Feeling a little bit better about your bankroll play. 100 to win at 8-1.
I like it. Let's go, Keisha.
Always be smart. Go get him. 5-2 at post time is True Connection. Andy going with Dark Vector. Frank Miramati with the call. Time for the Pick 6, race 5 live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here's Always Be Smart going in. Ultimate Strike. Dark Magic. And the other Linda Rice entrant, Burn Rubber. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Dark Magic is sent out of there. And on the inside, Dark Vector. Dark Vector is up to take the lead. Dark Vector in front by 2. Burn Rubber now moves into second, and they're followed by True Connection in third. It's a gap of 5. Dark Magic is 4th. Still Ace Soldier is next, followed by Ultimate Strike. Got a Guy. The 2 trailers are Landauer on the inside of Always Be Smart. 24-1 for Dark Vector, who's left alone on the front end under a Rad Ortiz Jr., heading to the half-mile pole by 2. With True Connection a clear-cut second. Another 2 back to Burn Rubber, asked for a little bit more in third. Still Ace Soldier is in the thick of it. Moving up on the inside now, trying to claim third. Now it's 6 or 7 back to Got a Guy on the outside of Landauer. Ultimate Strike, Dark Magic is losing ground, and Always Be Smart. 47-2, Dark Vector, True Connection separating themselves, and True Connection within a half length of the pacemaker as they come to the top of the stretch. A gap of 5 back to Still a Soldier in third. Got a Guy is for top of the lane. True Connection, Dark Vector on the inside. Still Ace Soldier grinding away within 3 lengths of them. Got a Guy out in the center of the racetrack in Landauer. Here's Still Ace Soldier coming through smartly, running down the embattled leaders and opening up as Got a Guy moves right into second. It's Still a Soldier on Military Appreciation Day. Got a Guy finished second. Dark Vector third. True Connection was fourth.
Back to the main track. Class drop. All adds up to a W for Still a Soldier and Ricardo Santana to kick off the Pick 6 at Saratoga.
I guess nothing's wrong with the rail. So he came up the fence and Got a guy picking up the pieces for second here after Still a Soldier picking up the pieces on the 3 and 2. Looked like True Connection was home, and he stopped, Wally.
But it's just like, it's such a bad play by me with the 7. The horse is such a just a toad out of the gate. He broke so bad. And if you look at the 1, the only other horse dropping for the 17, and you get 5-1 on this horse. Class prevailed here, and Phil Antonacci's having a good
Yeah, he is. Lindy Farm, Still a Soldier, and Ricardo Santana started riding almost a half-mile out. I mean, he had to work to get Still a Soldier to find his best ride and keep him going.
Yeah, and Andy was right. It was between the 1, 2, and 3, but watch the beginning. 7 is done at the break. He cannot, I mean, even Jose's asked him out of the gate, and it's just over with. The 4 kind of came out in everybody, so there might be a double objection being lodged. But it was just, when the 3 got to the front end, if he would have had any more bottom, he wins the race. But he just got a little tired because he was off that layoff.
Too much Still a Soldier. And B goes on for Ricardo Santana. We know what to expect from the Ortiz brothers, right? Like that they've won 9 of the last 10 titles or whatever it is at Saratoga. But these stories in terms of surprises and jockeys that have been doing as well as they have at Saratoga, Ricardo Santana, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick's riding great, and Ricardo and getting his new agent here with PJ Campo has really worked out well for him.
Another win, Still a Soldier to kick off the Pick 6. That'll wrap things up for Paul, Andy, and myself. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon. Greg Wolf and the crew stepping in with a late Pick 5 on tap. Again, no turf racing the rest of the way, and also have the Cab Calloway still coming up as our coverage continues from the spa. We'll step aside. We'll get you those results and reaction following Still a Soldier's win with Ricardo Santana in the 5th. Be right back. Much more Saratoga Live coming your way.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live in Race 5. Still a Soldier. What a good hunch play on Military Appreciation Day. I'm going to see if I can slide in here, and Frank Antonacci is with me. Frank, would you mind a quick interview? Sure. We're sliding in here after the winner's circle. Frank Antonacci from Lindy Farms joining me here as Still a Soldier got the win. Frank, Phil, your son, who trains this horse, of course, has been having a really solid maiden, placing the horses in the right spot.
Yeah, they've been placed in the right spot. This horse here, it took a little while to come around, but it seems like he's getting there now, and the whole team did a great job, Alex especially.
It seemed like he really benefited from that last start as well. So much more fit and settled today, and nice ride by Ricardo up the rail.
Yeah, Ricardo did a great job, and the whole team did a great job, you know, and thank Naira for having such a great race meet here.
And it has to be a lot of fun, of course, winning at Saratoga. I know it's a family operation for you guys as well.
Yeah, it's great up at Saratoga. We have a house up here. We've been coming up here for 15, 20 years. Family comes up, kids come up, try to get the next generation going. We have a great time.
I love it. Well, enjoy today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Keisha.
Frank Antonacci, the Antonacci family, with Still a Soldier, getting the victory here up the rail, as we do see members of the military joining us here in the winner's circle. And on Military Appreciation Day, we say a tremendous thank you to those men and women in arms who have fought for our country and made such sacrifices for our freedom. As we turn the page now to race number 6 coming up next, it is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. So compact field here. The ones staying in are 2, 3, 7, and 8 right now. First-time starter Belgian Fort George Weaver taking a lot of attention as this horse will stay in. Son of Bo Liam will get a chance to learn a little bit more about these 2-year-olds. Welcome in Greg Wolf and the rest of the crew. After this, as Saratoga Live continues, we'll kick off the late pick 5 after this.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, federal judge. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet.
Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Longest at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes. Saratoga.
Welcome to Thursday action from the premier meet in the country, with the Alabama inching closer. Today's Cab Calloway, a major defection and surface switch. Can George Briggs take advantage as he drops back in against New York breds? For the meet's leading trainer, Mark Casse, eagerly awaiting the weekend. 2 chances to win a race he's coveted his entire career. Nitrogen, sensational on a wet track on Belmont Stakes Day. For recent works over the dirt, give her Hall of Fame conditioner even more confidence. And Friday Can Anyone Stop? The future is now in the Smart and Fancy. She's won 6 of her last 8 starts, but faces one of only 2 fillies to beat her
during that streak. We'll have a preview to come. Welcome to the second half of this card here on Saratoga Live in upstate New York on Military Appreciation Day, as the New York Racing Association recognizes the courage and sacrifice of all service members past and present in what has become an annual day to honor our service members. Great to have them on site this afternoon as we get set for race 6 coming up. Greg Wolf alongside champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, former champion jockey Richie Migliori. Obviously a lot of big changes with the weather that came through in here. That Cab Calloway division, New York Stallion Series, it comes off the grass, and now you got to take an extra long look at the horses with the dirt form.
Yeah, and it's tricky. You know, I was expecting there to be a lot more scratches, right, in a grass race. But I think that's part of being the New York bred, right? There's so much money on the line in these races. These New York breds, they find it to be worth it just to stay in, give it a shot, see what happens. They're all lightly raced. Who knows? You might have a horse that loves the dirt.
Howdy, 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 hey. Here we go. So, look, when this was going to stay on the grass, Front of the Devil was so interesting. He'd been so great, Mig. Sprinting on the grass was going to stretch out. We'll wait to see that for another afternoon, hopefully. But now, look, Butta, with that dirt form, cast a coin, the 6. Do they become the horses to beat in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Butta's definitely where the conversation starts. As a horse who's handled going a little bit longer, has handled dirt, can be a little bit more forward. The 6 cast a coin still has a lot to prove from a quality standpoint, but the race definitely does change quite a bit.
Yeah, certainly Butta has faced much better, and he's got proven dirt form. And, you know, the complexion of the race changed entirely with the surface switch. It was a pretty nice day, and all of a sudden, it got dark, ominous skies, and it really let loose. We got a lot of water in a short period of time. But, yeah, you know what? Lane Leslie's been struggling, trying hard, riding a lot of horses that maybe don't fit. Maybe he gets a little lucky today.
See if it pays off coming up. That will be part of the late pick 5, which kicks off in just about 16 minutes. As you get signed up here to play along with us here in this late pick 5 all summer long and beyond at NYRA Spot 200. That code to use for new members at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at NYRABets.com. So this race meant for the grass to start off the late pick 5. It comes off. We're off the turf the rest of the day. 5.5 furlongs now main track as all these 2-year-olds try and get that first win of their career. And just 4 remain. Throckmorton, Jose D'Angelo, JK actually debuted on dirt on a sloppy sealed track and showed early speed and hit the board.
Yeah, it took some money that day after breaking a little bit slow. Ran into a couple of nice ones and Curtain Call and Tagermine, and I would imagine that based off of that last race, it makes sense. But the money is coming in pretty spread out on all of these horses in here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in this spot, even though it's only a 4-horse race.
Well, that's your current favorite. There is Throckmorton, has that race under his belt. It came on a wet track here at Saratoga. Will that benefit him here for start number 2 as we get set to kick off this late pick 5 on the Thursday card from Saratoga.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the number 2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and number 2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Saratoga Live. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kitchen, Richie Migliori. And we'll have Maggie Wolfendale coming in shortly here as we get set for this 6th race compact field of 4. We're a little bit shorter since we went away to break on that 2-year-old with the race under the belt here at Saratoga, Throckmorton, as they get set to come on track here in a moment. George Weaver, though, been tremendous with his 2-year-olds, setting out a first-timer here to the inside of Throckmorton, Belgian with more. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Greg. As we'll take a look here at that first-time starter, Bo Liam, still haven't really come accustomed to what to expect, I should say, from the Bo Liams. We don't know if they handle the turf, though. We know they handle the dirt, not the turf, reading my old notes from when this was on the grass. But he is 2 for 18 with his first-time starters. There is a bit of dirt pedigree, actually have to, in New York bred stakes when they're going long on the dirt. But this guy, he definitely looks more like a sprinter. He's been incredibly professional here in the paddock. Watching his work on July 5th, which was on the main track, that 47-4 from the gate, he broke very well whilst on the inside of a unraced stablemate, and he was still in hand at the end. So I really appreciate that, showing that he can definitely handle the main track here. And I'm sure that's why George opts to leave him in. And if anything, I think the moisture in the track should only help his chances. He did sell for $185,000 after working 10 flat. He was asked a little bit. He never switched leads, but what I liked is that he never looked like he was going that fast, as you'll check it out here now. As you see, lingering, not wanting to necessarily switch, though the rider not asking that aggressively for him to switch to his proper outside right lead. But again, he just does not look like he's going that fast. So he hints at covering a good amount of ground, which I like to see. And furthermore, he's acting like he's been here, done that. And I think that's always a good attribute to have for a first-time starter. Now, that can't be said of number 8 in here, Silver Sniper, as we have 2 with experience, 2 without. And Silver Sniper is a son of freshman sire Silver State, who has yet to have a first-time out winner. It is a little bit of a better dirt pedigree overall, and kind of had me questioning why Joe Sharp entered him for 5.5 on the turf, because honestly, he looks like he wants to go definitely longer than this. He's quite big. He's quite of very much that Silver State kind of frame, where he's very upright, very much hard spun coming through there, but he is definitely a bit green here in the paddock. He was a little bit flighty to get the tack on. He's been the most talkative by far, looking for some friends, and nobody's talking back. Feels like that nerdy kid at school, poor guy. I'm gonna watch him with interest. I did like what I saw from him, albeit in a slow workout. He kind of runs with his head really low and extending himself well, but again, Greg, that just says to me that probably more distance is going to be favorable.
5-2 on this first timer. Thank you, Maggie. Silver State, sire of this one, put together 6 wins in a row, including a Met Mile.
Yeah, he got on quite a roll there for Steve Asmussen. This horse, too, has his Silver Sniper, the 8, has his tail tied up. You could see the old timers used to do that anytime the track got sloppy, because they felt like a horse would pick up 5 or 6 pounds of mud in their tail and, in essence, slow them down, carrying that extra weight, dragging that along. You don't see it that as often anymore, but his tail's not docked. It's just tied up.
Or a horseshoe.
Or a horseshoe, as we saw with Gunrunner. And that was the Whitney, right, back during his career.
Yeah. Caught it in the tail, one for fun. 8 minutes away from the 6th coming up. JK, this pick 5, obviously it has changed a ton. Did you feel there was somewhere to get skinny?
Yeah, when they were running on the grass. Now with it coming off the grass, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, I do think that Butta could be tough with all that dirt form, but I worry about some of the clash there. It's a very unknown sequence. I think the 8 makes sense here to get started. Silver Sniper, one of the horses that had in the workout report had a good work on the dirt, so you'd like to see that. Pick 5 became very, very complex and complicated when all these races came off.
You know, even that 10th race to close it out, even a horse who was 50-1 morning line, I was meant for a different surface, but Uncle Barry all of a sudden comes back into the mix. I mean, you got to completely re-handicap this card, and this is where, you know, days like this, where you have changes like this, there's not a ton of time to adjust. You can get big changes and some chaos.
Absolutely, because you know, I think a lot of times, especially like you consider the last, a lot of people default to the MTOs. Oh, these horses want to run the dirt. So a lot of times you can see races get really bet out of whack.
Good luck if you're putting a ticket together, approaching $200,000 in this late pick 5 pool. And a tough one to sort out here. Would you lean on the 2 with experience here?
I mean, I think the 2 definitely makes sense, but I think the 8 is interesting as well.
No, I meant the 3 and the 7, the 2 with experience.
Oh, the 2 with experience, excuse me.
Not necessarily?
Not necessarily. I mean, I do think Throckmorton ran extremely well last time, so that definitely works for me. I'm not crazy about the 7. You know, you know, the horse has been odds on, or not odds on, but almost odds on, almost even money in his first 2 starts, still hasn't been able to get the win.
Here comes our post parade. It will be a brief one, which is 4 contestants. We will start with the George Weaver first-time starter. Javier Castellano rides Belgian.
Yeah, kind of interesting. The Daily Racing Form Clocker Report gave this horse a high mark for that 5-furlong breeze on the dirt, 2 back, and I think that makes him very interesting here.
Throckmorton, 9-5 favorite off that 3rd-place finish and showed early speed on that sloppy sealed track in the debut.
Yeah, you got to love the experience. You got to love the speed.
Jose D'Angelo trains. Luis Saez with the win. He's already got a win on today's card. Augustinian for Marquesi.
Yeah, this horse is taking money in his first 2 starts, still hasn't won.
And first-time starter for Joe Sharp, who started off this meet as hot as could be. Silver Sniper with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, a horse from the first crop of Silver State. We talked about him making a nice impression on the racetrack.
So back to Throckmorton. And that debut is back on July 12th. Sloppy sealed going at Saratoga. Debuting at 6 furlongs. Took money in that race, too, on a race that was intended for the surface. How do you view it? Like that he showed speed and maybe needed a race, or do you not like that he backed up?
No, I don't mind. Speed is talent. So it's the first thing I want to see. If you're fast, then there's something that a trainer can work with. If you're slow, there ain't a lot a trainer can do with you. This horse is fast. I think Jose D'Angelo is an outstanding trainer, young up-and-coming trainer that I think is going to be heard from quite a bit on this circuit and others. So I think that this horse makes a ton of sense. I'm just not crazy about the price, but these horses are all kind of hovering in that general vicinity of one another, and I think the 3 is probably the most likely winner with experience, but I do find the 8 to be a little bit interesting.
Meg, as a rider, would you use this? You know, this race was meant for the grass. Things have changed quickly here. Would you use this time to try and feel things out, but with your horse and with the track?
Well, particularly if I were to leave the pony. Obviously, he's staying with the pony, and he's a horse that'll work 45 and change, so you probably don't want to leave the pony and have him run away with you. But, yeah, I want to test out the paths a little bit. I'll maybe want to find a tire track where the harrows, you know, the tires from the tractors that pull the harrows are going to pack down that dirt. I want to find a spot where I can run over the top of the ground a bit. And if I have speed, Greg, I want to make sure everybody gets some kickback. I'm going to pull my silks out the back so they flap. I'm going to undo my arm number, and then I'm going to try to meander. If I'm clear, I'm going to throw dirt at everybody that I possibly can.
I'm surprised, Meg, he says this a lot. I didn't actually stick the crop down and try and create a wave of mud behind him with it, with all the games you were playing.
I actually used to do something with my crop back when the crops could be much stiffer than they are now. If I was in front and a horse came alongside me in a turn, I'd put my crop out and put it on their chest and kind of hold them there, put a little pressure, make them work a little harder. Couldn't pick it up on the camera, but...
Who'd you learn that trick from? Or
there
can you say?
So many guys that had every trick in the book, from Angel Cordero to George Velasquez to Eddie Maple, Cinto Vasquez. If you didn't learn, you were going to get left behind.
Did you ever get called? Did you ever get You ever get seen doing that?
Not by the stewards, but a couple of jocks might have got a little upset.
And then you'd have to deal with those ramifications afterwards.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
They had to deal with They had to deal with the MiG. Silver Sniper, first-time starter here, 3-1. Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll check in. I'll get back to Silver Sniper in a moment, but we'll check in with the horses who have experience, beginning with Throckmorton. Now, last time he faced a horse, in fact, the winner in that race, Curtain Call, who had experience, who really ran well that day. And then he finished behind Tagermean, who was really, really highly regarded. Now, he's also come back to run and has not performed particularly well. But I will say that Throckmorton kind of used from that inside position. He was incredibly fit looking, incredibly professional in his first start. I'm seeing much the same here again. So we'll see. I think he's definitely facing a weaker bunch, so therefore maybe he can get the job done here. But like I said, I'm not noticing any difference from first to second start, but then again, that could be a good thing. As we'll move on to number 7, Augustinian. Last time when he showed up in an off-the-turf event, I had thought that he doesn't look overly turf, so I was okay with him getting on this surface. He's a big, strapping horse. He's a little bit more settled today than what he was back on July 13th. The thing I'll say about him, though, is I watched his workout on First TV on August 1st on the turf, and I didn't particularly like it. He just never looked as though he was comfortable. He never looked as though he let himself down to extend himself. He was swapping leads, so I think it benefits him coming off the turf today, though I totally heed the fact that he ran well first time out at Gulfstream Park on the surface. And then rounding back to number 8 in here, Silver Sniper. He was very, very green with the pony. He still won't get close to him. See, he has that very naughty white eye. You just saw it in your, it's on the right side, and horses like that. Obviously, Silver State had one himself. He actually had 2, which made him look very almost human-like. I always find that one white eye is bad. Means they're a little bit goofy. 2 white eyes, it feels as though they're okay. Just my experience working around horses my entire life. And so that one white eye kind of hints at the fact that he's a little bit of a playboy. Luckily, Jose gave him a great warm-up. He's now linked up with the pony. He's behaving himself. I'm really intrigued to see what this guy does because I feel like he might get run off his feet just a tad here at the 5.5. But again, I think this is actually a better surface for him to try. Greg?
Looking forward to see what this son of Silver State, what Silver State can do at stud. Of course, member of that stallion roster at Claiborne. This will be his first winner very early on in his career at stud.
Yeah, listen, no question about his talent, and I'm sure that'll shine through at some point. The 2-horse Belgian is by Bo Liam, who's also trained by Steve Asmussen, was 3 for 4 in his career. Actually won here twice in Saratoga with big figures, and he is 1 for 3 on off racetracks with a very, very small sampling on the dirt.
So post time coming up as you get a look at this sloppy track off the turf here. Do you expect J.K. Throckmorton, Luis Saez, and Augustinian Dylan Davis to try and trade punches early? On the lead?
No, I mean, I think I believe that the 3 Throckmorton is faster if he wants the lead. And he's drawn inside. I would imagine Louis not going to try to get cute, take back. I think he'll probably go. And I would think that the 7 will sit off. At least that's what I would do if I was riding, but I'm not. I'm sitting here with you guys.
I agree with you, though. I think Throckmorton is just naturally faster. Very short run to the turn, going 5.5, man. Beat him to the turn. That's what you need to do.
8-5 now. On the one with experience, there's Throckmorton. Louis Saez looking for a second on this Thursday card. Start of the late pick 5. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Augustinian has loaded, and the last one will be Silver Sniper. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Throckmorton gets the first call. Belgian has some early interest. And Augustinian is just a length and a half back third. Silver Sniper at the back of the field. Throckmorton is the quickest. Augustinian moves up to take second. Belgian on the rail, 2 off the leader. And now 5 back to Silver Sniper. Opening quarter in 22-1 for Throckmorton, who's ridden to a 2-length lead. Augustinian on the chase in second as they come to the quarter pole. And down at the rail, Belgian is still in at third. A big gap back to Silver's Sniper. They're at the top of the stretch, and there's room for Belgian. Belgian cuts the corner like a pro and takes the lead and runs away from Throckmorton with 1 furlong to go. An impressive turn of foot for Belgian, who splashes to a 6-length lead. Belgian, sharp winner, scores by almost 10 lengths. Augustinian second and Throckmorton finished third.
Belgian, quite a performance for a barn that's having a terrific summer here. First winner for the George Weaver barn, not on the lawn this summer.
George has been outstanding with 2-year-olds in the last year. He's 9, make that 10 for 39 with 2-year-old first-time starters on both surfaces. He's just been 24%. Winning with first-time starters at 24% is very, very impressive.
You got to be impressed, too, the way this horse came through along the inside. Luis Saez never went all the way to the rail, so he was always clear of the kickback, but sometimes horses are a little bit shy moving up inside of a rival, particularly when they're this young. This horse drew away. George Weaver does a great job, and a nice win for Morris Regan's Newtown Anner stud. Belgian was impressive, guys.
There is George Weaver. Going to have a couple of big chances coming up on Saturday in a stakes race on the lawn.
Well, I can't help but think, as impressive as that horse was, I feel very confident that George wanted to run this horse on the grass. Imagine how much better Belgium's going to be when getting on the grass.
I wonder what they do now, though, Jonathan, because he was so impressive, albeit on an off racetrack, a muddy racetrack. Will they be as quick to go right back to the turf? Will they give him another try against tougher company on the dirt and kind of explore that option? And I will tell you this, guys, what a great tool the Daily Racing Form Clocker Report is, because the reports on this horse were just as good on dirt as his one turf work.
Well, you got options now. But, yeah, sometimes a track like this, it can sort of hint that you're going to be good on the lawn, and that's where they wanted this one anyway. But now, who knows? Maybe all options in play.
Absolutely. I mean, George worked the horse on the turf last time, entered the horse on the turf. George's turf 2-year-old numbers have been outstanding. I'm going to trust that he's got an idea of where this horse should probably be.
Guy looks familiar talking to Flavien Prat. The MiG, his ride of the week, comes from the Sword Dancer with Prat. That's next.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here. Rain behind us, so we're off the turf, but that was no problem at all for Belgian Newtown Ander stud Javier Castellano and George Weaver, who joins me right now. George, what I noticed about him, he was so professional just throughout the entire proceedings, and even more so in the running of this race.
Yeah, ever since we got him from the sale, you know, my friend Steve Venosa had him up there, and he's been a class acting horse, athletic. He's been, you know, at the top tier of our 2-year-olds, and we've liked him the whole time.
He was working well enough on the turf, but also pretty darn good on the dirt. Gave you confidence to keep him in here?
Well, he was working well in the dirt, but I worked him against a couple of older, more seasoned ones, and I thought I saw him come off the bridle a little bit. I mean, we weren't whipping and driving, and I gave him one little spin on the grass the other day, and he looked like a beast. So it's good. He can handle both.
So we could definitely see him back on the intended surface sometime soon. But speaking of that surface, sending out some formidable 2-year-olds in the stakes coming up this weekend, represented in the skid bore by Sandal Song, who's coming back off the Ascot try, and then my girl Cy Fair, who is arguably one of the most impressive 2-year-olds of the season in the Bolton Landing.
Yeah, looking forward to running them both. Sandal Song, he's just a beast of a horse. I mean, he's got so much talent. I mean, he's a horse that several times he's made my jaw drop in the morning watching him breathe, so he's very talented. And Cy Fair, well, she made my jaw drop when she ran here the other day, so we're looking forward to getting her back in.
As you should. Well, best of luck with them. Congrats here with Belgian, though.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Belgian looking good in debut, but like George said, Greg, could see him on the turf, too.
See, that's information that I can really get behind, that we need for more trainer. Made my jaw drop. Speaking about, that was Sandal Song he was talking about, who we're going to see in the Skidmore on Saturday preceding the Alabama.
And George doesn't talk like that. I got friends that have horses with him. He's always very kind of calm and collected. He wants to temper expectations. He's not running around acting like every horse he has is the fastest horse he's ever trained. Those are some words that I would pay attention to.
Say something like that, it carries a lot of weight, doesn't it? Yeah.
7th is our feature, Cab Calloway Division, New York Stallion Series. Meant to be a mile on the turf. It comes off, but most of this field stays in. And even though George Briggs has only been on turf for Chad Brown so far, 3-5 right now with Rat Ortiz Jr. Main man for that barn for Chad Brown on suspension, unable to ride through Friday, then out of town on Saturday. But what a ride he delivered in the Sword Dancer on El Cordoba's. Mig made that one the ride of the week as he had to sit down with Pratt.
Flavian, your ride on El Cordoba's in the Sword Dancer to me was as flawless a ride as a rider can give. One thing I was wondering, Flavian, though, any concern, horse coming from Europe, how he would break from the inside post?
Yeah, I was very concerned that, because the one hole is a good draw when you break well. If you break slow, then you get shuffled back, everybody get his position, and you're last basically. So yeah, I was concerned, but he jumped forward, and I wanted him to get close. Needs a target, but I want him to get close, and I was pleased where I was here. You know, not the best cover, but then I got William Buick on my outside, so I can jump in his well if you know, that horse is in front of me to start. But right now I was very pleased with where I was. Yeah.
So the race really started to take a little bit of a different dynamic because, you know, we all know that Farbridge is a horse that wants to run inside, and Joel makes him go forward here to try to clear Nation's Pride to get over. And I thought it kind of changed the complexion of the race at this point.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, like, you know, they really picked it up from the 8 pole going to the wire for the first time, and you see, I could have forced and just keep my spot. Like I said, I just finally got him to relax, and I didn't want to, you know, re-engage him, so I stayed there.
You got to save every inch of ground. I know the post helps you,
Mm-hmm.
but to me, your coolness here and just discipline to stay right where you are, especially when horses started to bunch up on the outside.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, I'm like you said, I think I had a good draw. And at that point, it's like, I mean, yeah, I could try to go out, but I mean, I like the horses that were in front of me, and I thought there's no reason to go around them. I thought they were gonna, you know, go somewhere. So yeah, that's why I stay inside.
And now they create this kind of pocket for you, right? When Farbridge comes out, now he's creating that space for you to continue to go forward.
Yeah, exactly. And Farbridge made just enough run for me to keep following him, and then it spread out, and right here I just get a nice gap. I thought for a second that IRA was going to come down, and I was already kind of prepared to jump on the inside, but the gap stayed, and was able to go through.
As a former rider, to me, I appreciate this so much, and I absolutely thought this was beautiful, and for all those reasons,
thank you.
Ride of the week.
Thank you, Richie. I appreciate it.
Ride of the Week brought to you by My Racehorse. A look at the list of winners to this point. Mig, I always know you're so high and so say so many good things about Pratt, but terrific ride. What's his best strength?
I just think the way he sees the race, you know, tactically, he's so clear-minded, and he really picks up, you know, just him talking about if Irad came down to close the hole, how he was prepared to go to plan B and duck to the inside and get through on the rail. And you've got to have a coolness about you, a calm, because if you speed things up in your mind, suddenly you're not seeing the races clearly. And he's in the midst of a field of horses all packed up, and he's just as calm as, you know, as can possibly be. And that allows him to really see the race and make adjustments as he goes. To me, tactically, he's the best I've seen since Jerry Bailey. Wow. And he does everything well. There are some riders that do some things a bit better than him, but he does everything well. He has less weaknesses than anybody else.
You know, it's William Buick, too, that chose, he could have had either horse. He chose Nation's Pride, and Pratt winds up on El Cordobez, and it pays off.
Not a bad position to be in when you're second call for an outfit like Godolphin, because if they run 2 or 3, they all belong. And just who's good on the day and the kind of trip you work out. I think William Buick is a tremendous rider. Honestly, my favorite rider in Europe right now is William Buick. And I thought he might have went for home a little early on Nation's Pride. I think sometimes so much is made of the tighter turns in America, the shorter stretches, that they overcompensate a little bit. I think if he had to do it, or I bet he'd tell you he should have waited at least another 16th of a mile.
Both those two and stablemate, two-time Breeders' Cup Turf winner Rebels Romance, who won in Germany again the day after that sort of all major players for the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yeah, I mean, I think whoever Charlie Appleby brings to run and the Breeders' Cup Turf is going to be tough. I mean, like you said, Mick, you know, if they bring them over here, they're ready to rock, and I think all 3 of those definitely fit in the mix. But El Cordobez, I think, has a little bit more upside. He's still got more to offer when the other ones we kind of know who they already are.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, get into this Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series, move to the main track. John Ortiz, he grew up on the backstretch of Belmont Park, and he's got one staying in this race despite the surface switch. Mo 88 from the outside post. We'll hear more about him when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fiat, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Take home a tie-dye Saratoga tote bag on Friday, August 22nd, free with paid admission while supplies last. Then join us the following day for the DraftKings Travers. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at naira.com/Travers.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell, He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
This has been a barn that we've been working very closely together from the beginning. When I first started, just had 7 horses. I took in, Sandra Washington. She's also been working with me since she was 18 years old. Incredible horsewoman. When the barn grew, we had some more room, and we brought in my brother, Daniel, who has turned into a great assistant trainer. There's no taking it easy on him. We got to work together, and he makes me better, and I make him better.
This is a very family dynamic barn. John always tells me that this isn't John Ortiz Racing Stables, this is Ortiz Racing Stables, and I look after these horses and the business as if it was my own because it's still my last name on the sign as well.
We got my sister who comes in and does all the videos. Man, Barber Road, he's definitely what you call the Jedi Master. He's the one that's he's been through it all. He's gone through all the rankings as a maiden claimant all the way to the Derby.
Tawny Porton Barber Road, final 16th of the Derby.
He is definitely the class of the barn. He's the teacher, he's the coach now, and he's getting used to his new job.
And now that he's a pony, nothing really's changed. He knows that his time's over, and he loves being a pony.
It's very important to give a racehorse a second chance at a career. I call it a second chance at life, because not every horse can be like Barber Road, and whether they turn into stallions or we geld them and become barn ponies. Some horses are not talented enough. I've seen all these horses just thrive, and they turn the corner, they look happier, and I think that shows when you retire a good racehorse, give them a chance of a second life. When I leave the barn, usually the takeaway I get, the horses are happy, just a satisfaction. It's just a second home, and then to leave here feeling good about the experiences that we have, the good and the bad. It's life, it's second life here.
Here's the one John Ortiz will send out. Mo 88, who will be getting on dirt for the first time. Blinkers go on. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I kind of think this horse is pretty interesting, despite being a maiden in here, as he's just developed nicely so far. Now, this being his 4th career start, kind of a big, gangly type that kind of also needed to race into athleticism, if you will. So he is very poised. He's very classy acting here in the paddock as Johnny is making the final adjustments to the saddle. The only thing I worry about with him is actually not necessarily the surface change, though he does look slightly more turf inclined. I think he'll be able to handle this. Is actually the distance. Going a mile concerns me a bit. If you look, a slightly better number going a mile and 1/8 on the turf as opposed to the shorter ones. He's so long. There's so much scope to his frame that I just worry he might get a bit out-footed here, though those shortcut blinkers do go on here. And of course, he has the feature angle backing him up. As we'll check in with the horse who is your even money favorite, and that is a horse who has only been on the turf in 2 starts. Of course, number 5, George Briggs, facing a much better field of turf horses in that Colonel Liam the last time we saw him, but that was back in March. This horse definitely feels as though he kind of runs by appointment, but we've seen that with Chad Brown. He takes his time with these horses. If there's any slight issue, they get plenty of time off, proving that patience is paramount when dealing with thoroughbreds. I like this horse. I do. I just don't think he's a dirt horse. I could be completely wrong, but that is a very turf-laden pedigree, being by Fog of War, being out of an Irish mare and whose grandsire is British bred. So he looks like a turf horse through and through. He's done well though. He's filled out a bit. He was always a very round 2-year-old, but he's filled out and kind of lengthened. So getting a little bit more stretch to his frame. definitely like the mile for him. He would have been very tough if this race was where it was originally intended to be, on the turf. And then I would hope, I don't have doubles in front of me, I can't see that far to the big board, but Butta deserves to be the favorite in here. He is one that has the proven dirt form. Has run well against, similar horses, similar stallion series types. He looks great here in the paddock. I like the mile for him. I think he makes a great deal of sense since this race now off the turf, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, down to 5-2. A horse with the dirt form. Both those wins on a dirt surface. And Lane Luzzy, we'll see if he can get on the board here for the first time this summer, riding for Gary Siaka, Mig.
He was the one that certainly was elevated the most with the surface switch to the dirt. Inside draw. Lane needs to be aggressive, make sure he grabs his spot into that little bit of a dog leg to the left as they come out of the Wilson chute. I think he's going to be very tough, and I agree with Maggie. I think he deserves to be the favorite.
Is this just people saying, well, we don't know what to do. Chad Brown's in here. We'll go to his horse.
Well, I mean,
even money?
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I think class-wise is the best horse. And, it's funny because Chad doesn't do this very often. If he has a horse that's like turfy, he doesn't. He scratches.
Sure.
I think if you win as many races as he does, you've got as many Eclipse Awards on the shelf as he has, and you have a great relationship with your owners. You don't have to jam horses in the spots they don't need to be. The fact that he keeps this horse in there's at least something to that he thinks this horse can handle it. And he's been working at Monmouth on the dirt. So you'd like to think and he worked down at South Florida at Payson on the dirt. So maybe Chad just thinks he's going to handle it. He's classy enough to handle it.
Well, and the success that Chad Brown has had over his career makes him beyond reproach. His owners are going to listen to what he says. They're not going to overrule him and say, well, no, we think you should take a shot and run on the dirt today. They're going to listen to Chad's advice and say, you know what, we'll try another day. The fact that he leaves him in does certainly lend some confidence.
Man aboard, 42 wins and counting to lead the way at this meet. Rad Ortiz Jr. Let's go back to Maggie.
And kind of circling back to the feature angle, John Ortiz joining me now. And Johnny, you do send out a maiden here, Mo 88. Talk a little bit about how you feel about the surface change. There's pedigree for him to handle it.
No, exactly right. I'm not worried at all. I looked at he's had multiple siblings that are dirt route winners, and comparing him to Doc Sullivan, who loves the mud, I don't think I have nothing to worry about. Obviously he's a maiden. We're asking him to do a lot, but he's shown a lot of progress in the morning. Each race, he's gained a little bit more, smarter, stronger. And we put on the blinkers to see if we can get a little bit more speed with him today.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned Doc Sullivan, a nice win for you, and TriStar Stable, who a new kind of owner in the barn. Talk a little bit about acquiring their horses.
It's been a good opportunity. Mr. Glenn's been very supportive of the whole team and the crew, and I couldn't be more blessed to have their support in our barn for sure.
Wishing you the best of luck. Could break maiden in a big way.
That's all right. I'll take it.
I guess anyone would, Greg.
A lot of success for that man out in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. We'll see if he can get a win here as we kick off the post-parade with Butta. Gary Siaka trains, Lane Luzzy rides.
Best dirt form of anybody in this race. He's a brother to Lobster as well as Chowda. All good runners on dirt.
River of Time Junior Alvarado for Chad Summers.
Horse that's never run on dirt but has run well on synthetic as well as turf. So let's see if he can do a surface runner.
Favorite when meant for grass, even shorter favorite now moved to dirt.
I mean, look, Chad's seen this horse work on the dirt at least 10, 15 times based on his past performances.
It's a huge price on a horse with dirt form.
Yeah, Cascoin. I mean, he feels like he's going to have to step up a little, and I wonder how far he really wants to go, but he does have dirt form.
Including a win on a sloppy sealed track. That was at Finger Lakes. The 7 I'm due. Rob Atras takes over.
Due for what?
Maybe a W?
Maybe.
And Mo 88, you heard from John Ortiz. You saw the feature, that angle. It's lethal on this show.
Every time we run a feature on somebody, it seems like they have success. Horse making a nice physical impression here on the racetrack. To me, he's the other horse that I'm a little bit interested in.
This division of the New York Stallion Series named after one of the great personalities in entertainment in his day, and great musicians as well. Would play at the old Canfield Casino, and he loved the racetrack. Cab Calloway.
He loved the races. He was at Aqueduct so much. He would come down to the jocks room and mix it up with all the riders. He would really just love being at the races. What an incredibly talented entertainer, but what a genuinely nice man.
Go watch the Blues Brothers. That's how I got introduced to him and learned a little bit about his music. But that would have been something to go to be at Canfield Casino back in the day, see him perform with his orchestra. Even Money, George Briggs, dirt debut coming up. What do you guys think with this 7? The price come down a little bit. Sorry, the 6. Cast a coin. Who's only been on dirt.
And he
does have a win on a wet track.
And he is a stakes winner. You know, up at Finger Lakes, he won the Tin Cup Chalice. He's won in this slot. He has some speed. I just wonder if he's not better sprinting on the dirt. But again, he does have that dirt form.
Well, the issue I have is that Butters run 11 times. 7 of those 11 times that Butters ran, and the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, last 5 are all faster than the 6 has ever run. That would be my biggest issue.
First time on a wet track, though, for Butta, who's 5-2. See what happens here. I'm just surprised he's such a huge price. Meanwhile, George Briggs, though, remains the one to beat in this spot. Look, this barn has such a knack for either surface, switching and winning. Chad Brown.
Listen, no doubt. And again, the fact that Chad leaves this horse in has to give you some confidence. I'm looking elsewhere. I can't take 6-5 on a horse doing something they've never done before. Switching surfaces from turf, and not only onto dirt, but an off-dirt track. Wouldn't surprise me if he wins at 6-5. I'm going to try Lobster at 2-1. Again, he's just more proven and a good inside draw as long as he gets away clean.
Meanwhile, here's I'm Due. Rob Atras taking over. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides. And this will be the first time on dirt for this son of War Dancer, who's 11-1 right now.
Yeah, this is just one where, I mean, the turf races aren't even that exceptional. There's been a couple that are okay. This one just feels like an absolute full-on turf horse. Now, when you look at a horse like George Briggs, there's only a couple starts, so we don't really know for sure. There's been a million opportunities for Chad to try this horse on the dirt, and with that pedigree, you understand why he just continued to try the grass in those 2 starts. So I'm hopeful this horse will run okay. It's definitely an interesting experiment to see what's going to happen here.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, talking about number 7, I'm Doing here. He's a horse that always acts as if he should have more early speed than what he does. But then again, he's never had Ricardo Santana on his back in the past. And I mean, the other more aggressive, quote unquote, rider that has been on him has been Paco Lopez. And in those occasions, Paco had him closer. So I'm wondering if Ricardo thinking, well, this is his first try on the dirt. And it is, and like I said, he's acted the same way for his previous trainer, Kent Sweezy, as he is now for his first start for Rob Atras. If he isn't aggressive with him, I don't particularly like him. I think he's truly a turf horse. But just that aggressive demeanor with an aggressive jockey, probably doesn't want to get dirt in his face. Being a turf horse, he could be a pace presence in here. I don't know. He also might just be too slow to do as such. Circling back to your favorite, now I just feel like if you have rules and handicapping, you have to stick by them. And unless I feel really strongly about a pedigree or horse's physical, or I've even written in my notes before, looks more like a dirt horse or looks more like a turf horse, then I'm not going to take a horse at a short price trying something new for the first time. But I will say this with regards to George Briggs. He really warmed up well over the surface. Now, like I said, a sealed surface can mimic a turf course a lot more than an open, slower, tiring dirt track. So maybe he has that going for him. Like I said, the warm-up was the only thing that gave me a positive outlook. So I'm going to stick with Butta in here, the proven dirt horse. Greg?
I'm assuming this is the George Briggs, who was a Whig, served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and was the former governor of Massachusetts.
So not only do we talk about horses on the show, we give you history lessons on Saratoga Live.
19th governor of Massachusetts from 1844 to 1851. 6-5 favorite. Been favored throughout. Little surprising with the fact that Butta is in this race with that proven dirt form. Cab Calloway Division, New York Stallion Series taken off the turf. Mile main track now. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
George Briggs goes in. Cast a coin. I'm due. Mo 88. Going in. And they're off in the Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series. And Butta, like a shot, opens up a couple of lengths, make it 2.5. River of Time, George Briggs racing in between horses, and I'm Due is fourth, 4 lengths off Butta. Then Cast a Coin and Mo 88. Onto the backstretch, and it's Lane Luzzy and Butta, who clicked off an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. Butta is the boss. Leads it by 2 lengths over River of Time. Then it's George Briggs and I'm Due side by side. Mo 88, Cast a Coin, 9 lengths off front-running Butta. And Butta lets it out a notch. Opens up almost 5 lengths now. As George Briggs takes second, River of Time dropping back. The half went in 47 1/5 seconds. Mo 88 is right on the outside of George Briggs. They're now 1.5 lengths behind Butta, who's asked to kick on, coming to the top of the stretch. It's Butta, the controlling speed. Luzzy all over him as they turn for home. George Briggs, Mo 88 on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Butta with a 2-length lead. George Briggs trying his best to bridge the gap. And Mo 88 in third, mid-stretch for Butta. George Briggs getting closer. And on the outside, Mo 88 running a big race. Butta, George Briggs right up to Butta late. Butta or George Briggs. Here's the line. George Briggs got up to nail Butta. Mo 88 was third. Cast a Coin, a distant fourth.
Number 23 of the meet, trainer Chad Brown leading the way. George Briggs wearing down Butta on the front end, who we're going to go back to the start here and see if this horse may have come down anyway.
Watch the 2-horse, the inside draw. He veers out pretty substantially right in here. Watch how he stacks up this field like an accordion. It really made a mess for a lot of horses in between Butta and the outside position. Listen, he got run down for the win by George Briggs, and obviously Chad Brown left his horse in, but we got to see if there might not be a change now, already as it is from second for Butta.
Well, at this point, still in front in those white blinkers, but here comes George Briggs, a Rat Ortiz Jr., 43rd winner of the meet, and this horse, I guess, can't handle the surface.
It's just not something Chad does. I mean, if it's a turf horse in a turf race that comes off the grass, Chad typically scratches. In the last 5 years in stakes races, there's been 9 occasions, including this one, where Chad's left one in. He's won 5 of those races.
And, yeah, I mean, the 6... Does the 6 have a case?
The 6 was the one most affected by it. He got
finished fourth.
He
Had
got
severely
pinched
take back.
Severely, yeah. George Briggs broke well enough, although he got bumped. He was far enough forward where it didn't squeeze him, but it did squeeze the 6. And you could even see Rat Ortiz look to his right to see if Eric Cancel was okay. He was trying to give him as much room as he possibly could. I'd be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised that there's not an inquiry up already, because that was a pretty dramatic move at the break.
You know, Mig, no matter what, whether they look at it here or they don't, do you think this is something that they, you know, you guys call it go to the movies? Is this something that he has to sit down with the stewards with?
Yeah, they should certainly have film patrol over this, and I am not one of the people. I mean, that was dramatic, and it certainly affected a lot of horses to the outside. Now, I'm not one of these people that subscribe to the thing, well, it happened at the break, anything goes, because it's nonsense. As a former rider, you know when you can do more. But human nature, if I've been shut off 2 or 3 times leaving the gate and nothing happens about it, the next time my horse breaks left or right, I'm letting him go. Why should I be the only guy that's responsible out there?
On the 6 horse, as a result of that, had to check, took back to last early, did finish 4th. As of yet, nothing. No inquiry, no objection. 5-2-8-6. George Briggs, 6-5 winner of this Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series. Mr. 4000, a race he covets. Been watching it since he was 8 years old. Desperately wants in Alabama. He'll have 2 chances at it. Nitrogen, switching surfaces. Trying to bring him his first ever Alabama. And LaCara, going to get our 3rd Grade 1 of the year.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage of Saratoga Live. And George Briggs with the win in this New York Stallion Series Cab Calloway division. Nothing happened, nothing ever went up, despite this 2-horse and Lane Luzzy causing all that issue out of the gate. Result stands 2 today for the meet's leading rider. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, puts him up by 5 here. Greg, as I read, I got to ask you about the start. We were all looking at it. It looked as though the 2, Butta, who finished 2nd, really veered out.
Honestly, my horse broke really good, and I had the position, so he never run on the dirt. I don't want to have any kickback if I don't have to. And I feel like the inside
they flow me out a little bit. I have a guy right next to me. I'll try to help him as much as I can.
With him, a horse that's never been on the dirt and bred for the turf, I thought it was impressive that he kept running through the wire.
Honestly, it's hard for him to make ground. I feel I have the horse to go by that horse, but he can make any ground. He's just trying. I think Chad did a great job bringing it ready, and he's a nice horse. So get there, work out beautiful, work out perfect. He get there on time, and I think he's a little better on the turf.
Well, I guess that's good news, Peter, as hopefully you'll be on the turf next time.
Win, yes, for sure. So the horse is named after, his name is George Briggs, and he is the character that Tommy Lee Jones played in The Homesman, and a film that Tommy Lee and I produced. So I'm proud to have him named that way.
Absolutely. Tommy Lee Jones is one of my favorite actors.
Yeah, he's a great actor.
Also,
great guy, too.
Seems like it. George Briggs, the horse, though, Chad, as Chad does, patient, and it's paying off.
Yes, very patient, and he had a little bit of a virus, and we gave him the time, and he's coming back, and I'm sure on the turf will be a nice horse.
Exciting thrill, no doubt. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Tommy Lee Jones, George Briggs. That's the story, Greg.
Well, I was wrong. It was not named after the former politician. Now it's on the watch list, for sure. Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today.
That was a great guess, though, Wolfie.
I did my best. 81% on Rotten Tomatoes, by the way.
That's good. I tell you what, you're talking about percentages, 55%. Chad Brown in a stakes race, when he leaves a horse in an off-the-turf race, he's 5 for 9, 55%.
I thought Butter was on his way to victory. George Briggs would not give up, and Butter melted in the lane, Greg.
I was waiting for that from Mig. By the way, I know we're moving on to race 8. Look at this cast. Hilary Swank, Meryl Streep, John Lithgow. I know what I'm doing tonight. Race 8 at Saratoga, 7/8 of a mile, $20,000 maiden claiming race. And it's Preposition. Steve Asmussen, Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 with a 10. Who's favored right now, JK?
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was a 4, 8, 9, 10. Before there was a couple scratches, the 4 scratched. I think you want to be outside here. I mean, at least from a standpoint of being able to avoid kickback. But yeah, I think it's the outside horse here.
We'll dive in deeper in a moment. We're going to go by the numbers for the Alabama right now. First run, 1872, named after William Cottrell, major owner and breeder, who was too modest to have the race named after himself, so they named after his home state. Fastest ever run, Go for Wand, back in 1990, 2 minutes and 4/5. Bel Air Studs, 5 wins, the most by an owner, including Sabet back in 1953. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8-time winner. That seems untouchable to reach. One of those coming with champion 3-year-old filly Vagrancy. 3 jockeys have won it 5 times, including Hall of Famer Mike Smith. His last coming was Songbird, who started her career 10 for 10 with that victory in the Alabama. Royal Delta, the only Alabama winner to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff, known as the Ladies back then, against older competition. How important is this race to a championship? 27 winners. Voted champion 3-year-old filly, 12 immortalized in the Hall of Fame across the street, including Songbird, just a couple of years ago, whose 13 wins included 9 at the highest level, Grade 1. What a storied history in this incredible race. Really the race you want to win if you have a top 3-year-old filly. And Mark Casse has wanted it for so long. He'll have 2 chances at it this year, presented by Keeneland Sales with the speedy Lucara, and then Nitrogen, who is making this surface switch, we'll get to in a moment, but they all got to catch this one here, who is a 2-time Grade 1 winner, JK.
She is, and she's got a lot of early speed, but I wanted to try to beat her in the Coaching Club of American Oaks, where she wasn't able to run because she got such a great setup. She earned it with her speed and the Acorn, but I think she's ripe to try to beat here. I wish we had Scottish Lassie to try to beat her with, but I've got no problem giving Good Cheer or Nitrogen another shot.
Yeah, it's interesting. Going into the Acorn, I really thought Lucara was doing fantastic. Watching her train, I'm not as enamored with her as I was going to the Acorn. And Good Cheer, to me, has improved from the way she was training into the Acorn, training into this Alabama. Much better. Looks like her weight is better. Maybe that Kentucky Oaks knocked her out a little bit. I'm all about Nitrogen.
Acorn winners, and that's Lucara trying to join this list to win the Alabama. It hasn't happened since 1993. Meanwhile, for her stablemate, I think one of the most interesting stories this entire summer here, Maggie, at Saratoga is so great on the turf, but that one start on a race that came off the grass in the Wonder again, only a fifth of a second slower than what we saw in the Met Mile.
Crazy. Against the clock, Nitrogen looked phenomenal. Yes, she wasn't beating anybody per se. She's going to have to take on some proven dirt rivals in Saturday's Alabama. But I was standing watching the maiden race 2 ago with Mark Cass, and he said, wasn't supposed to rain today. Could I get one of these crazy storms for Saturday too? Because he feels as though Nitrogen probably really loved the off-going, but is more than optimistic about her chances even on a dry, fast track. There's pedigree too. She's a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. The Dam, she won on the dirt too. So enough pedigree. Yes, Mark also said with regards to Lucara, is one that had missed that time because of that quarantine, was supposed to run in the CCA Oaks, of course. He said it might hurt her when it comes to the distance, whereas Nitrogen, she should be stalking, and she should have plenty left in the tank to see out the 1.25 miles. Greg?
It's interesting. I mean, you talked about, like Marquez, he likes to stay on a schedule with a horse, and obviously thrown off that race schedule, not being able to run in the Coaching Club American Oaks. But on the other hand, he said the time off actually might have done her some good.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think that. She's had a pretty tough campaign, right? You know, she ran as a 3-year-old in the Kentucky Oaks prep. She ran in the Kentucky Oaks, the Acorn, you know, and so maybe she needed a little bit of a break. I just worry she's going to be a little bit overbet. And I'm interested to see Good Cheer get a chance to try to run on fast ground.
If there's one horse probably this year we did not expect to have the kind of race she did last time out, it was probably Good Cheer, who showed up didn't just show up, won every single time. 7 for 7. Kentucky Oaks win, won at several different racetracks, different types of racetracks. What went wrong in the Acorn?
I got to be honest with you. Watching a train up to the Acorn, I thought she had lightened up a lot from the Kentucky Oaks. And, you know, sometimes a hard race on a young horse, whether it's a filly or a colt, you know, they can regress a little bit. And I just didn't think she was doing as well as I had seen her do previous coming into the Acorn. Watching her right now, she's put weight back on in the right places. And maybe she just went through a little bit of a, you know, midsummer funk kind of thing. And I think you'll see a better version of Good Cheer in the Alabama.
Brad Cox said early on when he had Immersive, and he knew how good Immersive was, that's my Oaks horse, but this one, Good Cheer, that's my Alabama filly.
Yeah, I mean, that must mean that she's going to appreciate the 1.25 miles, right? She did the 1 1/8 really well in the Kentucky Oaks, and if she is a horse like that wants to appreciate that extra 1/8 of a mile, she could be tough in a race like this.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, in the Kentucky Oaks, I thought she kind of made a bit of a middle move, right? And she continued. So that also kind of reinforced the idea that the 1.25 miles is probably well within her scope.
See if she can get back to her dominant self. Fascinating race and one of the real big prizes of the summer at Saratoga. Brad Cox, he'll have 2 in there. He's got Margie's Intention as well. He's got a contender coming up in this 8th, a first-time starter when we return.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward. Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring.
as they say.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
If you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Saratoga Live as we get set for the 8th coming up on this sloppy track taken off the turf this afternoon. And we were speaking about Brad Cox. He'll have 2 chances out in Alabama. He's won 3 Kentucky Oaks already early on in his career. We're going to play a little game, though, coming up. You guys ready? Name that Alabama winner. First clue, the record. You guys might need a little more than that. JK was getting serious, though, studying his Alabama history during the break. 2.6 mil in earnings.
One lone start is serial. Now that's throwing me off.
That is a good clue. Anything?
I'm going to say
Alabama and Beldame before
flute for Bobby Frankel.
4th in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. One of 7 horses to win 2. Oh, that gives it away.
Yeah, it's not flute then. She didn't win.
Think
Elate?
Sovereignty. There you go.
Was it a late?
It's got to be, right? Yes.
Yeah, look at that.
Judmont horse, though.
Well done.
Good job.
She was pretty good at a mile and a quarter. That's what gave away with that Delaware handicap. A late 2017 Alabama winner. Quite a talent.
She was good. Long stride, boy. Oof, look at her reach for ground. And Jose Ortiz, a young Jose Ortiz, like he's old now. He's still young.
So she only made 1 start as a 2-year-old, huh? Wow. She was good.
Do you have her PPs up? No.
I can get them in a matter of seconds.
I believe, did she run in a classic or they considered it?
I think they considered it. I don't think she did.
Okay.
She did run the classic.
Yeah.
Really?
She loved a mile and a quarter, yeah.
Vino Rosso, McKenzie, Higher Power, and her.
Wow.
Race 8.
We got any more of those coming today? So tomorrow. Okay. I got more time to study.
Here's the Brad Cox first-time starter rock concert. Manny Franco will be aboard for the debut 6-1. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and this guy was meant to run the final day of the Belmont at the Big A meeting on June 29th, was listed as a regulatory vet scratch. So the vets, when they examined the horses in the morning, didn't like what they saw, so he was taken out. So now he shows up here for the 20. That was a $100,000 maiden claimer. So big drop in price tag for this son of Uncle Mo, a homebred for Gary and Mary West. Massive. This guy is huge, kind of your typical really big Uncle Mo type of runner. And the dam, he's half to Fighting Mad, who's a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. There have been 6 foals to run with 6 winners. So 7 furlongs seems like a ideal place to start. He might want further than this overall, but you have to wonder, why with this pedigree was originally offered for $100,000, a vet scratch, looks the part here in the paddock, is wearing blinkers. It was a little bit green after he got the tack on, has since settled down, but there's some intangibles that leave me a little bit suspicious overall. As we'll move on to some who have experience. Number 5, Nice Try Riley. He's up there at 7-1, and he's a horse that has never been on the main track, but he's a son of Spicer, and the dam, she was unraced, but 3 of the 6 siblings have won on the dirt, the ones that won actually. including a full sibling too. I think this guy looks as though he belongs with this crew despite being a Florida bred. Shipping in here against Open Company, does return wearing the front wraps. That could be due to the off track, let's not forget, but really well turned out from a health standpoint. Just dappled head to toe, looks fit enough here. I like the 7 furlongs for him, and I don't mind the surface change. Number 6, Levitating. You know, sometimes when you're a claiming trainer, you just make bad claims, and I get the feeling that this may have been a bad claim for our friend Tom Amos. He's a horse that he came out of the gate on this wrong lead, meaning that he was on his inside lead. He was reluctant to switch to his outside lead down the stretch, and really looking at him here in the paddock, there's not much to get excited about. This is a guy who's diminutive in size, you know, lacks a bit of a top line, just doesn't look like a real robust type that is ready to come here and win at Saratoga. Greg?
5-2 favorite remains this 10 outside Preposition, who is JK dropping to the lowest level he's been at yet.
Yeah, he's dropping to the lowest level. He's been on a consistent drop. Maiden special weight, maiden special weight, maiden special weight, maiden 100, maiden 50. Now you're in maiden 20, all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, it's been a long, slow, steady drop to the bottom. Great post, though, huh? He's going to get in the race right way, and you get Irad Ortiz to boot.
I think when a race like this, when you might be the best horse or the classiest horse, to me, I just don't want any stone in my. I don't want to have to stop, go in behind horses, pass. Just put me on the outside, let them run. You got the best rider when it comes to timing and things of that nature with Irad, and just hope you're better than the rest of them.
I always found that the lower level of the horse, too, the more easily discouraged they were. So I think that's a great point. Being outside is a good spot to be.
Linda Rice with Nance has Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
Yeah, this horse has just been really bad in his last couple starts.
Seeker's Hope, Kendra Carmouche for Mark Hennig.
Drops all the way to the bottom. 2 dirt races left a lot to be desired, though.
Nice try, Riley. Lisa Barkowski taking over for Phil Serpy and had a winner at the meet earlier.
It almost feels like they've been avoiding the dirt, right? Synthetic, turf. Now they're just kind of stuck with it.
They're just levitating. Tom Amos with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, a horse that was claimed for 30. Tom drops him in for 20. Last race was decent.
Stanley Cat, Romero Mirage for trainer Gary Contessa.
Yeah, 10 races, 9 opportunities for maiden claiming. Still hasn't gotten it done.
A 62 buyer, though, on the dirt. That was at Tampa. Tomorrow's Wish, 4-1, taking money for David Donk.
I'm very interested in this horse. You put a line through his turf races. His dirt races were all good against much better.
Yeah, 4-1 there. Rock Concert, big number on a Brad Cox first-time starter.
Absolutely. This horse is not taking much money for a Brad Cox first-time starter. My guess is probably not very quick.
And then Preposition, you see the second start of the career at Churchill Downs, sloppy sealed track. Back as a 2-year-old and ran or matched the biggest figure that he's ever run.
Well, a lot to like here. A horse got the great post, going 7 furlongs to far outside, drops to the lowest level ever, and has races more than good enough to win here.
So Nance, 5-1 here. Linda Rice, expensive son of Tappan. This was like an absolute rocket ship out of nowhere. Half brother to this one, who won back on the 8th, up the fence, AI.
Well, he angled out first, and now he's starting to run, and Javier goes, well, I already angled out to about the 4 path. He's starting to run. I'm going to go all the way back to the rail now. And he makes that move. He dives to the rail, and very rarely will you see a horse be as far back as he was on the dirt on debut and roll home like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was in a little bit of a combination of the horses in front had stopped pretty drastically.
Sure.
This horse was running on late. The figure didn't come back all that quick. It's not a horse you're going to see in the Kentucky Derby or anything next year. But when those two things met, it looked like AI was absolutely flying. I've never seen this year a horse look like they were moving that fast in the stretch.
And that started off a late pick 5 that knocked 98% of tickets out right off the bat.
When he was off slowly, and he was in Washington County when the rest of the horses were here in Saratoga County, and he still got up. Who knows? Maybe he gets better. Maybe we do see him in the dirt. We see a Mind That Bird move from AI.
Okay.
Is Calvin Borel available? 2-1 on this one here. Preposition. Lowest level yet. That sloppy seal track effort. Second start of the career as a 2-year-old. Gives you a lot of hope that this one's going to handle this surface.
Yeah, but I just don't love the gradual drops, right? I don't like how it's like, you know, made in special weight, made in special weight, made in special weight. Made in 100? No. Made in 50? No. I'd almost feel more inclined. They just went straight here. Aggressive move. And at a short price, I don't feel very comfortable. It just feels, I just don't trust this.
But it's a homebred for Winchell Thoroughbreds. They've got to exhaust all their options before they kind of wave the white flag and drop them to the bottom, don't they? I think it's a little more understandable when it's a homebred as opposed to a private purchase or a sales purchase. I like listen, I'm going with the 8, Tomorrow's Wish. I think that his form is dirtied up from those 2 dirt races, his previous dirt races before he was pulled up and obviously went on the shelf. I think those races will set him up fitness-wise for this, and he's just facing the easiest group he's ever faced.
Meg, I'm rolling with you with the 8. Dave Donk got a win yesterday. I'm always a big fan of Dave Donk. Don't like the Jets that much.
You're not a fan of his favorite team, but that's okay.
I like Dave enough that when I'm watching the Jets play, part of me silently roots for them so that Dave can be happy.
That's very nice of you. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I agree with you guys when it comes to the favorite. There's just something I don't necessarily like about number 10, Preposition. And maybe it kind of solidified watching the warm-ups in which he's just kind of been, you know, he's nicely on the bridle, he's accepting the contact from Murad Ortiz, but he's just kind of gotten a real quiet warm-up. I'd love to see him kind of open up and gallop over the surface. Now, granted, Steve Asmussen does prefer his horses to stay with the pony, but I suppose he can win. I just thought there were some other interesting characters, including the next 2 I'll talk about. I'll let you guys have the 8, who I do like. But number 1, Nance. I know, Maggie, you're insane. Why would you pick a horse that was beaten 22.5 lengths over a sloppy track last time? It was against much tougher, well, not much tougher, but tougher company because it was an off-the-turf event. I'm going to give this guy one more chance over this surface because he warmed up so well over it. And I just feel like this is overall a class relief for him, for Linda Rice. So I'm okay with the drop with him. We'll see how he does. But number 8, Tomorrow's Wish, just incredibly healthy looking. I mean, dappled head to toe, great weight and conditioning. Watching that race in which he was eased, it did look like it happened when he went into the turn, when he switched leads. Sometimes it's as simple as, and given the somewhat short time he was away, that he might have just locked a stifle. You know, it'll be abrupt to the rider, but it's not that big of a deal. So we'll see how he negotiates a wet track for the first time, but he does look as though he's doing very, very well heading into this effort for one of the good guys, Dave Donk.
There's the first timer for Brad Cox stepping in. Preposition, the favorite, last to load in those silks that could pose a threat to Sovereignty on Travers Saturday with magnitude.
See that first-time starter there, number 9, Rock Concert, giving him a little bit of a hard time loading.
There's a couple of sets of silks that I don't care where if they show up in the gate next to you, you take a double take when you look over at them.
Well, let's set it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the 8th.
And here's Preposition to complete the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. Preposition out quickly, but it's Tomorrow's Wish who's faster, and Tomorrow's Wish will set the pace. Stanley Cat and Nice Try Riley is racing in 4th, but a close-up fourth, just about 2.5 or so off the lead. Then Levitating, Rock Concert on the far outside. Nance is next. Another gap back to Seeker's Hope. So it is Stanley Cat who now emerges with the lead. The quarter went in 23 seconds flat for Stanley Cat. 3-length advantage now. Nice Try Riley, a joint second, racing on the inside of Tomorrow's Wish. And on the outside of them comes Preposition. Preposition now takes 3rd, and Surfacing is Levitating in the black silks. Nice Try Riley is backing up. Here's Nance moving up by him. Rock Concert, and Seeker's Hope. 46 flat for Stanley Cat. Tomorrow's Wish. Preposition on the outside continues to march forward without being asked to do so. It's Tomorrow's Wish and Preposition head-to-head at the top of the stretch. Out in the center of the racetrack, Nance. Nice try. Riley is just inside of him. And Levitating continues that solid effort on the inside. Wide open. Levitating has now been roused to the front and starts to pull away late. Levitating and Jose Ortiz proved much best. 4.5 length victory. Tomorrow's Wish was second. Preposition and Seeker's Hope.
Well done, Tom Amos off the claim. Levitating, Jose Ortiz, I believe 6-1 here.
Wow. Tom having one heck of a meet here. That's his 7th win from about 23 starters, if I'm not mistaken. And he just found the right spot for Levitating after claiming him from Mark Casse. It was a mad scramble turning for home. It looked like any one of 7 or 8 could win, and he was sitting in behind horses.
Great position here, right?
Oh, gosh, and then Jose ducks to the inside. What really was impressive to me, the runner-up, Tomorrow's Wish, looked like he was under a ride by Johnny Velasquez, the Hall of Famer from the half-mile pole. Looked like he was swallowed up, and he fought on for second. He held up Preposition for second and the runner inside of him, but no doubt about the winner. Congratulations, Tom Amos. Levitating. He rose to the top.
It's what good trainers do for their owners in a situation like this, right?
There's Tom.
Yeah, there he is. Look at him. This is what good trainers do for their owners. When you claim a horse like this for 30, might not have been the best claim. Maybe Maggie's right. Maybe it wasn't a great claim. But you get the win, and you put him in a spot where maybe someone will take him off your hands, and mathematically, you're in a position where you can get out, and you didn't lose any money. We'll see what happened if Levitating was claimed out of here, but there's nothing wrong if they weren't. The horse ran pretty well, got a win here, gets some purse money.
It's a profit if the horse did get claimed. Levitating the win. By the way, did not get claimed, we're being told.
Now you're starter eligible. You can
11 first or seconds for Tom Amos with 23 starters at the meet.
Having a tremendous meet. Listen, Tom is a tremendous horseman, but he's also a great manager. He knows where he has to place his horses to excel, and he knows the kind of horses that are going to fit, bringing them to Saratoga.
And let's not forget what Tom said to us and to our audience the first week we got up here. He said that the Churchill Downs meet was the most competitive meet he had been a part of. And I think that the way that his horses are running coming up here, he warned us that these horses were going to come up here on a mission. It also was part of the reason why Jose Ortiz is in the mix for this this rider's title with his brother Irad, because he's winning on horses like this from Kentucky, where he rides full-time now when he's not in New York.
Number 40 for Jose Ortiz. Tom Amos, best Saratoga he has ever had. Continues. We're going to take a timeout from Texas. Small town growing up, riding quarter horses to the big time here at Saratoga. The story of Horacio De Paz when we come back. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Back on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion,
Performance. Come on.
Performance.
Oh, you're looking at me?
I was, but that's all right.
Was that
Levitating.
you, De Niro? You're looking at me?
Tom Amos, Jose Ortiz team up for the win at 6-1. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with the man, the myth, the legend, Tom Amos. You do a Lipa fan?
Am I what?
Yeah, I do. I was going to get that. Levitating, that's one of her songs.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, going a little off topic here, but well done, you getting this guy to the winner's circle, and what a ride by your man, Jose Ortiz.
I think you said it. You know, Jose Ortiz is riding so well right now. Everything he gets on, he has confidence on. He was able to position really, really well. And turning for home, he was just looking for a lane. And when he got his lane, he took off.
And this horse, you know, he hadn't been on a wet track in the past. He really seemed to relish the going today.
I think that had a lot to do with the win. He's trained well for us. We've been waiting for the right spot to put him in. That's why the layoff. But he has consistent works every week. But I think the wet track definitely made a difference.
I'm a big fan of these colors, too. Dennis Firestone's with the question mark. I think that's brilliant.
Set of silks you've ever seen in your life. You know, isn't that what it's all about at the end? Maybe
Who's that?
Not.
Well, Tom, congratulations. Excellent meet continues.
Thank you, Maggie.
Yeah, awesome. Well, Tom Amos getting the win here. Always feels like the home team winning when Tom wins.
Indeed, we love having him on set. We miss him when it's not Saratoga, and just having a tremendous summer here.
Yeah, and it's not easy to come up from Kentucky. You got to bring your whole operation. It's a whole different situation, especially with the staff and the help. And then to come up here and bring these horses into the fire that is New York racing, and to have the success he's having, I know that him and the team are very proud.
And they should be hitting on all cylinders. Again, be a top trainer, and Tom, highest percentage of trainers, you know, in the top 15 or 16, is it 4,000 wins? You do that because you place your horses properly.
Race 9, meant for the grass, now shortened to a mile main track. Coming off the grass today. This one for 3-year-olds and up. Horacio De Paz has come a long way since his days growing up in Snyder, Texas, and riding quarter horse match races. Learning under the likes of Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, where he was an exercise rider for stable stars like Uncle Mo and Quality Road, among others. Maggie Wolfedale sat down to talk about his journey in this sport from Texas to here at the big time.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat, dry, not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, you know, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was
You got him to turn the tables on him with that one.
Got that grin on him and stuff, so.
Recruiting Ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, Recruiting Ready, but one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
Yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse, too.
Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this was a good decision. So, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was, okay, you still going to go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm going to go to college now. So.
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
Talented trainer. Horacio to pause, and we'll send out Final Denial, who right now is the 8-5 favorite coming up in this 9th race.
Yeah, I mean, you look through this horse's past performances, you see some dirt races in there that I think most people will be gravitating towards. There's no MTOs. This one makes sense to me.
And we just did a feature on the guy. It's whole
how that goes. Yep.
It works out more than you would think. Kendrick Carmouche will ride this one. Final Denial, looking for the 3rd win of his career, 8-5 on the board. We'll have more on this 9th from Saratoga on the Thursday card right after a timeout.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt in to Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $10,000 every Friday through Sunday. $10,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, The area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
What a special place, so serene back there at Clare Court. Meg, you've taken me on several tours, my entire family actually, to give me all the history of what is back there, but it's responsible for a lot of horses really thriving that area of this racetrack.
It's a great place, particularly for tough horses, high-strung horses. They gallop on that track. It's narrower, it's under the trees, it's quieter, and they settle and they get more out of their training than going to the main track and getting all revved up. And there's so much history there. You could feel it. It just oozes through every pore of Clare Court. And that was where the mighty Man o' War was actually trained to a saddle and bridle after being sold right here on the grounds of Saratoga at what was the Fasig-Tipton Pavilion in 1918.
Special place. Beyond all the crowds. As we're approaching the 10-minute mark to post here in the 9th coming up at Saratoga here, as you get a look at, wow, a horse really acting up just behind us here, the 6, Mo Creesa. For more, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, of course I'm facing the wrong way, because I was going to open up with Mo Creesa here. He is a high-strung type. This is not out of character for Mo Creesa. And also, it's usually typical for a horse that has speed, which Mo Creesa does. Now, he hadn't been acting up until they started to put the tack on him. Hopefully, yep, there we go. Got the bridle or the halter off, and it looks as though we are set and good to go. That was really the only time he misbehaved, I promise. As I think he could be potentially dangerous for his speed, and as he makes his first start here from Mark Hennig, and he's a horse that has in the past run okay on a main track on a surface. I mean, he broke his maiden for maiden 40, but again, sometimes with these races that are off the turf with virtually all turf horses. Obviously, number 5, Final Denial, is a bit more accomplished on the main track, but it could, make him dangerous and kind of take the heart out of some of these horses having to run through the dirt and through the kickback. Moving on to number 9, Hedge the Risk, who is another horse that will go first off the claim. This one for Joe Sharp. He's one that has faced some tough fields on the dirt. Didn't do too much running in those, but he has filled out tremendously since the last time I saw him, which was just back at Belmont at the Big A. Just put on a lot of weight and conditioning. I love to see that, especially for horses that are going to try the dirt again. I think he's just a more developed, stronger horse than what he was when he was trying to compete in those dirt races. So I think he's a bit interesting from the outside post. Obviously, tough to claim off Chad Brown, but also good to go into the Joe Sharp barn. Greg.
That barn having an incredible summer as well. Joe Sharp. We'll see how this one fares. Claimed off a Chad Brown, Joe Sharp.
Yeah, but he did, like Aunt Maggie said, when he ran on the dirt, he faced much better than what he's going to, face today in this shortened field with all the scratches. And again, Joe Sharp tying horses' tails up, that's an old school move, man. Everybody used to do that, and they don't do that now.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it sounds like, guys, I haven't got an official word, but we're seeing an adjustment. It also sounds like, yeah, they're taking the blinkers off and it's tack off number 6 in here. Mo Creesa, he will be a late scratch now. So coming out, Mo Creesa, unfortunate situation here in the paddock. He will not participate.
So back to the barn for Mo Creesa. And with that, the 9, Hedge the Ricks, becomes a slight 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, now essentially you have just a 3-horse field. The horse did rear up, lost his balance a bit, but he never fell over, guys. He did kind of go down on his hocks and then a little bit on his knees, and it didn't look like anything so serious to me. But nowadays, for an abundance of caution, they scratch a horse immediately if anything like this happens.
What do you do when you're when you're Johnny now? You just go back to the room and take a shower and.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he has a mount in the last race, but yeah, you go back to the room. And then one thing that people should know too: once you weigh out for a race, even if the horse scratches like this, you get your riding fee, as long as you have already weighed out for the race.
What's it been like for you when you've been in fields reduced like this, taken off a surface, 2-3 horse fields? Is there gamesmanship between the riders?
Well, absolutely. Everybody knows where everybody else is, and now you've lost what I perceive to be the speed in the race. I'm going to take a horse like Brits Witt from the inside. I'm going for the lead. I want to try to control things in the short field that's devoid of speed and not go as slow as I can so that they're in close proximity. I want to blow the race open at some point. I never liked the idea, Jonathan, of holding a horse up until the closers are on top of me. So in essence, your strategy becomes, I'm going to outkick the kickers. I'm going to play to their game.
This horse actually on a wet fast track was in front, led every step of the way until the end, backed up to 3rd. That was at Horseshoe Indy on a wet fast sealed track. But then a follow-up effort about 6 months later on the sloppy track at Fairgrounds. It was tough for company too. Not quite as inspiring, but this does look like the horse is going to be in front.
Yeah, especially from the inside. You'd like to think they'll send away from there. But I think, I'm looking at this race in the same way that Richie is. I just don't think that Brits Witt's going to be able to take advantage like Richie suggests that she should. For me, he should, excuse me. What I think is going to happen, they're going to just all be kind of clumped together, and it's going to be a sprint for home.
Kendrick's going to go on Final Denial. I mean, this horse has route speed at least, right?
Has shown speed in the past, and I think that's a good call with Kendrick. Kendrick is so position conscious. And I got to say this. He rides, out of all the riders today, most similar to the way I rode. Wanted to get his position going forward, aggressive when it called for it. Not a one-trick pony. Comfortable on closers, comfortable on front runners, but understands the importance of position.
You believe that's the one who'll be in front? Final Denial?
No. I feel like the inside is going to try to get to the front, but I don't think has enough speed to really take advantage of that. I feel like they're going to have to work to get there, and even though they've worked to get there, they're all going to be bunched together.
Here's Brits Witt, Joel Rosario for Mike Maker.
Yeah, the inside draw, and you'd like to think Joel will try to send that one away from there.
Final Denial. Saw the feature on Horacio de Paz. He'll have Kendrick Carmouche on board, a runner who has a win on a wet track, has another win on a race meant for dirt. 6-5 right now.
Yeah, I like this horse. This is the horse I'm going to pick. I think there's some back dirt races. I think Kendrick's going to have this one in a great position.
I just want to let you know I'm taking this post parade off.
Okay, you don't have to.
There's only odd numbers.
That happens, huh? Look
Hedge the risk, the outside posts in this 3-horse group.
Yeah, I mean, like Maggie said, it's hard to take off a Chad Brown, but I guess a red-hot Joe Sharp gives you a pretty good shot to try to do it.
This one favored right now. It's 6-5 with 4 minutes to go. And as we go back to the 1, Brits Witt, did you like riding races like this?
I loved any race where you had to be a little more cerebral, right? And try to figure out how to win on maybe what wasn't the best horse. That's why I loved riding the 6.5 down the hill at Santa Anita. You ride the right race, you could win on the 4th or 5th best horse in that race. So in a situation like this, 3 horses, everybody knows where everybody else is. You got to be on your toes. Be thinking.
See how it plays out up front. There's Joel Rosario, Britt's Witt. See how much he wants to try and go with, a fired-up Kendrick Carmouche in Final Denial with certainly the route speed they've showed with that horse. They want to be forward, too.
Well, I'm going to pick the one, Britt's Witt, because this is the one I'd want to ride, because I know how I would ride him. I'd bounce him out of there. I'd clear them. I'd put him out in a 3-path, make you decide if you want to go inside of me, outside of me, and while you're worrying and thinking about it, I'm going to try to get away from you.
The 5 we just saw warming up pretty good. Hopefully Kendrick will keep that one close and connected. I just like the 5s as a horse better. The race is better. I think from a tactical standpoint, whoever gets the best trip's likely going to win this race. But I'm having a hard time identifying who that's going to be. So I'm going to just kind of defer back to who I think the best horse is.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Just want to clarify on why actually number 6, Mo Carissa, was a late scratch back in the paddock. When you saw him misbehaving, and Richie was right, he kind of went down to his knee. He scraped his shin a bit. So the policy here, if there's any hair missing, if there's a little cut caused by that, they're automatically taken out. So he is fine, but that is the policy, and it's to protect the better, protect the horse. As we will take a look here at warm-ups, as you guys saw, number 5, your favorite, Final Denial, getting the most aggressive warm-up. I will say that Britt's Witt striding out really, really well overall, is actually now number 9, Dylan Davis, taking him away, hedge the wrist from the pony too. But Joel Rosario opting to stay with the pony with Britt's Witt. Like the way that he's moving overall, but again, if you're reading into warm-ups whatsoever, Kendrick definitely gave the biggest one to Final Denial. Guys.
Thank you, Maggie. And that's now the even money favorite, the 5. Kendrick for Horacio to pause as fans look on from the 1863 Club. Tremendous view of this entire track, but certainly down the stretch. There's probably not a better view anywhere in this game.
It is a cool spot, huh, Jonathan? The 1860, and the food is tremendous there.
Yeah, I love they got the desserts up there, good. They got a lobster roll you can get sometimes. I like to enjoy. I can keep going.
That's the view you get from, up top 1863 coming down this way. See what happens here in this 3-horse field in the 9th.
Hey, guys, did you notice in the Cab Callaway what an incredible job our director, Mitch Levitas, did giving out the trophy for the Cab Callaway?
I did see that.
I mean, honestly, that might, to me, I give Ride of the Week, that's trophy presentation of the week.
So the week's not over yet.
Would have liked to have seen the shirt tucked in, but aside from that, he did a tremendous job.
He had a collared shirt. I was proud of him. I did say that, guys, on set, didn't I?
You did.
Cleaned up well for the presentation. Joel Rosario, it was just a tough situation for him on Farbridge. A post where he was going to be behind the 8 ball from the get-go, and then he really had to make that early move to get inside because this horse is not comfortable outside of horses.
He did what he had to do under bad circumstances. And you think about how many times he's delivered incredible rides on that horse that contributed to his victories. Things didn't work out this time, but they've worked out a lot for him.
And they've been incredible together, JK. I mean, coming into that Sword Dancer, since they had been reunited, 5 wins and 7 starts. The only defeat, Breeders' Cup Turf, and then a brilliant performance at a distance that was too short for him.
Yeah.
In the Manhattan.
Yeah, Joel's really figured him out. The problem is, I think, is that, Farbridge is a really good horse. I'm just not sure he's a great horse that can overcome adversity while facing other really good horses and still be able to beat him. He'll beat a good horse where everything kind of goes his way, he gets a good trip, but I feel like he's right at that threshold of he's not quite good enough to overcome adversity with really good horses in the race.
I mean, it seemed early on, Meg, in that race, just you saw how wide he was early, that it was going to be really hard to win from there.
Well, he had 2 options at that point. Stay 4 to 5 wide the entirety of the race, 3 turns, or go forward and try to tuck. I think he took the lesser of the 2 evils.
They'll be on board Brits Witt here, the inside post in this 3-horse group, a rarity in this sport. With this surface switch coming off the grass. And we'll see how these jockeys go at each other.
So Mig picked the 1, I picked the 5. You should pick the 9 just so we could have like...
I think the 5's the way to go here. Sorry.
Okay, well, thanks for ruining the game.
Thanks for playing.
But you know what? Out of respect, I'll take the 9. That's
okay,
fine.
All right, good.
Here we go. Frank Viramati with the call, the 9th from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And they're right across the track to begin. Brits Witt along the rail. Final Denial in between. And Hedge the Risk. They're separated by less than a length. As they move on to the backstretch, and Final Denial now asserts himself. The favorite takes over with Hedge the Risk, a joint second on the outside of Brits Witt. The quarter went to 24 3/5 seconds. Final Denial by just under a length. Brits Witt, Hedge the Risk is on the outside. They're heading toward the half-mile pole. Kendrick Carmouche and Final Denial leading by a full length now. Hedge the Risk and Brits Witt both being worked upon as Final Denial tries to shake loose right now. There he goes. 47-4 for Final Denial. A length and a half in front now. Hedge the Risk is trying to close the gap. And down on the inside, it's Brits Witt in third. Approaching the quarter pole, Final Denial. The controlling speed yet to be asked. Hedge the Risk. And inside of him, it's Brits Witt coming to the 8th pole. Brits Witt now switches to the middle, and he's taking a serious crack at Final Denial. Here's Brits Witt right to him now. Brits Witt and Joel Rosario. They'll start to pull away late. Brits Witt too strong. Brits Witt wins it by a length and a half. Final Denial, Hedge the Risk.
Joel Rosario, Brits Witt for the Mike Maker barn with the win here in the 9th.
He won it, not in the way I thought he would. I thought his best goal was going to go to the lead, but he was getting out around that first little dogleg turn into the backstretch. Joel had to rate him. He looks very difficult to ride with his head up in your face. But Joel gave him a beautiful ride, came out from behind the leader, and Brits Witt, as your longest price in a short field at 5-2, gets it done.
Looked very uncomfortable basically the entire race.
Oh gosh, he looked really tough to ride.
Yeah, and then he was down on the inside. Joel, I think he probably wanted to go down the inside, but right here he made the decision to kind of tip out and try to make room for himself. And like you said, yeah, the horse just looked like we're kind of running with the emergency brake on with it.
Yeah, right? Stops and starts, head way up in your face, and it's so hard for a rider to get together with a horse when their head is up in your face. You're trying to get in a rhythm with them, and there's really no place to hide. Look how uncomfortable that looks. You know, Joel can be so pretty on a horse. This horse is just next to impossible to get comfortable on.
Quietly, Joel Rosario with his 20th winner of this meet. He's alone in 5th in the standings. He's having a great summer. I wouldn't never have thought we've called his name that much, yet we have.
I think you said it right, though. Very quietly, just going about his business. You know, Joel's not a guy to pound his chest or make a big show about anything. He's so laid back about everything.
5-2, that's the biggest price on the board in this 3-horse field. Here in the 9th, Brits Witt, 5th career victory. First ever on dirt for the Mike Maker barn, America's Pastime Stables. Oh, the prices in the nightcap next.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright Future Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright Future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright Future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We are brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. As it was a 3-horse race, but still an exciting stretch battle as we saw Brits Witt get the win for trainer Mike Maker and Joel Rosario. I'm pleased to be joined here by Brian Spagnola of America's Pastime Stable. And Brian, as you said to me, Joel had to make his own little room there, but it made it exciting because, too, Brits Witt was a horse that you just said didn't look as though he was comfortable on the inside.
Yeah, we've known that for a while. Once he gets to the outside, he gets clear, he gets a little more comfortable. So we said that, and with a 3-horse field, we thought, he could find a way to do that, and he did a great job getting him room.
I was going to say, he had to wait a while, and Brits Witt wasn't too happy about having to wait for a while, but you could just tell the entire way around there he wanted to get off as we checked the replay out here.
Yeah, no, for sure, and especially with this horse too. It's been a long run. Mike's done a great job with him. We, he had some issues a few years ago for us, just mentally, and we were actually thinking about retiring him. And we gave him about literally 6 to 8 months off because we believed in his ability, and we just kicked him out on the farm and forgot about him. And he came back, and he came back a different horse, and he's rewarded us because he's been really competitive since. And all those issues he had were in the past, just doing the right thing and by the horse. So it's kind of rewarding to see this horse win here at Saratoga.
100%. That's awesome and good to know, too. Switching gears, it's Military Appreciation Day. You have always been such a proponent for veterans, and you often bring veterans out here to the track.
Yeah, I own a baseball team, and we do a lot of things with veterans. We get free admission and food, but every year, the last few years, we've done a bus trip. I get with a lot of my corporate partners that we do, and we fill a bus from Amsterdam with veterans. It's all free. NYRA helps us. They give us tickets, and we get free lunches from some restaurants and dinner after. And Assemblyman gives us some flags. We present them in the paddock, and jockeys and trainers bring in the paddock. It's like some of them have tears in their eyes when they do it. So it's guys who like to get here, guys and girls, and they just can't because they're starting to get up in years. So they get dropped off. We actually give them a police escort in. So it's great to give back and seeing their faces. I mean, that's our best day of the year up here. So
it's such an awesome tradition that you have made possible for all of them. So thank you for that, and congratulations here.
Yeah, thanks again. Appreciate it.
All right, Brits Witt. Sometimes a little mental break does the world of good. Guys.
Wow, what a story. We're going to retire this horse, but gave him some more time, and now back in the winner's circle at Saratoga.
Yeah, and I mean, it was apparent that he's quirky. He does things a little bit different. Head up in the air, not easy to steer. I'm sure in some ways Joel was happy it was a small field, because a big field, a horse like that, you find a lot of trouble.
Oh, I'd imagine. Yeah, it's probably hard to even see.
You can't see. Look, he's got his head straight in your face.
Brits Witt, number 20, again with a meet for Joel Rosario. Good for the Mike Maker barn as well. Nothing's easy here, is it? An even money favorite in a 3-horse group. Still can't get it done.
Yeah, it's a tough game. But these races are like that, It's all about trip, and it's all about getting the best ride, handling the surface, and it can be very complex.
And I wasn't talking about connections of the 5. I was talking about you picking a winner. The 10 mile main track, New York Preds, 50 maiden claiming race, and 8-5 on the 13 in here. Prince of Dance, main track only runner.
Yeah, has some tactical speed drawn out there. The last 2 races, one of them was on grass, but those figures fit very well with this group.
Smart and Fancy coming up on Friday. The future is now. What a roll. This 5-year-old mare has been on 9 wins in 15 tries on the turf, including the Grade 3 Caress at Saratoga back on July 19th. We'll preview Friday Smart and Fancy next. Fox, Saratoga Saturday. A star-studded lineup of the nation's top 3-year-old fillies go head-to-head in Saratoga's Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Winning action from Saratoga Saturday, 4 Eastern on Fox. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
Up
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
4 years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
At the top of the stretch, Future is now just bumping right there with Star Guest. Those two in very close quarters as Star Guest takes the lead. Future is now asked to counter. Roses for Deborah, still 4 lengths back in third. Match race to the wire. Star Guest. Future is now nose and nose. Future is now has another gear, comes back under Paco Lopez and wins the Smart and Fancy while wrapped up.
The Future is now just continues to win. It's a really fun mare. Michael Trombetta has done a tremendous job keeping her sharp and keeping her winning.
She's just hickory. She's the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, shows up, gives an effort every time, almost closing in on $900,000 in earnings. Larry Johnson, her owner, breeder, passed away. It's so nice to see his family keeping the racing tradition going, and she is just fun to watch. I'm a huge fan.
She's how I like my turf sprinters. Tactical, right? If there's no pace on, she'll find herself on the front end. If there is pace on, she'll sit right off. But she's always going to get a good trip because that's who she is. She's tactical.
And puts herself, right in the mix like she did in the Caress when she won this grade 3 back on July 19th here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and just what Jonathan's saying, her versatility and the tactical end of this is that she's fast enough to put herself in a great position, but she doesn't need the lead. She's not one of those that if she gets outrun, and a horse like Twirling Candy, who has a tremendous amount of speed, she can find herself in a stalking position, particularly if Sunday Girl, who is now 1-for-1 on turf for Dave Duggan, tries to take her on because she's fast early as well.
Yeah, Twirling Queen, I thought ran well last time. She's got a lot of early speed. The problem is like we just talked about, Future is now is going to be sitting right off of her because that's who Future is now is. She'll sit right off of her. So at some point, Twirling Queen's going to have to answer the question that Future is now asks her, and I just don't quite trust Twirling Queen to do that.
The only one really, look, things can happen. It's a turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs, but quick glance at this race, who has a race that would at least kind of put her in the mix against the A game from Futures Now, and maybe is L&J.
And we just don't know who she quite is anymore, right? She hasn't run since 2024. She's been working well. She is fast. And there isn't the jump from 2 to 3 that you'll see in maturity, but there is a jump from 3 to 4.
Well, absolutely. Horses don't fully develop until they're 5, so they're going to continue to improve. I agree, not as dramatic a jump as the 2 to 3 that you expect. And L&J Foxwoods, L&J, kind of like that.
There's no one better, I would argue, at naming horses than Jamie Roth at L&J Foxwoods.
Yeah.
Her list, she's shown me her list of names she has reserved. It is like watching a comedy show, looking at all the names. Oh, and there's some of them are like really clever and cool too. She's
already reserved into the future.
Oh, she has a list of names. I would bet it's 100 long.
And she's a big New York Ranger fan, so I'm a fan. So,
and if you talk about improvement too, from 3 to 4, from 3 to 4. This one already ran a 92 buyer, back as, that was late last year with a little bit of, would you agree? At least puts that horse in the ballpark with Future is Now. Do you think coming back off the bench in turf sprints is a little bit easier than maybe another kind of race off the layoff?
Yeah, I would think so. It seems like, they're not only the shorter distance, but turf racing's easier to come back on as opposed to dirt racing anyway.
Thursday finale. When we return, move to the main track. New York Reds trying to get that first win of the career in a $50,000 maiden claiming event.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
And we have a horse coming up in here, bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. That is Solo Dancing, trained by Mark Hennig. And blinkers going on. There's a look at Solo Dancing. Start number 3 coming up. The first 2 tries did come on dirt, so meant for the surface. With more, let's go to Maggie.
And And Solo Dancing was trying to give Mark Hennig PTSD, I suppose, because as we saw his horse scratch in the former race, Solo Dancing was not much easier to get the tack on. Mark actually attending to him on his head while they tried to get the tack on, just trying to move him and keep him content. He is a bigger type of horse, so easily, I'm sure, having that feeling of being claustrophobic. I always find that big horses like this do have the propensity to be that way more so, but makes a great impression. Now, his 2 efforts have been going 1 1/8 miles, so that also gives the impression that he might be a little bit on the slower side. But getting back to 1 mile here, I think is okay. I would have loved to see him on the turf. I was actually really intrigued with this entry, as he is a half to a stakes winner, General Ken, on the surface, but does add a fairly significant blinker today too. And while I haven't been in the paddock for his prior 2 efforts, he is quite sharp on this occasion. So we'll see, does he finally show a bit more speed than what he has in those two turn efforts? Moving on to the outside with number 13, Prince of Dance. And now he's one that has been entered for the turf twice, rained off once, but this time was entered for the main track. And he is a son of War Dancer. So, look, he's a 5-year-old that took quite a while to get to the races, to be fair. But he looks more turf meant. He looks great here. He looks incredibly fit. Obviously, I don't mind the mile for him, but just giving that more turf impression. But then again, Connections wanted him on this surface here. So we'll see what he brings to the table with Javier Castellano back in the irons, guys.
10 minutes away from this nightcap. That was a look at Javier Castellano. He'll be on Prince of Dance, who's the 2-1 favorite. And he was on that rocket ship that may have been an illusion a little bit of AI that we showed you earlier in the program.
When you said rocket ship, I thought you were talking about bring the band home.
Well, yeah.
he is a rocket ship.
He was a 5th off the record of Cogburn, who our jaws dropped when we saw that final time from Cogburn last summer, how quick he went.
Cogburn was sensational, and this horse is pretty sensational too. Bring the band home. I actually lost my entire Breeders' Cup betting challenge on Cogburn.
Could
last
not
year.
believe he did not win.
Yeah, I thought he was a cinch.
But this looks like Cogburn 2.0 now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd like to think Bring the Band Home in the style that Bring the Band Home has, going to California and going that 5 furlongs on firm turf at Del Mar would hit that one right between the eyes.
He's been good. He's been really good. Fun to watch. So fast, naturally.
Going, I believe Mark Cassidy's talked about going to Woodbine potentially, and then on to the Breeders' Cup.
He's not a typical turf sprinter. He's got a lot of mass to him, a lot of size and substance, and usually it's, they have big, strong hind ends, but they're not as thick all the way through like he is.
It's my favorite part about this meet. Like I say it all the time. It's seeing the new superstars, the 2-year-olds, and who's going to go on to be special, and then. One thing that we have here at Saratoga is every weekend you're going to see a superstar. This weekend you're going to see a champion. I don't know who it's going to be, whether it's Good Cheer, Lacara, Nitrogen. You're going to see a horse who's likely going to be a champion on Saturday, and that's what makes this place so special.
But you really start to do some of your hand, because you see performances that make you start. It's a long way to go, but start making you think about the Breeders' Cup.
Oh, 1,000%. I'll leave Saratoga this summer with ideas of horses that I will want to bet in the Breeders' Cup because of the trajectory that they're on. You know?
Diana last year, Moira off the bench, that performance.
Absolutely.
Even though she didn't win, huge in defeat.
Yeah. And as we
Stayed
get
with me.
later through the summer, a lot of these horses, after this meet concludes, will maybe have one more prep before the Breeders' Cup. So, kind of the die is cast. We've got a pretty good idea of who we're going to be interested in going to the Breeders' Cup.
And I feel like we're getting just an extra treat, aren't we, with Sierra Leone coming back again in a matchup against Mindframe, who beat him in the Stephen Foster, throwing the runner-up in that Whitney as well.
That's going to be a fun
Highland
weekend.
Falls.
We get to see that, and then we'll get the spin away, the hopeful. Closing weekend is going to be sensational.
Here's our post parade for this nightcap. Monomoy's partner for Amira Shishakli.
Just would be a surprise. Don't see a recent race that would put this horse in the frame.
Start number 2, it's Mitzi Fogg. Rob Falcone Jr. claimed this one out of the debut.
Yeah, it was wide all the way around there and was in that race that Hangover Heaven won.
Salamini's Legacy we'll see next for the Jimmy Ferrara barn.
Yeah, Jimmy Ferrara, nice win the other day, but this horse would be another one that would surprise me.
David Duggan sending out, blame it on KJ.
I'm just glad it's not blame it on JK.
Ooh, that's true. Good
You
point.
know?
What'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
Solo dancing. Mark Hennig, blinkers on.
This is who I like here. Horse's got a proven dirt form, and last time they'll beat in 24 lengths. Iron Dome won it, who came back with another Tour de Force performance.
Yeah, who was you were right, by the way, being pointed to the Albany in a quick return. Uncle Barry, 0 for 12.
Yeah, 0 for 12, and based on his past performances, it's very likely to be 0 for 13.
The 11, Yohida Moneymaker, Luis Gutierrez.
Yeah, this horse has a couple of races. Showed a little bit of speed at Finger Lakes. You might want to use that weapon.
Main track only. Here's Carlin Contention, Eric Cancel.
Has actually kind of quietly improved a little bit every start. Needs to improve again, stretching out for the first time.
And then Javier Castellano, Prince of Dance, the favorite.
Yeah, drawn outside, the classiest looking one in this group, with that, okay figure earned on the grass in the maiden special weight, and then the third place finish in the maiden 50 with an okay figure as well.
So back to the favorite. There's Mr. Travers. 7 of them for Javier Castellano, who at one point in his career won 4 straight Eclipse Awards as outstanding rider.
Absolutely remarkable record, not only Eclipse Awards, but obviously the Travers. Kind of having a bit of a rough go, but starting to right the ship. I remember one year I had such a bad beginning to this meet. It was a 24-day meet. And I wound up, I had a mount in the first was favored, and a mount in the last that was 50-1 in the program. And the horse in the first was well beaten, just didn't run. And then I'm sitting in the room, and I'm going to sit here all day to ride a 50-1 shot. Things are going terrible. I just got a new puppy. I left, took off the last race. Horse trying to turn for the first time, won and paid $125. That's how bad I was going.
Wow.
And full disclosure, it was a McMahon of Saratoga thoroughbred.
Was it
horse.
really? And they're okay with you now?
No, we're all friends. I hurt myself. I went up to Moreau State Park with my dog. I had a good time. I came back and saw the horse won with the pink sheet that came out that night. And I was like, well, what else could go wrong? I won 3 races the entire meet.
What was it? Like, what, just unlucky?
I think I just wasn't probably riding very well. I wasn't riding very good horses. Then you get to pressing, and it just becomes this self-fulfilling
How much
prophecy.
of the mental part of it affects your riding?
Oh, so much. You've got to go out there believing you're going to win, believing that in what you do. And when you're not going well, you stop believing in yourself. You stop believing that you can win. And that's the worst thing that could happen to any athlete.
JK, I mean, somewhat, too, from a handicapping standpoint, every handicapper or better is going to go through cycles where they struggle. Is it the same thing with someone playing the races? Do you go through those times of belief?
Yeah, it's all about, whether you're riding or whether you're a horse player. It's about decisions, and it's about making the best decisions, or at least trying to avoid making bad ones. And I think that when things are going well, you act more instinctually. You tend to, it's like a basketball
trust
player.
yourself,
yeah,
right?
you trust yourself, your opinion. You play more. I play more aggressively when I'm doing well, and I say aggressively as in terms of like singling a horse that's 4-1 rather than using 5 because I'm scared. I just can't handle getting beat.
Instead of trying to survive, you're going to win.
Exactly.
Because
going to survive, it just never works well.
It's like when we say in football, prevent defense.
Yeah, just line up and play defense.
The best
Prevent
thing,
yourself from winning.
The best thing a rider can do when they're starting to go through that is take a breath, step back, and start riding every horse to be third. Don't even think about winning. I'm gonna be third. I'm gonna get a check. Because what winds up happening is you ride a cooler race, a better race, you turn for home, you haven't used your horse, and then you're in a good position and you wind up winning. And that's how you break out of slumps as a rider.
2 minutes to post in this nightcap. Let's go back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at some warm-ups here on the racetrack, and 2 second-time starters. Number 5, Blame It on KJ, one that I had liked in the debut, though he got away very slowly on that occasion for trainer Dave Duggan and Luis Rivera, who's back aboard today. And he's just a little bit more settled, actually back in the paddock. Had his wits about him, had been there before and understood the assignment. And Luis got out on track here and has busted him away from the pony. So trying to overcome that slow start, obviously with more ground to work with, he should be able to overcome that. Now you do see the front wraps on there. I think that's typical with a horse that is getting to a wet track here. Yes, obviously being a son of Kitten's Joy, he's a little bit more turf meant overall, but I just thought he was moving well enough over the surface to suggest that he might give a good showing of himself. Now, I'm remiss not to have caught up with trainer Rob Falcone on why he claimed Mitzi Fogg. Honestly, I just don't necessarily get it. She's a filly against the boys. She's 9-2. Yeah, she comes over out of a race in which Hangover Heaven destroyed the field and actually came back well. Came back to run well in that Statue of Liberty division of the New York Stallion Series stakes yesterday. But she looks like a sprinter. I know she didn't have much speed that day for the 50, but she just is very small, very short coupled. I don't get the claim. Sometimes these things that don't make sense turn out to make you look silly on the racetrack, but she's one I'm scratching my head with out here. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Going to close things out on this Thursday card. Race meant for the grass comes off. That is the favor right there. Javier Castellano, Prince of Dance. Chris Engelhart Barn. Debut sloppy sealed track on a race that came off the grass, ran third sprinting at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, should be favored. Probably getting a little carried away with the 6-5. These are maiden claimers, so there's a little bit more to it than that. But the MTO drawn outside definitely does fit the bill, but probably too short of a price for me.
Hard for me to take that short of a price on anybody in a field full of maiden claimers. I went with the 8 guys, solo dancing. I thought, last time against Iron Dome, just overmatched, dropping in for the 50. Third start, going a mile. I think there's speed up in front. This horse is a closing type.
Iron Dome, back-to-back wins at 1 1/8 here at Saratoga for Steve Asmussen, and yeah, on to the Albany, I believe on the 21st. It looks like he looks like a really good 3-year-old. He's New York bred, but regardless,
nice prospect. Really nice prospect.
Exciting horse. Even money now. Wow. On Prince of Dance. Let's send it upstairs for this finale on a Thursday card. Here's Frank Miramati.
Blame It on KJ. Carlin Contention. Hesitates briefly. Goes right in. A little bit of movement there from one of those middle runners. Might have been solo dancing. Here's Prince of Dance. He's been hammered late. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Misty Fogg is very quick out of there. And immediately challenged by Prince of Dance. And so those two ensure an honest early tempo. Followed by Monomoy's partner in the green silks, a clear-cut third. And then it's Blame It on KJ. Followed on the outside by Solo Dancing, who's in mid-pack as they swing onto the backstretch. And the opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Yohida Moneymaker is now a joint 4th outside of that pair. It's a big gap back to Uncle Barry. And then it's Carlin Contention and Solomini's Legacy, strung out over 20 lengths behind Misty Fogg and Christopher Elliott. Leading the way by a 1.5 lengths to Prince of Dance, who's asked to get after him now. At the rail, it's Blame It on KJ. Monomoy's partner is in 4th. On the outside of them comes Solo Dancing. This quintet covered by 5 or 6 lengths. Yohida Moneymaker is in that group too. A gap of a half dozen to Uncle Barry there at the top of the stretch. And Prince of Dance on the outside is up to take the lead, coming toward the 8th pole. In between horses, Misty Fogg in 2nd. Blame It on KJ tried to come through along the inside, but Prince of Dance is starting to pull away inside the furlong marker. It's a 3-length lead. Blame It on KJ is trying very hard and finishing with interest. Prince of Dance, that's 2 for Javier Castellano, scores by 2.5. Blame It on KJ was second. Misty Fog finished third, and Carlin Contention finished fourth.
Prince of Dance with the win. 2 in afternoon, as you heard, for Javier Castellano. Wins for the Chris Engelhart barn. Let's go back to the beginning. What's going on here, Mig?
Yeah, the runner-up gets absolutely annihilated by the number 8 solo dancing in the 4 Solomini's Legacy. I mean, it actually, you know what? It wasn't Solomini's Legacy. It was the 8. Just came over and absolutely slouted him. And you can make a case that Blame It on KJ was best. He took the worst of that, Jonathan. He took him out of the race completely.
No, absolutely. I mean, he even had some. He was a little tight. The 5 was when they turned for home as well. The 13 ran well, but I still think it was too short of a price.
I agree with you, and honestly, I still think you make a case the 5 was best. And this is something that I really think the stewards have to address starts. You can't just let horses go where they want to go and blame it on it was at the break. If you're a competent rider, you've got a control of your horse.
Let's go to Maggie.
Oh my gosh, I think I swallowed a bug. Thank you for the pat on the back, but congratulations to you, sir, with Prince of Dance getting the job done. Why go MTO here? I was just curious.
I didn't want to run him a mile in the 16th, and I wasn't sure about that, so I figured I'd go. I knew he would run on the mud, yeah. So that was the only reason.
You're going to wait until 5 or 6 to try him on the trail.
He is a 5-year-old. Your wife making a very good point. So, I mean, obviously winning well here, and good thing, 11th hour of this race coming off in the freak rainstorm.
I had already called my help and said, don't give the Lasix. And then I looked at the map one more time, and I said, give him Lasix. What the heck? You know, I had him re-entered, too, and I had to pull him out of the race, so it worked out good.
Literally perfect storm. Congratulations.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Chris Engelhart gets the win here, breaking the maiden with Prince of Dance. Guys?
2 for Javier Castellano. Well done, Chris Engelhart. Prince of Dance, the win. And certainly good effort. Blame It on KJ. Runner-up effort here, interfered with by the 8 out of the gate, and still manages to get second.
You know, it's a thing where it's not the first step. You know, a horse loses their balance, they duck in, they duck out. 3rd, 4th, 5th step, you've got to have control of your horse. And honestly, this is how horses and riders get hurt. It's something that I really think it's high time the stewards addressed a bit more seriously.
Javier Castellano, slow start, but yes, starting to pick things up. No question. 2 today for him. And wins on a 6-5 favorite here on a race that comes off the grass. That is it for this Thursday card. I think we're all looking forward to that Smart and Fancy tomorrow. I'm such a fan of Futures now. See how she fares. But that runner, as we talked about, coming off the bench, L&J for Brad Cox, could be a threat.
Absolutely. She's got an opportunity to really take a step forward and improve. You know, like I said, we know who Future is now is. And she definitely has the style for these types of turf sprints. But like you mentioned, L&J hasn't been seen since last year, and she could be improving as well.
Out of that top mare, they campaigned too, Kofefe. So I love the names as you brought up.
Former test winner.
Oxford, yeah.
Alabama. I know you still got work to do on it. It's not Saturday yet. Have you finalized who you like in that race?
The one thing I have finalized, I'm going to try to beat Lucara. I just think that last time was the time, and I think there's some other horses that could turn the tables on her.
Even though she'll be the controlling speed?
Yeah, she'll be controlling, but she's going to have some real horses running at her in good cheer and nitrogen.
We're back tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time. Check your local listings on Fox Sports. George Briggs, surface switch, stays in. Does not matter, gets the win. Second win of the afternoon for the meets leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr., 44 and counting. Meets leading trainer Chad Brown gets his 23rd victory of the meet. The aforementioned Future is now on an incredible roll. We'll try and keep things rolling. Lucara, 1 of 2 for Mark Cassidy in the Alabama.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.